Hello. Finally got this running now, I think. Welcome. Let's first just tune down the music volume a tad here to make life a little bit easier. But hopefully, we should now be up and running. I think I pressed the go live button. I have. We are having an issue with drop frames. We'll have to see if we can get that fixed. Don't understand exactly why, but we'll see if we can fix that as we go. But we should be running now, hopefully. Yes, it seems that we are live. Very good. Welcome all. Thank you for waiting. Apologies for the wait here. Steam decided that apparently downloading things was taking almost twice as long as I expected. So my bad there. Apologies. But we are ready. We are going. Let me know if it starts lagging a bit. I have upgraded my computer, so I'm currently running 1080p. We might need to downgrade to 720 again. We'll have to see. But right now, it seems to be running kind of okay. Might need to tune it down, as I said, but we'll see. I did make a poll on who we were to play to begin with. McLaren is the top choice, with AlphaTauri coming in second. So what I've decided is we're gonna basically do what we did last year, play McLaren first, and then I'll be doing AT as basically my first playthrough. So we are ready. Hello, Nanka. Skitty. Unfortunate. But as far as I've seen, there isn't too many upgrades here. So we'll have to see exactly how that works out. So we have race replays, exclusive scenarios. I will probably not be touching those this stream. We'll be doing career. But before that, let's just have a little bit of a look here on what we should do. I might just enable VSync to tie the frame rate a little bit lower. Preset is high. I think we're okay. We'll fix that as we go. I am doing good. A little bit stressed here because Steam didn't want to cooperate with me. Think Alfa Romeo would be the choice? Well, honestly, I'll be probably doing McLaren as a stream, then AlphaTauri. Once we somewhat get that done, probably Alfa Romeo. But I think we will be starting here with
Red Bull
McLaren.
took the F1 world by storm in 2022, defending their drivers'
So,
champion.
let's see. I assume these are potentially here. Okay, so they got much stars this year than saying that the team is just bad. So McLaren is actually 3.5 stars. We should put them as... Okay, so team rating doesn't actually matter for this by the looks of things. But we are going to be starting with McLaren. There we go, actually found it. Team performance tab here. So the car is 8 out of 10. And that is actually the most important thing here. Alpha is actually the slowest one. Aston has the second quickest car. As AlphaTauri the 9th. So yeah, we'll be starting with McLaren. It'll be a little bit higher up on the grid, but I think that will be fine. I think that will be okay. But I might need to just pause the stream and drop the output just a tad. Again, let me know if the stream is lagging, because OBS is telling me that we're dropping a ton of frames. But I don't know if it's actually reflected in the stream, because the other stats are looking good, which is making me very confused. So feel free to let me know if something is wrong, and I will try and fix it as quick as possible. We'll be doing McLaren here. It is what has been chosen. We'll try and write my name somewhat coherently. And I'm failing drastically. So we could be doing... They have actually done a revamp of the tutorials. So we could do first time manager to have a look at that, but honestly, I think we're just gonna skip it. We could get the updated aspects. I think we'll just do experienced, and we'll figure things out as we go. You will always play Williams. Alvin, you trust? Yeah. So we'll go with this. McLaren will be doing experience manager, but they have updated tutorials from last year, so they should be a lot better. Potentially. So here we are. We are straight in. We'll have end of preseason testing in just 5 days. First race is in 11 days. So kind of like the same one. It glitches a bit, yeah. So I'm thinking I'm going to do a quick pause here. And we're going to... Do I need to do a quick pause though? Let me check here. I am just going to be lowering the bitrate a bit. And hopefully it should still be okay. Because I think I was a bit too ambitious here. That should fix it, hopefully. Let's see if it becomes any better. Or if it's still problematic. Let's see here. I don't know what exactly is causing this because I haven't really changed settings too much from the last time around. So we'll see if this gets fixed. Oscar's eyes is weird in the menu. Kind of dead eyes, yeah. Might just need to make a slow little pit stop here, but bitrate looks good now. We'll see if we drop any more frames or if it becomes kind of weird. But I have upgraded my machinery since last time I streamed too, so it should still be okay. No, I actually forbade Steam from doing anything while I was downloading, but I can of course open Task Manager to have a look. I think this is just actually the internet being slow here, which is a bit of a confusion to me. The system is doing something to the disk, so it might actually be Windows Update downloading something. North Piece, second in Rome, Belgium, yeah. Well, we'll keep on going, and if the race is bad, we'll just pause it, and I will set things even lower, because right now it should be fine. But I'm guessing it doesn't want to cooperate here. Too good. Yeah, we'll see. If it keeps on, we're gonna have a bit more. Yeah, Piastri's rate is 76, which I guess is fair. He was kind of untested at the start of the season, but I would imagine he's gonna get upgraded pretty quickly here. Race Sim level 3, Pet Engineer with low affinity. Morale is high, okay. Apparently the Engineer affinity also has an effect on how quickly they develop, so that's gonna be interesting to have a look at. Now, in terms of what we want to put Piastri on, I think we're going to still be trying to focus on the pace and consistency stats mainly. So we'll put him on development that puts him into cornering, braking reactions, as well as consistency. And see if that makes things better. Cornering smoothness, not really. Cornering, braking. Honestly, the best one is probably doing short run space. Like, adaptability isn't too good there, but the accuracy, getting that up would be nice. As well as, of course, braking and cornering. So I think that would be okay. But Norris, he already has decent pace stats, but we want to get particularly his accuracy stat up, I think. So let's put him on the same thing, short runs, to start with. And we'll see if that works. For now, though, I am going to just quickly pause the stream, because I see we are losing a lot of frames here, so... Alright, we should be back now. I tied the bitrate a bit lower, so we'll see if this actually fixes it. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to be crying, because that means my internet probably is dying. But let's see if we can make this work now. Should there be everything move? Diego, so Bahrain 73. Highest rated F2 driver, we can probably have a quick look there. Drivers... Did they change the scouting tab? Oh, there it is. So we're currently not scouting anything here. Apparently we can actually scout quite a lot of things. So overall rates here is, of course, Verstappen, Alonso, Hamilton, Leclerc. And let's see if we can find an F2 driver. Porsche at 75. Then we have Shaw at 74. Same with Arubala. So those are the top 3 F2 drivers. But what I want to have a look at here is actually the new system for setting up your... really bad quality. I might have to tune it down to 70p then, if the stream is super bad quality. Let me just have a look here. This is very scuffed, I apologize. Claire? Okay, it seems okay when I open it on the second monitor, sorry about that. But if it is super scuffed, we're gonna just tune it down a bit as we go. We'll have to see though. But yeah, what I wanted to have a look at here is actually the sporting directors. So currently we actually have it weekly here as a 95 rated, Meadows as a 94, Mackey's, and we actually have the 4th best one in Singh. And he's actually fairly young, so I would imagine he actually has room to grow. So that is good. How long will we have him for? Just 2 years. That's okay, though. Development. Let's see. I don't remember what all of these do, but training and processes are probably the 2 most important ones, so I'm honestly okay with putting him on them. Training. basically how quickly we can, improve our pit crew processes, how quickly they regain fatigue. So depending on how hard fatigue hits, it might be good. Depending on other things, though, it might just not be. Aptitude is also getting the most out of your pit crew. Leadership is in high, stressful situations. So we'll have to figure out that. The pit crew is currently, well rested, so no real concern there. But I need to learn this menus again. Yeah, the weight part should be good. Okay, let's just go through everything one by one. I'm getting a bit too excited here, getting a little bit ahead of myself. So inbox, our first day. Welcome to McLaren. This is basically the same as always. Sponsor obligations, let's have a quick look here at what we can expect in terms of crashes. So, remember Bahrain morale boost? That's fine, it's just, again, would rather not have it, it's just 80,000. It's not worth anything. Race hospitality, pit crew's performance will decrease for 18 out of the races. Okay. I'd say this is also not worth it. Wish we could just chuck this out the window because, again, it's just 500,000. It's nothing. Race Sims weekly drive development boost reduced 15 weeks. Well, we're losing some performance there. It's still a lot of money, so that might be worth it. Merchandising, I wish we could just, invest a little bit more in, but that's fine. So that is okay. They did say they made some changes to the cost cap, so projected is that we'll have 102 million here to spend on what we want. So that is good. In terms of facilities, what do we actually start with here? Level 2 all across the board. We could probably upgrade this fairly immediately, which honestly probably would be good. They've actually added so the design center now adds some airflow, drag reduction, airflow sensitivity to some of the parts. So upgrading this might actually be a very good idea. Wind tunnel seems to be working kind of like it did on the old game, 22. And suspension air has actually gotten an upgrade to downforce and drag reduction. So these, as well as airflow, so they're not just cooling anymore. And the car parts test center has also got an upgrade. So everything now actually has way more value than it had in 22 because extra stats. So I think we're still going to be upgrading the design center, but as you see it, we actually have 4 projects already. So that is a bit interesting, and this upgrade would only affect the extra stats. So I'm wondering now if 4 upgrades is just a standard setting. Okay, so the team hub also we'd like to upgrade. It's weekly development for staff. Team attractiveness is 9. Weekly development for driver. Seems to be kind of the same as 22, so I wouldn't be too concerned. Team hub will cost us 1.5 million, but it's worth it in my eyes to upgrade. Probably the same here for race sim. It's 5 million. Again, it's extra experience. We'd probably like to upgrade that. We'll have a look at everything before we make a decision. Boardroom, race confidence gain. That one it might actually be really, really good then, because confidence is something that we do want. Yeah. It is indeed new that we have 4 slots from the design center. But Boardroom giving race confidence gain might actually make it worth it. So at least level 1, we'll get that. We'll see if we can unlock something else. Team attractiveness and team attractiveness from hospitality. Not too worried. Weather center. Upgrading immediately. They did say they had improved the system, but don't want to risk it anything just yet. And memorabilia room, tour center, we just won't touch just yet. Let's see here. The cars, we'll wait a little bit here to have a look. Technical chief, I think we're going to have to try and get a new one. Sporting director is actually our best role here. You can no longer put points into your technical chiefs as well. We actually need to put into what we want to focus on. Aero principles, front wing, rear wing, good. Chassis not so good. We do want to have a focus on the underfloor. Underfloor front wing, underfloor rear wing. Guess we'll get on the ground effect. And for the aerodynamics here, we'll probably want to put him into probably downforce, honestly. I think that will be good. But yeah, this does make it a little bit more, you can't just put points wherever you want them at any time. And we could just stick him on balance there. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Cooling might play more into effect here. So for this man, we'll just keep it on balance. But again, underfloor and wings are probably still going to be really important for the technical chief. So we'll keep them as is. Communication, faster affinity growth might actually be worth it this year, honestly. Feedback. Composure, less driver confidence loss for negative events on track, because these guys no longer has an effect on your pit crew. especially if the game is harder. It should be, because they have said that the AI will be finding you. But they have changed the race engineers here. They no longer have an effect on the pit crew. Communication is affinity growth. Feedback is setups. And they've added composure, which basically is less confident loss from, events. So for these guys, I think it's fine to just keep them balanced. You probably want to move them away from communication once your guys have reached maximum affinity. Don't know if affinity can be lost in this year's game. We'll have to see. But for now, I think we can just keep them at balance. We'll see if it goes above great affinity to, I don't know what else. But for now, we'll keep him to balanced. Spawn director again. We'll keep him as is. But for now, I think we are looking good. We might want to, as I said, get a new technical chief down the line because, well, we have Tarek here. It's actually better than what we have, but just 2 points. So we'll see if we can, snatch someone as a free agent or something down the line. But for now, it's okay. Hello, Karen. Welcome. It is a new game. We're finally trying to get things working. I'm wondering where exactly they've hidden the pit crew schedule. Because this is a condition. This is the estimated pit stop time, 2.6 seconds. There we go. The February schedule. Found it. Just hidden a bit. Alyssa Karimos, hello. I'm glad you enjoy. Okay, so presets, we have balanced, pit stop errors, basically bringing those down. Cumulative? Or total, okay. Pit stop time. Car building. Estimated pit stop time. Car building. Chance of mistake. Fatigue reduction, okay. So, if we were to do custom here, what do we want to do? Pit stop drills. It increases the chance of mistakes, as you can see. But we can focus on certain areas. For now, though, I think I'll be having a lot of fun just, customizing this later on. But for now, I think we'll keep them balanced. Pit stop errors isn't a big concern yet. It's just 10%. I think we'll be focusing on just getting the pit stop times done. And depending on what we focus on here, let's see what actually gives us most boost. So the pit stop time seems to just be the same no matter what we focus on. So we'll just stick with balance. We'll focus on getting the pit stop time done. Car building is a bit of a confusing one. On rapid car assembly, changing parts in the garage. So I assume that is basically setups. But for now, we'll just stick with pit stop time. And we'll explore this a little bit more in depth later. As long as we keep the fatigue well rested, I think we'll be good. I wish we could do a little bit more aggressively here. So yeah, if we could add another pit stop drill here, they'd be fine. And yeah, we can do this. They're still well rested. They're still within the limits. So we'll add one more day of pit stop drills, and we'll try and micromanage that a little bit. But yeah, Vaca got a +10. He did get an upgrade, which isn't that surprising. Okay, so this is actually the pit crew attributes. Like capped at 86, which I believe is it's his aptitude. So aptitude actually caps the pit crew stats. That's interesting. That is actually, where did I even? So aptitude actually pits how high the pit crew stats can go. That's a bit interesting. 12% chance might seem like a lot, but considering you have like 4, maybe 6 pit stops a race, it would be a race. It would be an error every second race. So it might seem like a lot there, but I wouldn't be too concerned about it. Honestly, it's not super bad. But at least for now, I've learned a little bit about how that works. Now we do probably not need to start doing projects here. We actually start with 4, and they have actually made this a bit more simplistic in my eyes, which is good. We'll design a brand new part. Of course, it's going to be the underfloor. This is just no reason not to. It should still be the best thing to upgrade, I think. And we'll be testing a bit more on how we can make this really work. But for now, we're going to put everything we have in terms of safety and wind tunnel into it. It's just the easiest thing to do. And as you see here, we actually have really low drag reduction percentage. You consider this thing being 45. We definitely have some work ahead of us here. So the sign focuses here, these are supposed to be a lot more pronounced in terms of their losses and gains. And it does seem to be the reality of the situation. There are now losses on each one of these, and they actually tell you quite clearly how you are losing out, so that is really good. That is a benefit. Now, airflow sensitivity, dirty air, cornering, dirty air tolerance has now just been changed to 1 instead of 3 stats. Okay. You have your cornerings, we have our dirty air tolerance, DRS effectiveness. I guess they've actually just condensed a lot of the stats here into 1. So if we were to... Okay, if we were to say, drop this, we're actually getting quite huge gains here from just... Okay, so we're losing about 25% of the lifespan. Well, 33% if you want to be... Well, between 25 and 33, let's be honest here. We're losing... It's going to be... We're going to be able to use this underflow for 3 to 5 races. But the gains here, look at this. We're basically doubling everything we're getting by doing this. So let's make underfloor that is very, very... very, very... What's the word? Fragile? But effective. I think this is just the way to go, because let's face it, we're losing 1 race worth of durability, which means that we're going to be spending 150k, basically let's say 1 million extra on underfloors, just manufacturing during a year. But the stats are more than double as high. And that is with a balanced setup. So if we go all the way here and say that, oh, we want to make an underfloor that is mainly focused on the low speed cornering, this would be quite a huge boost. Unfortunately, there we go. We actually have to tab over to rank on grid here. So the new one would... This is our current one, I assume. This one would boost us up 4 places on low speed, 2 places on the medium speed. And car 2 apparently is using older parts, so they would get even more of a boost. So... Good old all to the right. Let's see. I think they've actually made it more pronounced this time around, but I think this actually is the same as keeping everything balanced. Let's have a look at 21, 25, 38. I think they have just said everything to the right is the base setting that we start with. 21, 25, 38, 92. So, unless I'm mistaken, should be around the same. Yeah, not too far off. So, everything to the right is basically the base setting now. And that is kind of hilarious to me, because that means they've decided that, okay, we're going to just make it more pronounced. But this is a bit interesting, though, let's be honest. We could focus on, a particular aspect of the car. It does. If I hover over here, lifespan races 3 to 6, we would get -1. We would not have any extra weight. Lifespan would be 2.7 kilometers, 2,700 kilometers. So we lose, as I said, we lose about 1 maximum lifespan. So I'd say it's worth it, because with this, I probably have to make an extra underfloor. The performance gain here from just dropping those 4 kilograms is quite massive. And honestly, right now we have a very bad car. We need to have a car that kind of performs everywhere, I think. So we could focus a high speed here. It would give us a bit of a quite significant boost here, honestly. Let's see, what if I do this? What do we see here? We'd lose a little bit, but we'd gain a lot in the others. So currently we are weak at medium speed corners, but since I don't see the stats of the other cars on the grid, this menu is kind of meaningless, unfortunately. So what I'm thinking is that we just do a balanced one to start with. We're going to keep it at the minimum lifespan. We'll have to see, though. I might be wrong. They might have changed the cost cap in a way that this is going to backfire, but I think it's acceptable. Dirty air tolerance goes up by about a percentage point. Still going to have to do a lot of testing it to figure out what is actually most effective, but this is basically everything to the right, as far as I can see. So we're going to be doing that. We have 10 engineers. We have 4 projects. When is the next Melbourne? In 39 days. We'll be aiming for that one. So put 4 engineers in this, and let's see here if they've changed normal, rushed, or intense. Doesn't look like it. Seems to still be working the same way. Increase the faster rates per day, greatly improving all future underfloor projects. We are paying 3 times the cost. So with the fact that we have 4 slots, though, we could have some problems in the future with the cost cap. But I feel like this is something that is worth it. We'll try and bring everything to the maximum this first season. Money could be an issue also. We have 22 million right now, but we are going to be making the underfloor here. We're going to invest everything into it. We're probably also going to design the rear and front wing like we did last time around. But as you can see, the cost now for making chassis, side pods, and suspensions has also gone up quite a bit. Suspension is now 1.3 million. Side pods is 1 million, and as you can see, it's just 8 days shorter. Front wing is actually now longer in terms of development cycle than the underfloor, and also more expensive. So that's interesting. Front wing might now be the thing that you need to focus on, which particularly has an effect on dirty air. And brake cooling at under 40%. So this is gonna be quite interesting to watch here. Well, to see how this works, to learn it more or less. So we could focus brake cooling and actually get a massive boost. 16% on the cooling part itself, 6% there. But this early in the game, I don't feel like we need to. The car isn't strong enough yet where we would have an issue with it. Now, the front wing lifespan is a different matter altogether too, because if you have a look at this, it only has a 2,600 kilometers lifespan. Yeah, Taurum, they rebalanced the cost cap, as they said, and you can actually see that in the past. All parts are now actually quite expensive. So having 4 slots from the get-go might not be a good thing. We'll have to see that. But a front wing's lifespan, 3 to 5 races. If we tune it down here, it's just going to be 2 to 3. But let's face it, we're going to be breaking a lot of these. So for now, I want to test and see if we keep durability on the minimum on every single part, keep everything balanced. We could also just, you know, toss the brake cooling out the window. That's quite expensive. That's quite a hard drop, though. We could do this. Would boost our car slightly as well. So I think we are going to be testing during this stream durability. If tuning durability down is going to really hurt our chances. So for the front wing here, 45 days. We'll get it after Melbourne, by looks of things. Well, Australia. And as you can see, doing intense, it's going to cost us 4.8 million. So cost cap here could be a concern. Intense might not be the best way anymore, simply because the costs are so high. So we'll have to see what we do here. Doing intense, focusing on certain parts might still be good. Let's say we want to focus on the airflow mainly, or low speed cornering. Doing this and doing everything like so to intensely focus on the low speed cornering might be worth it. But we'll have to see if intense actually is the better way of doing things. I think it's going to be that in the early stage of the season, because we'll most likely be making a second piece of everything. So I'll be focusing on doing intense for the start here, but again, it's a lot of testing. That's basically what this stream is going to be. A lot of testing to figure out what works and what doesn't. And I'm a bit unsure if we can actually put more engineers on it later on. But we'd have to put 4 engineers on, leaving 1 engineer for the other projects. It might be worth it, it might not be. So we'll do that. Again, this will boost our ratings here. +2 is basically +1. So we'll still be good. Hello, BKK, how are you doing? Why are you crying? Penalties for breaking the cost cap is usually that you can't spend more money that season and some fines. But generally, nothing much. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have poked you, BKK. I saw your comment that you were ready. Currently, we're just exploring the new options, so I haven't actually gone too deeply into it just yet. Next, I think we want to go with a suspension here. It's actually another one that is long, but we won't get it before... we will not be getting the next 2 things that we make here before Australia anyways. So, let's go with the rear wing, have a look here. Turn the lifespan down, 2 to 5 races. I am, well, 2 to 4 with this one. I am honestly happy with it. We could, of course, also do the other way. But we are getting, the thing here, we're getting a lot of stat boosts. And I'm willing to spend more money on these stat boosts than losing them somewhere else. So we'll go intense again. We only have 1 available engineer, so we're probably going to have to focus on upgrading our design center. We are using a lot of money. But we'll keep everything in the middle for now. I'll try a balanced approach where we just get rid of every extra kilogram of weight that we can get. And we'll see how that plays out. Now, suspension is actually quite important, as has been shown in real life. So I think our last project here is going to be the suspension. We'll keep everything balanced again, and we'll just get rid of extra weight here. We are losing about 25% of the lifespan. But again, I think this is worth it, honestly. Can you check if they've changed the offer contract option? It would take forever on controller to offer them money. I'll have a look. But yeah, we'll get this one started. Again, it's just a slight upgrade, mainly on the medium speeds, but it is okay. We will do this one intense as well, which means that we've now spent a lot of money. And if we have a look now at the board and finance in particular with the cost cap, we just spent 33 million basically. Well, not that much. We spent about 20. So you can imagine they rebalanced the cost cap with intense in mind. But yeah, we're going to have a look at the contracts. Is there any contracts in particular? Driver contracts or anything like that? Because let's see, if we were to go into a new contract here, we're probably going to pick up a new reserve later on. So the money here, it still works the same way. You click once, then it ticks. So it's going to take a while. I can hold it though. Hopefully it works the same on controller. But generally, it's going to take a while. We can actually go next season as well. That's a new option. So, other than this, doesn't seem like they've really changed the system too much. But we'll see at the end of the season if they have... I do not know the manufacturer prices, Taurum. That's the interesting part, if that too has been rebalanced. But we can probably have a look here. Okay, so they've actually made it quite more expensive. Because yeah, chassis is 500,000, front wing is 200k, rear wing almost 300, side pods 450, suspension 300, and underfloor 400. So they've increased the prices of these parts quite drastically. So what is currently the best way of doing things might actually have changed quite a lot here. Making 4 chassis might not be the best play anymore. And if we want to rush these as well, or emergency manufacture them, it's going to cost us 3 times as much. So, well, 4 times as much. It's going to cost us 2 million to emergency manufacture a chassis. So they have made it quite a lot more expensive. Wow, thank you, BKK. Thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. But yeah, so the rebalance of the cost cap, I think here is... Yes, I do want to cancel that project. We're not going to rush manufacture a chassis. So the way they've changed the cost cap is they've given you more development because you start now with 4 slots as a basic here. We have 4 slots on the design center from the get-go. And they've made every piece more expensive to design. So if you run intense, you're quickly going to spend your entire cost cap, meaning that we are going to have to find a balance there. They've also made the car parts way more expensive to manufacture, which means that, again, we're going to have to find a balance there. We can't rush past them more, I think. So probably should have planned a little bit better there. Probably planned the pieces for after Australia with that in mind. But we'll see. So we'll have to see what we do here. We know we have the money to upgrade, and we will be upgrading the design center as we go. I think it's just the best way of doing things then. Because if the upgrade costs have become that high, upgrading our facilities, because all of them now give more boosts, might actually be very, very much worthwhile. But I think we got everything we wanted to do here in the beginning done. So let's jump into the first race, I think, and see how we do. East off. Our drivers, Piastri and Norris. We've already gone through all of these, set up the goals, sponsor obligations, gone through those, not a worry. Development update for our drivers. Our reserve doing good. Palu upgrading his control. And the training schedule here for next season. So with the current schedule, they are going to be tired by the end of the month. Is that what I'm seeing? Currently they are here. So with the tiredness... No, they are currently here, but they'll end up here. So we have a couple of rest days. I think we're okay. I think this is okay. Estimated pit stop times aren't getting, you know, that much better. But I think this is okay. We can just leave things as be. We might have a look at this later on, but I'm thinking we do the first race first. Can you check if they made the error periods just 14 weeks? I guess I could have a quick look here. ATR period 2 begins here. And I think they're still monthly by the looks of things. Sorry, bi-monthly, like 2 months a period. Yeah, ATR period 3 starts in May. ATR period 2 starts first Monday in March. So 2 months per ATR period. Yeah, once again, BKK, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. But with that in mind... Okay, this is new. We actually get an animation now and a little pling when we make something. So the boardroom has been made. We'll have a little bit of a visit here. And if we want to upgrade it to get more race confidence gain, we can actually do this. I think we'll just do that, honestly. The race confidence gain might be a bit more important here. Error periods are 60 days then, Yankee, don't worry. When you said 14, I thought like two weeks. Mentally, I didn't even read 14 weeks there. But yeah, it's every 2 months. Starts first Monday of the new month. So first Monday in March, first Monday in May, first Monday in July, I think. If I got my months correct here. Race prep, let's see if they changed anything here. Performance targets, reach Q3. Yeah, I think that's going to be difficult. We could add some guarantees here. Qualifying position streak, qualify 15th or higher for 4 races in a row, at least 1 driver. 15th is the lowest we can go with. Let's put it on a 5 streak here. It might be a bit difficult, honestly. We might just be losing here some money. But I think that's fine. Finish position, 1 driver, top 15. I think we can do that. Don't think F1 management is worth the money. Honestly, we'll see. Robotic voice effect. Sorry about that. I guess we lost a couple of frames there, maybe. Or I spoke too loudly. Yeah, my expectations aren't too high. It seems like they focus more on a casual audience for this game. With how they've done things. So we'll see. Qualifying position, reach Q2. Again, I think we're just going to keep these... Like, I probably shouldn't have put anyone on for this race because I kind of need to see where we... performance-wise. We also apparently have a 100% chance of a safety car. Let's have a quick look here at if they change the compound performance somewhat. So, softs still 8 tenths quicker. Degrades 400, so 20 laps. Softs is actually really good here. Hards, half a second slower than the mediums. Degradation is... Yeah, we want to stay away from the hards here. Probably soft, medium, soft. Will probably be the best strategy, so... Can have a quick look here and see what we can expect from the others. Soft, soft, medium, medium, soft, soft. So yeah, no one is going to be in the hards for this race. It just isn't worth it, even from the AI perspective. Pretty short pit lane, 16 seconds with a virtual safety car. Recommended. Okay, I do like that they've updated this menu now. They actually make it a lot easier to see what, you know, what is vital here. Honestly though, I feel like the recommended stands out to me more than the so-called crucial ones, so I don't know. Might want to switch the colors around for those, but that's my personal opinion. Yeah, I think we're ready. Let's head to the race weekend, and we'll see if they actually changed the setups. And I think they haven't. I think they've actually made the setups a lot easier, so I'm looking forward to seeing if there's actually any changes with how the confidence work, with how the setups works. But we shall see. Okay, compounds hard. To be fair, we do want to use up the hards here. We don't really want any of them for the race. While having one in, you know, spare would be nice, but I'm not too concerned. Let's put in the setup here for, well, what would be 100% setup for last year's game. And we'll be taking control of this practice just to test this because the AI will otherwise just change things around, which we don't really want. So we will take control and we shall see if it works out for us. Now, what I want to actually check it is car parts, because I don't know if we have any extra ones made and, you know, put into, you know, spare storage, because we did have that last year, and we actually do have one extra part here that I will give to Norris. Norris is just a quicker driver. There's just no discussion there, so we'll put that extra suspension onto Norris' car, and apparently that unlocked an achievement. Fit a part to your car. Wow, I'm so good. But yeah, we're going to be running these for probably 30 laps, let's be honest. We're going to try and stay on these hards for as long as possible. We'll call them in once we have a setup. So we'll run them as is. I also would assume that weight will be a much bigger component in the CS game. So we might push fuel during the race to see if it might be worth it to run less fuel than what we need to. So looking forward to that. Game is out, Tyler, for those with Deluxe. We have 4 days early access. The car still entered in the garage alone? Not sure I follow you there. Don't be surprised if Ferrari will use hards. They did say the AI will fight you, so... You know, we'll see about that. Yeah, you're gonna need the deluxe version if you want to early access that. Animation is the same as last year's game. Let's see here now. Okay, so let's have a quick look here on the tires, because that's also going to be a bit interesting. We're going to put both of them to attack to just warm up the tires. I guess you can't really run them on conserve anymore. There we go, tires. Underheating, okay, there we go. This is what I wanted to have a look at. So we have surface, and we have what I refer to as core. And that one shows core. It does not show surface temperature, so we don't need to actually be concerned about that. Okay, so affects tire performance, tire wear rate. There we go, we're now into where we want to be. Let's tune both of them down to standard. Still want to have a look at this. Let's see how it works. So as you see, currently we are getting an extra tire performance effect from running them in the temperature they are supposed to. Optimal. Well, we are currently hitting the optimum temperature, which is, you know, the white, which is good. Yeah. Okay, so that makes it a lot easier. You don't need to super micromanage it. This will straight up tell you. I was worried for a second that they were going to be putting the surface temperature right here, but they haven't, so that is good. What I've seen so far, Centurio Romanus, is that the setups work the exact same way for this game as they did for last year's game, and I'm currently just testing that. So I don't think the setting website might need an update, honestly. Haven't updated any of the animation. I think they've added a few new ones, so we'll have to see if we actually find any of those. So currently, Magnussen is out there on the softs, leading. Most people are out there on the hards, as we can see. I don't think there's any point in really pushing too hard during practice. We're just going to be trying to get a good setup here for driver confidence. And driver preparation is going up. Okay, I guess that is good. Powertrain, no issues. Practice goals. Okay, so they have made some new. We have tactics screen here.
And Lando, how's the balance? How's the balance?
So setup feedback is great. We're gonna call him in.
Okay, understood.
And we're gonna have a bit of a look here. Let's speed things down a little bit. Piastri still needs a lap, I guess, to get the setup. There we go. So we'll call him in too. And we'll reconfigure Lando here. So as you can see, this is supposedly the, you know, the setup for the base setup. That is pretty good. And it has hit it immediately. So I haven't used a calculator, I just used the base numbers. They're not perfect, but they're still pretty good. And as you can see, we've hit 3 greats and a good. And we'll see if it's the same for Piastri. But you now have the optimal window way easier to hit there. You can immediately see where it is. So that is going to make this a lot easier. So now we have everything switched around a little bit. We are going to keep him on the same tires. We're just going to send him out again. And it's going to take about 4.5 minutes to configure. So this is another you know, pit crew setting. How would I update it? Well, to be fair, Los, BKK, I'm probably too, as I said, too small for them to really care. It's just how it'd be. I haven't really played enough to really make up an opinion yet, Leonard. I like what they've updated so far, but we'll have to see if it's just, you know, visuals or if it's actually gameplay that has had an update. And that's what I'm looking forward to, because they've said they changed a lot. Okay, so they actually prefer different things. That is good. That is actually really good. Let's maximize in that direction. I can't really do much with this, because no matter what we do, we're going to have to balance it through the use of front wing. So for now, we'll just keep it there. Send him out another one on this, and that should be okay. Move the tower a little bit like that, so we get to figure out which side we want to go to. And we'll just send him out on the hards again. If he wins the first race, at least... I don't think I'll win the first race, but I think we'll have a few race wins during the first season. Because I think they've rebalanced things in terms of making new parts. But the way they've rebalanced it is just putting everything to the right.
Let's have a look at the
That's
action.
the
It's all
base
at the
set.
final corner. Now there's an inviting opportunity.
That's the feeling I
there.
get.
And not just one car involved in that, as you can
Okay.
see. That will
I've seen that crash, I think, 4 times now. I don't think I've seen any other type of crash on Bahrain, so that is a bit worrisome. Time penalty in practice? What, you need to stay in your garage for 5 minutes? Cool down a bit? That would be funny though, like if your time penalty is you go back to the garage. We are gonna have to use another, you know, compound at one point. So currently the tires are being warmed up, which means that they are having bad performance. Let's overheat their tires, have them go attack, and see just what kind of effect we can expect from that. So surface is too hot. We can actually push quite aggressively here on these hards without overheating them at Bahrain. There we go, overheating. You lower tire performance by quite a bit, and wear race goes up to the roof. So I think we can actually run these aggressively without having too much of a problem in terms of heat. No, even running them aggressively doesn't work. But then again, we are going to be sending these tires back, so it doesn't matter if we really break them. How do you get to the ERS tactics? You just click here, and I don't think we can use them during practice, but there should be like a little bar down there where we can just click it on or off.
We don't want to overcook the tyres.
Yeah, confirm.
I disagree. We do want to overcook the tires. Want to get the setup here, and then we're gonna send you out on the softs again. No Shakir. Piastri with a little bit of lockup, no damage to those, that's fine. Tone down the deck crashes? I don't know. But I know that they did quite specifically say that when drivers have, you know, errors, run wide, crash, and things like that, they'll get running again quicker. So we'll see if we have incidents where they just run wide and, you know, allow the entire, you know, field to just lap them. We'll see. Okay, I'll have a look out for that Torum. It does seem like they've made some changes then. Driver preparation is pretty good here. 52%.
How's the balance? How's the balance?
So we're gonna call Norris
Okay,
in. We're gonna
check over
do
the drive.
a last setup
Okay.
here. And then we'll send him out on the softs, because if I remember correctly, the rules state that you need to use, well, not use, but send back 2 dry compounds each practice session. So there we go, we hit another optimal. This one, these two are very easy now to guess. They are all the way to the left. And this one should be just a tan like so. But this does make setups a lot easier, since you now have a much easier time of just figuring out where that sweet spot is. It's gonna be a lot easier. Now, since this one is great, we still gonna do like so. And like so. I think that's okay. We'll use this as the final one. And I might have to manually do the final setting as well, but this should give us close to optimal as we get. Rear wing isn't perfect, could of course use the calculator, but honestly, this should be doable. I think my main gripe right now is actually the fact that they haven't. Well, I didn't put Norris in the correct tire. That's my bad. I think my main gripe about the game right now is actually that they haven't changed the what's it called? They haven't changed the sponsorships. They're still bad, like really bad. So we've done more practice, and you basically know the windows for everything now. That's concerning. That means getting yourself good confidence is going to be a walk in the park at this point. Okay, like so. The best one is over on the right, so something like this. That should do. Yep, let's try this. Run plan, no need to fuel for 30 laps here, fuel for 15. Driver spun on the racing line, other cars avoided instead of stopping. That is good. That actually, you know, makes things a little bit better. I do need to put him on a pair of softs. They're gonna take them away anyway, so why not, you know, try them out. So the softs do heat up pretty quickly. Let's just see if we run them normal for a lap. Okay, the heat up, it just takes one lap to heat them up. If we go attack, how quickly do they heat then? Honestly, about the same. Here. So whether we run, you know, attack or not, seems like they heat up around the same speed. Norris is having quite high temperature, even though he's running back to running normal. We might actually have to go light a little bit here to cool down the tires for him. Then back up to standard. That's a bit interesting. Are there some new good features?
Okay, you'll take the checkered
well,
flag.
New features are basically they've expanded how the pit crew works, and well, they have updated the AI, but I'm still looking forward to seeing exactly in what manner. Okay, Verstappen with the best time here, not a big surprise. We did 30 laps, most of I think anyone, which is also not a big surprise. And Shohei has already picked himself up a penalty. So we didn't get too much track acclimatization here, or pass knowledge, honestly. His driver prep is at 33% and 31%. But I think we have the setups now, so we can just probably, you know, sim the rest, so to speak. As you see here, we have 2 optimals. Unsure about the other 3, but that's okay. If we sim, they should be using 1 medium and 1 soft. So we could sim this one just to speed things along a little bit, and I think we will. Added live commentary? That would be good, honestly, if there was some sort of more live commentary. Yeah, team changing will be coming in September. So let's simulate the practice, see what they do. See if we lose any parts. And Norris 15th, Piastri 17th. They did fewer laps, as you can see, 23 and 27. But we'll have to see what they use in terms of tires. So preparation went up quite a lot more. Track acclimatization, Piastri did more laps, so we might need to take control of the last one here and just make sure that they stay out for as many laps as possible. Car setup though, Piastri is already 100%, Norris here. If we just tweak this one a little bit to the correct way with this one. Toe out is what I'm looking for, there we go. This should be enough for Norris as well. And that should help with confidence as well. So we should be fine just simming this. As you can see, we have sent back 2 mediums actually. So they used 2 mediums. That might be bad. But they should use the final hard one, I hope. And for him too, we have sent back 1 medium. So it looks like they're using a little bit more randomly then. If Norris decided to use 2 sets of mediums, that's bad. Because if you're going to sim practices, you kind of want predictability. Might mean that we have to do more manual practices here, but it could also be messed up because I did that first one. You play 16 legs, you don't need comps. Yeah, that is true. again, it's just nice things to add. It's not something that is super necessary, live commentary, honestly. It's just something that would be good for those who enjoy just watching it in 1x. I wouldn't be too concerned about it. I'm going to simulate the final practice too, because we are pretty close here. And we'll see exactly what they end up using in terms of tires then. So I'm curious now if Norris is going to be using that final one. We did hit 100% setup satisfaction for both of them, which means that the old tables that you've been using for doing your practices and setups should still work pretty well. We'll have a look at the helmet cam again once we start the race itself, I think. Driver confidence, starting confidence based on prepared, so we have 89 and 88. I think we can be happy with that. So, starting confidence hits... I don't even know what this would say for Norris. There is a small little gap there, so... Apparently Norris has better baseline confidence than Piastri. That's a bit interesting. Driver confidence is a different stat as well.
There's tension in the air today.
Hello, Salty. Generally, you want to save tires for different tracks. So for Bahrain, softs and mediums are going to be the best tires. You kind of don't want to go in the hards unless you absolutely have to. Usually the AI has been using 2 softs for the first practice, a soft and a medium for the second practice, and then a soft and a hard for the final one. So in our case here, Norris has used 2 mediums and a hard. Well, we used a hard and a soft, then he used 2 mediums, then 2 softs. So we might have messed things up a little bit there, but yeah, I think we might have messed things up by taking control in that first practice ourselves. We were supposed to use 2 softs. So since we used a hard, they've used 2 mediums. Okay, that makes sense then. Well, we'll try next time around and do 2 softs for the first practice and see if they still follow the rules then. They said they improved the AI, not your gameplay. Yeah. I don't know, honestly, Blasted. I'll keep on going until I get tired, and I woke up 3 hours ago, so I'm planning on going quite a long time. Might need to make a short stop, though, once we get a little bit further in, because, well, I do need food at one point. So driving confidence is very high, so I assume this is normal, high, very high, and then excellent, maybe? Driving confidence is medium. Okay, so it's not normal, it's medium. Okay, medium bad, very bad. But as you can see, drivers actually have different confidence levels, which is very interesting. And it works kind of like the extra stats from last year. Just straight up. High confidence, more extra stats. Chances of incidents gets lowered as well. Okay. That is fairly okay. Now, we will be starting qualifying. We'll manage it. We'll see if they have changed anything from last year around. Show the F3 drivers after the race. Yeah, we can have a look at that. Just remind me again.
Track should be green.
And we'll have a look. I'll be trying the, quality strategies that I've been running in last game, see if they still work here. Choose what tires you want to use for sim practice. It would be nice, but honestly, as long as the AI follows a specific set of rules for tires, you can take control of the practice if you need to save an extra set for, say, in Verstappen. Give him a penalty. He blocked Piastri. Now, I have no hope of us making it into Q3. So yeah, as you can see, Piastri is 2 seconds slower than Norris, so he for sure got the block there.
Just keep an eye on the delta. The delta
Quite
needs to be negative
severely
at the end of
by Verstappen. Time to give him a penalty. But yeah, that is something that I hope they change, particularly for qualifying. They need to put in some work there on just having the cars get out of the way. Because if you block someone on a flying lap with 2 seconds, like Verstappen just did, that would be a slam dunk penalty in real life, let's be honest. So I think we are going to gamble here. We are going to have to send Piastri out on a new set of softs. It's just, we just don't have a choice here. And for Norris, we could prep him for his set of softs. We do want to try and get into Q2. But it's going to be difficult, for sure. Yeah, it seems like you can just straight up use the last set of numbers as last year. Well, at least close to them. But there also does seem to be some slight driver difference now, which is good. But I'd like to see that difference be a little bit more pronounced so that... well, so we actually have to put in effort. I'm also going to test something that I figured out late last year on how to boost a slower driver's time to more than the quicker driver's time. So we'll be testing that now, I think. So Sargent got blocked, Alonso's gotten blocked. Alonso is definitely going to be flying past us, so I'd wager Norris isn't safe. We also have Hulk here. So we will be sending him out again. But it does look like they're sending them out kind of randomly here. You don't see everyone get sent out immediately together with each other. So we'll send out Perez, then we'll send out Norris and Piastri immediately after. So that does make it a little bit harder to judge the cutoff zone here for sending them out, which honestly isn't too bad. I did send out Norris a little bit too slow. We want him a bit closer to Norris there, honestly. But we'll see now if we can
Okay, Lando, that is the checkered flag. So
make
we
an
are
improvement.
boxes
So Sargent is not doing an extra lap. Norris is on the cusp right now. Alonso is going to go past both of us. There's just no way he won't. Q1 traffic is awful. Yeah, just need to find a room here. Ocon locked up and can potentially block Hamilton here. Kind of did. So Norris is safely through. Unfortunately, Piastri is out. I sent him out a bit too late for the test I wanted to do. So we'll test that out next race. But Norris 14th here. Not too bad. The worry, though, is that I don't think we're going to get much higher than that. So the question is now, do we use these tires for quali? So do we have 2 fresh for the races? And I think that is going to be a yes. So we'll do that. We'll send him out on the old tires first. And then we'll save tires for the race itself.
Okay, so that's a green light.
Alonso, did he make it out? Didn't he? He didn't? Okay, that's weird. Did Alonso get blocked? Or am I blind? Because I don't see no Alonso.
Drive to the Delta. And we are boxes lap.
Yeah,
Alonso
confirm.
might straight up just have gotten yeeted out there. Yeah, it's going to be a patch in September. Patch early September will give you team switching, and it will be available on... well, it should not available per se. It should work on all those states as well. Currently, we're kind of actually looking good here, maybe to get into Q3, which would be hilarious to me. Because the McLaren was a proper dinghy in Bahrain. So this would be funny. Yeah, it's confirmed. They've, posted it quite a lot. You'll be at the end of the season. It'll be based on your results. If you have had bad results or gotten fired, you'll only have options with lower teams. If you've done really well, the top teams might try and poach you, things like that. So we'll send out Norris out just after Verstappen here. That should be okay. We should have gotten a penalty though there for blocking Magnussen. Let's be honest. And we are going to have some traffic ourselves now. Debris, Magnussen. We're going to have to try and get through them without getting too slowed down.
That is the checkered flag.
Currently at the cutoff. Well, below the cutoff. So please let us get Debris here. Debris actually got out of the way. Beautiful. Magnussen now is going to be the next one. That could be a problem. There's not going to be any management of F2 or F3 teams for this game. Maybe next year, we'll see. 11th, okay. Well, 12th now. Not too bad. Honestly, if we had fresh tires, maybe we could have gotten into Q3, but that's an acceptable result. Verstappen, super quick. Kind of what we expected, honestly. Not a big surprise there.
Race day has arrived.
Hello, Michael. My initial thoughts? Honestly, it seems like they've put some work into, adding stuff, but the main thing that I'm focused on is seeing if the AI is actually going to give you more of a fight. So right now, I don't have any strong opinions in either direction. Once I've done a few races, seen the AI, seen how the tire warm-up works, if we can use that to our advantage, if the AI uses it efficiently, then I'll be making myself up more of an opinion. It'll depend on if they can actually deliver on what they've promised for me. Arrow didn't even get through to Q2. How? How did he pull that off? So, apparently, I say quality doesn't have an effect on confidence here, because it hasn't moved anyway, which is silly to me. That's fine. Now, the strategies that we are going to be using, I think, is going to be a B here, that we are going to be starting on the mediums. Just try and stick with everyone. We could do soft, medium, try and, you know, jump people that are going the softs to the end. It's basically the choice of, do we want to... Can we stick with the other teams here on the mediums? For as long as we kind of need to. Or will we get left behind? So... Let's see here. If we switch the laps around here... Yeah, I think this is a fairly efficient strategy, which is good. Because the AI should be using some of the better strategies here, honestly. Verstappen world champion yet? Nope, but he's running in front. I'm thinking what I'm going to do is what I did last year. I'm going to keep on stream McLaren for probably a season or two. And we'll see what happens there. To be fair, Torum, I also get tunnel visioned onto a single driver at times, let's be honest. It's not just the others that do that. I do that a lot too. Particularly Latifi got kind of shafted. We could also start on the softs, go on the mediums, because the pit stop is basically around the same time. And potentially go on the softs a bit earlier, push these mediums a bit more. I think that could be the better strategy here. Probably same for Piastri. Go aggressively, try and get you know, further up there. Go on the mediums a bit early, try and catch some of the quicker cars ahead. So we'll put him on different strategies here. We'll put Piastri on 2 soft so that he can try and push a little bit, get a little bit further up the grid. He is starting 17th. Norris is starting 12th. As long as he can stick with them on the soft stint, maybe make up a position or two, and then stick with them on the medium, I think we'll be happy. So we'll gamble on this. For driver options here, we are going to be using full-on attack for the first lap. It seems to just be the best way now. And I think putting it on deploy, I don't think we have overtake anymore. We don't, so we'll put it on deploy. We'll give the battle assist a go after probably the first lap, and we'll see how that works out for us. Now fuel, I don't think we need to overfuel, but apparently they've chosen to... We have the same amount of fuel, but Piastri's car is heavier. I guess that's the suspension, I would assume. No, it's not extra weight. Why is Piastri's car... Why is Piastri's car heavier? Okay, so they fueled it... That makes no sense. So they fueled the cars differently. Well, I guess that makes sense, but at the same time, they fuel them in increments that I can't even get to. Okay. I am severely confused here why it tells me that we have fuel for 56 laps and 57 laps. You guys have differently sized fuel. What is this? You mean Show got screwed? That happened last year? He got so many comments about it. I don't get why the fuel is different from the cars, but okay, we'll live with it. The race should be 57 laps unless I remember wrongly. I would like to see that. Let's just go and check here. 57 laps, yeah, okay. So... It says 57, but this is 56. I'm confused. Let's go with it. I'm confused. We'll see when we get in now if the fuel is the same or if we have some confusion. So Alonso clearly bended in. He bended in Q1 here. He's 18th. So if Piastri can somehow, yeah, Piastri starting with minus 1.8 kilograms of fuel. Okay, something is very interesting here. Norris is 400 grams more, but he isn't minus on fuel. If smoothness that has an effect on fuel, that would be hilarious. But yeah, we're gonna have to have a look at that afterwards. That's gonna kind of neuter Piastri a little bit. Okay. Norris helmet cam tells us that he can't see. Yeah, Magnus and Hulkenberg ahead. Most are on medium, as you see ahead of us. We have Ocon here on all the softs. So it's going to be a bit of an interesting one here. I think we're already getting Magnus then, potentially.
Overtaking is very difficult.
We lost a little bit of confidence immediately here.
Doesn't matter, doesn't
So
matter.
we are high. We can go high aggression here on the overtakes. And for Piastri here, do we want to go high aggression? We could gamble. He too has lost a little bit of confidence. But what we want to do probably is go in the ERS here and toggle this one. And I want to see how well this ERS battle assist actually does once we get a little bit further into it.
It's time to try and start overtaking cars in front.
Confirm.
But yeah, we'll see how this actually works out here with driver confidence. The Haas is quicker than us because, again, they are on a medium compound versus our soft. That looked a bit janky. But yeah, if Piastri is this bad in fuel saving, we might have a bit of a concern. But it does look like it'll last to the end there, so again, I'm very, very confused. We have gotten to the point where the softs are going to start to suffer from the heat.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre.
So we'll have to tune him down a little bit on the push here, so that we don't burn these tires completely to the ground.
Save fuel from now, please. Save fuel from now.
Alright.
And we're gonna have to do the same here for Piastri probably.
So Oscar, we can look after this tyre.
Perfect.
Piastri did get a little bit of confidence there, so probably had a good find. But we'll have to see how this works, because he's fighting Alonso, and as you see, the heat on these softs are already quite massive. We might actually have to tune them down even further if we want to keep them alive, because the performance is bad, the wear rate is high, so we'll see how that works. Removing the visor strap? Yeah. The car sounds really good, yeah, I'm fine. Best way to get sick is helmet cam. Visor cam gets clearer. We'll have to see what we do here, because if running, light is this bad on the tire temps, we might have to change things around a little bit. But the Haas here already kind of got left behind, so I guess our fight is going to be with them. The main concern, though, is going to be, let's put him back to neutral, let the ballast do his thing. The main concern, though, is going to be Alonso. Like, the fact that Piastri is still keeping him behind him is mad, honestly. Tying it up to standard. We'll see. Well, Magnus has done a good job of keeping Norris behind, honestly. But the Haas should be a better car right now. Rain. Yeah, being behind the cars does affect temps, so that is something you need to keep in mind. Norris is failing overtakes here, but it's still very high, so it's doing good. I think we can leave him as is. The main concern that I have is going to be Piastri's fuel. I hope that this is just, a mistake in, how it's shown. But we'll have to see here. Norris right now, as long as he can stick with the Haas, I think we're okay. We have created a bit of a gap into Albon. The fact that Alonso, in the second best car on the grid, with as highly rated as he is struggling to overtake Piastri, does leave me concerned. He is also running soft tires, so that is a bit of a concern here. And we're actually going to have to micromanage the temperatures on these tires a bit by looks of things. Running them normally is not good enough to not burn them out, which is a bit concerning. Norris did get an overtake done, though.
Right then,
Let's have a look.
Take a look now. Now the focus is on Lando Norris here. The gap opens up for them.
I don't see any open gap, but okay.
The points in touching distance now. They're 11th.
Oh, it's because we're not on the proper straight yet. But yeah, Norris has made up a position. Piastri is fighting Alonso, doing great, so I guess we can be out with that. They did say, Mitko, that they've added 3 or 4 times as much radio as they did for 22, so we should have a lot more radio messages, for sure. And right now, Norris is going to be overtaking Hülkenberg. So he's doing great, honestly. If we can keep this going and catch up to Alpine, well, it would actually be kind of nutty. But I think we are going to be slower than the Alpines. Last lap, we were running a second quicker, mainly due to... No, we're actually catching. This is great. I'm also curious about the recovery, yeah. But Norris right now is just flying, honestly. Piastri kind of stuck in DRS train. There's not really much we can do for him. other than just taking care of his tires. He is losing, he is losing a bit of confidence, but that's
Now
fine.
here we are tackling turn 3. They decide to
And
give it a go.
Alonso sends it around the outside. To be fair, the fact that Piastri kept him at bay with the McLaren car versus the Aston for 8 laps is, pretty good. And if he can now stick with him, that would be even better, honestly. Yeah. Norris has caught up to Ocon, and I think he'll actually just fly by. He already did. So
Now we can see what happened.
Norris
Now
is
this
doing
was
them
at turn 3.
dirty
The
here.
opportunity's there.
Immediately flies by. Driver stats might be a tad bit overpowered in this game, just from what I've seen so far. At this rate, Norris is going to catch Gasly. I hope if he catches Hamilton, I'm actually going to laugh. Yeah, we'll see. I am running it in 4x. It's just how I prefer to play the game. Piastri is still struggling with tie attempts, though. That's the only problem that he has, mainly. He's still running, I feel, fairly far back, which is... We could probably run even further. But you can even see in the degradation here, he's degraded 3% more. So, tie attempts does have an effect there. Try to have Piastri driving clean air. Probably could, but I think he'll just lose way more time from, driving clean air. He's actually fallen back now outside of DRS, so he should be okay. But we have gaps now that are easier to exploit. We kind of have pulled Ocon with us, but we have crossed a gap now to Hulkenberg. 3 seconds now to Gasly. We're running a tad bit slower, though, so probably won't catch him. But right now, I think we can run these tires, well, push fuel a little bit at least. And that should be okay. Norris' confidence has reached the peak level. That is beautiful. Hi, Marco. Did I say McLaren was bad? I don't think so. I think they're ranked 8th in terms of car. If standard pace is overheating tires, how do you push? You're going to have to sacrifice some tire wear when you're going to have to push behind other cars then. There's just no other way around. But the fact that Norris has reached peak confidence does allow us to have some interesting options there. I think for Piastri here, we just kind of have to live with the situation. We could push his tires, try and get by before we do maybe pit him a little bit early onto that second set of softs. Williams speedrun also this year? Maybe. We'll see. It'll depend on if we can develop a car quick enough. Norris actually did get overtaken by Ocon. Probably lost a little bit of confidence there. Went down to very high. He's struggling to get by again. But again, this is fine. But if their confidence is going to be that much fluctuating that if you get overtaken just once, you're going to lose all your confidence. I think we're going to struggle a bit here in the future with that system. Yeah, he went back up to peak there immediately. So DRS turns is going to be messing with the confidence if you have a couple of bad attempts. Piastri, again, not much. There's not really much we can do for him. He's going to be running the tires slightly warm here. We could tune down the tire use, tune him down to light. But other than that, there's not really much we can do. We could try and keep it as standard and drive him in clean air, as was suggested. We'll see how that works. But as you can see, right now he's falling back behind the others here. Bottas now has lost the DRS to Alonso though, so that should help us out a bit. Hello, Bobs. Peekaboo indeed. McLaren is one of my fave teams. I should probably update the stream title though, to be honest. Verstappen says fastest lap, not a big shocker there. Pit window has been entered, so what I am thinking here is that we try and push a bit more aggressively on the tires here. Try and catch a little bit closer to Gasly, maybe get him with a undercut onto the mediums here. And see if we can make something work with that. So go full on attack here for a couple of laps. We don't care if these tires die. We're going to be pitting very soon anyways. Getting a gap to Ocon is going to be way more valuable to us. And honestly, we can do the same here with Piastri. Have him try and close down that gap a little bit. Stroll does now pit. He's going to come out in traffic. And as you can see, Norris has actually kept these tires a bit more alive than we expected him to be able to. And he is catching Gasly ever so slightly. Well, half a second. While also giving Ocon the boot there. So as long as he's catching, we're just going to keep him out. I think it's fine. So we'll do one more lap. We are burning the tires quite aggressively here. Ocon does pit. We're going to have to cover him. So let's get Lando in this lap. For Piastri, he's running quicker than the cars front too. Don't really need to pit him just yet. And we'll see how that goes. There is mids race save now. I think they're available if I can open the menu. Save right there. So it does work. It has been available. Arab made them look bad. To be fair though, I think a lot of the bigger YouTubers and streamers don't really understand completely how the game works, which is good for F1 because it makes the game look way more complex than it actually is. But yeah, Piastri, we're going to keep him out for one more lap. It's a bit of a, you know, problem there. Norris is going to come out ahead of Piastri. And that should be okay. Oh, we actually came out behind. That's fine. We have the quickest pit stop by the looks of things. But we are going to have to tune down Norris. Again, this is annoying. Get rid of this. Let me tune the car. Because he's still standing on aggressive. We are wasting tire wear right now. Although we probably do want to run a bit more aggressively. So that one is way longer now. It takes... I'm probably going to have to do this. There we go. But yeah, running him on aggressive is fine until we get some temp into those tires. Then we'll tune him down. But we did come out ahead of Ocon, although we did lose a bit of time to him. He is almost within DRS now. And Ocon went on to a new set of softs. Well, not a new set, an old set. So that is good for us as well. And Norris now we can tune down before he completely burns those tires. Piastri should be coming in right now. Should tune him down before. And Alonso also pits. And Piastri is going to come out pretty far to the back. There's just no way around that. Let's tune it down to 1 here and see how we do. He had a pit stop error by the looks of things. Yeah, okay, so it's actually straight up time-based. That's bad. Like, if you need to tune your car after pit stop, that is bad. You should be able to skip that. That is a bit unfortunate. Did we not get a replay of what the pit stop error was? That saddens me. Norris now is running with Gasly and the rear Gasly's out on new tires. Well, Tsunoda. So we do kind of need to try and get the overtake done here. The only thing we really can do is just deploy and push fuel. So we'll see if we can get that done. We need to get by debris quick. We need to catch up to Tsunoda, catch up to Gasly, and try and stay with Gasly, of course. That would be good. We still have the concern here with Piastri's fuel, but I think we'll be fine. Now, Norris is 2 seconds behind Gasly. If we push, can we catch up? We're currently using fuel. And we are deploying ERS. We'll see if that actually, you know, gives us the chance to catch up. But right now, it does not look that promising. Gasly is running quite a little quicker than us. So, yeah, we're running about the same right now, and we are using a lot of fuel. So, I don't think we're going to be able to catch up to Gasly. It's just a bit unfortunate. But it is what it is. We might get him on the next pit stop, but it's still going to be a bit of a rough one. And I actually used all of my ERS there. That's bad. Piastri is still just doing his own little race there in the back, and it's unfortunate, but we can't really do anything for him either. That's the problem here. Put it back to neutral. Magnussen, still running on those old mediums. He's the only one ahead of us that has yet to pit, so I think we're still net 9. Ocon is kind of catching up to us, but he has softer tires, so that's not a bit too surprising. Looking forward to see how he progresses. I assume Araba. I think as soon as it gets a little bit more into the game, it's gonna have an easier time. It's usually how it goes. But yeah, Norris is going to be fighting Ocon for 9th if we can keep this going. And we'll have to see what we want to do with the tires. Because these have, I guess, 120 degrees is the maximum operating temperature before they start losing out. And for Piastri, we could probably run him a little bit more aggressively. Try and close down that gap. The tires are surviving better than we expected. Norris did get overtaken. Still very high confidence though, so I say it's okay. We have been keeping him on aggressive overtaking, so that is fine. And honestly, if Ocon runs quicker now than his teammate, which he is, by over a second, that could work in our advantage too. So we could just tell Norris to chill out behind, have Ocon use his softer tires to catch Gasly, and that would benefit us massively. But right now, it is looking good. Again, Piastri kind of did get shafted by what they, set his stats at, but it is what it is.
There's a
Show
yellow flag
ran
there.
wide. Spin. Let's see how he does recovery.
Yeah, I spun.
Okay, so he was moving there. Although we could only see, the top part of the car, he was moving. So that is very, very promising. Norris now 11th, still behind Ocon, which is okay. Magnussen, I was hoping Magnussen would slow down Gasly, but he didn't. We now also have Hulkenberg behind us on fresh softs, so I assume both Ocon and Hulkenberg are going to be going on the mediums at the end. I think. I don't remember what they started on. But we might have a tad of an advantage here with that in mind, because, well, Magnussen has yet to pit. If he's going medium soft, he might be a bit of a danger. But if he isn't, he's gonna suffer a bit. Now Piastri is behind show. Honestly, I think we're just gonna have to tell Piastri to be more aggressive on his overtakes. Turn off driving clean air. This doesn't really help here. Have him be more aggressive in his overtakes, even if it might cause chaos. I don't think we have too much of a choice there. Norris with a double overtake gets Magnussen and Hulk, and still within 3 seconds of
Let's have a look
the rest of the grid here.
Look at the McLaren driver here. There's the opening.
It does say if your tires are in a good window, I can show you. But yeah, Norris did that should have done wonders for his confidence. But the system does seem a bit too fluid for my liking. Like, it switches back and forth a little bit too quickly. If you go into the tires there, you can actually press the info here, and it'll tell you if you're in the optimal window, if you're in too cold, too hot, and it'll tell you the effects of the window you're in. So currently we are running optimal performance, get a lot more performance, and less wear. Piastri did overtake show there, so putting him on aggressive on the overtakes might benefit you. So we'll have to see here. If it turns out like this, doing aggressive overtakes might really be what we want to do. It just benefits you more. Currently though, we are running the same tires as Gasly, as Hamilton. Russell is on the softs, and let's be honest here, the only one we really can fight would be Gasly. Piastri's about to be lapped, so that's a bit unfortunate for him. But we're gonna have to see what we can do here for him later on. Norris though, still doing good. Still running about 3 seconds behind Gasly. Can't really do much here. We could try and push these tires a bit more. Won't really help. So for now, we can just relax a little bit. I am still seeing some lost frames, so let me know if it does lag badly. But right now, I think we're okay. Kind of okay to put it up a little bit higher. Again, Piastri just kind of going to have to do his own little thing here. Can't really do too much. Hulkenberg overtakes Norris. It's not a big surprise. I believe Hulkenberg is on better tires. Starting there with a little bit of a lockup. Magnussen finally does pit. Okay. Let's see what Magnussen actually pits onto. So Piastri's getting very closer to his pit run. As you can see, the tires have degraded quite a bit more than we anticipated due to the aggression. Hulkenberg is catching Gasly, so potentially we could, DRS back and forth until we get him. But Ocon has now pitted. Ocon should be pitting onto medium tires. So what we want to do here is maybe push these tires a little bit, but we'll have a massive tire advantage towards the end. So I think we're still fine. We'll have Hulkenberg here kind of drag us along. We'll stick with our strategy. And again, we could probably just pit Piastri a tad bit earlier here. Go full attack for a couple of laps. Norris is 5 laps away from his pit window. So we'll have to see what we do there.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, so Piastri did have a lock up there.
Currently yellow flags.
Let's see what actually happened.
Now there's the car of Piastri. Things were all right here.
Looks like he didn't have anyone cause problems for me, he just locked up.
There. Just unable.
Probably because we're running attack. But with that, the tyres are gone. Bono, so let's get him in.
Box now, box now.
Fuel is still a bit of a concern for him.
Box.
So we might have to save fuel towards the end as well. This kind of reflects the life he had in, well, reality. So we'll have to see what we do with that. I'm going to tune Norris up a little bit here. We are getting close to the pit stop. So thinking it's fine. Going to tune Piastri down because we're in the pit lane. And having Norris go aggressive should be fine. We could also probably go full attack now and try and chase down Gasly. Hulkenberg went off track. Keep Piastri aggressive here. Get those tires warmed up. Piastri still running 19th with Sargent, Hulken, Bottas, Debris, all of them pitting. So we are going to have to just have Norris push now and get in. We'll be burning tire life, but within the next 3 laps we're going to be pitting anyways. And Alonso has now caught up to us and is now in the mix. Now, Alonso is not someone we're going to be able to beat. It just isn't going to happen. So, what I'm thinking is, we're going to jump in now. It's about a lap or two too early. But this should, with the help of Alonso, potentially now give us the little bit of a tow that we need to potentially catch up and jump Gasly. That's going to be the goal here. Of course, we're going to have to try and get by all these cars, but I think it's fine. We'll be fighting for probably 1 point, but points are points, and we'll take that. See now when Norris actually comes out. So pit stop, 2.5 seconds, not too bad. Come out behind Tsunoda, I assume. Nope, just in front. That's perfect. Fifth fastest pit stop. Piastri is now running in the back. Again, can't really do anything for him because we don't have anything to play with. Not fuel, not anything. But Norris does now have a little bit of free air. Get these tires up to temperature. Maybe push them a little bit too if we need to. But it does give us a opportunity here to potentially jump. Well, Alonso for one. Maybe not. Well, we have already pitted, so they have not fixed that. We didn't jump Alonso, but sticking with Alonso here is potentially not a bad thing. Alonso is also on fresh soft, so that is good. And sticking with him should give us an opportunity to jump Gasly, but the problem here is going to be, can we stick with him as the DRS train gets gone through? Yeah, I feel like it's it fluctuates a little bit too aggressively for my taste. And as you see now, Alonso just flew by us there on the same tires. So the Aston is good, but I feel like if the Aston is the second best car in the grid, he would be higher than 10th by now. Let's be honest. In terms of Gasly, we're about 30 seconds behind, so he too has gotten a boost somewhere. He is on very old medium, so he's going to have to pit at some point. But right now we are hunting down Magnussen. Paris was fastest lap. Driver confidence is just a bit too fluid for my liking here. And as you can see, Piastri has lost a lot of confidence, but that's understandable. I don't get why he's running so much slower than everyone else. Because as far as I know, he doesn't have damage. He's running 31.1, which is faster than Sargent. But a lot slower than a lot of the grid by a lot, let's be honest. He's running 4 seconds slower than Verstappen currently. So it is a bit unfortunate. I think driver confidence was an attempt to try and make the game, well, make each race feel like a little bit more like its own thing. But I don't know if we can say they failed or succeeded at this stage. I'll give it a few more races to have a little bit of a think about it. I am thinking we're going to push for Norris now. Try and get by Magnussen. Push again. Gasly is going to be something that we're going to have to deal with at one point. Can deploy a little bit more. Put it to neutral now that we're at 50. And Norris should have no problem just going by Magnussen now, I think. Just fly by. Yep. Put him back to neutral. balance fuel load. And Gasly should be pitting very, very soon, because if he doesn't, we might be in trouble. Tires, we lost about 20% of our tires, and Gasly barely lost any. That's his last time we checked. Now, it would be funny if he is planning to stay out on those mediums to the end. That would actually be massively interesting. Piastri, again, can't really... the thing is, I can't really do anything for him. That's the problem. Just started with Alpha, but Theo as a third driver. Not a bad choice. He should be developing quickly. We'll have to see if we can actually develop Piastri quickly here as well. But yeah, the fuel doesn't make any sense. Right now, Piastri's lacking 300 grams, but... yeah, the difference between them isn't that large. Gasly finally pits, which means that we are up into 9th. And Gasly and Ocon will now start to hunt us down. Gasly will be on fresh softs that I assume he will push. He should push them if the AI is actually, taking tires into account. So we'll see exactly how that plays out. We have Magnussen on our tail, but it's just 7 laps to go, so I think we're fairly safe. Last lap 36.9, so we're running 1.2 seconds slower than Alonso, but Alonso's running about 5 tenths quicker than Russell, 2 tenths quicker than Hamilton. But yeah, the quality here kind of screwed him over. I don't know what happened to him. I should have paid better attention. But Piastri running 40, he's very... not really unreliable. He's very... how should I put this? It's just weird that he's so much slower than the rest of the field. I understand that he's on mediums, but at the same time, he shouldn't be this much slower. So Gasly's running 1 point... he's running quicker than us by 3 tenths, which is understandable. He is a fresher soft tire. But I think it should be quicker than that, honestly. If he is pushing his tires. Because he just pitted, he should be flying. But it doesn't look like it. What I think we'll do with Norris is tune his aggression down to medium, just in case, so we don't have any, mistakes here at the end. 4 laps to go. Norris at 9th, Piastri in 20th. It's jarring, honestly, that the difference is that huge. But for now, that will speed things up a little bit. We'll have to see if we might need to save a little bit of fuel for Piastri, but I think he'll be good. He has been overtaken, so he should be running 1 lap less than the rest of the grid anyways. And we are 17 seconds behind Alonso. No way we're getting him. We can just kind of take a chill here. Piastri lost 10 seconds to Sargent and Show, so... bit confused there. Danny Rick incoming for Piastri? I don't think so. I think we're going to do Danny Rick in AlphaTauri though, at some point. It's probably going to be the offline campaign, so to speak. Season objective? I don't think we really have a season objective. It's more just learning the game, see what has changed, figure out the best way to develop the car. Things like that. Basically what BKK said, have fun and learn the new game. Figure out what's changed, figure out how we can take advantage, things like that. But yeah, Piastri... that's a bit disappointing, but I'll take 9. First race with the 8th best ranked car. That seems acceptable to me.
That's for checking
Yeah,
right, Oscar.
Piastri is too low rated compared to his recent performances, but as they've said, the cars and their the driver stats are based on the start of the season. Basically, the Bahrain test, the Bahrain race, I guess, things like that. So I can understand it. Didn't really have much of a benchmark for Piastri in F1, but he's been really good so far, let's be honest. 9th in our first race, I think we can be happy with that. Bit surprised here that Alonso struggled that much to just get up into 10th with the best car there. Piastri did hold him off for 8 laps though, so need to keep that in mind. Initial impressions on the game? I think it's still too early, but so far I'm looking forward to exploring the new systems, personally. I'm a bit unhappy with how driver confidence seems to fluctuate wildly. Like you get overtaken under DRS and the driver kind of just gives up. So we'll have to see if they might tweak that in the future. Because the confidence is, like a ping pong ball going up and down. Not too many surprises here. Verstappen wins. We have the Ferrari 2nd and 3rd. Should have probably been the Aston. Well, one Aston at least. Perez 4th, Stroll 5th, then Hamilton and Russell. So no big surprises here, really. Albon being better than Sargent comes as understandable. But I thought Piastri would be better, I'll be honest. But with this, we're now 5th, which is, making the board happy. And in terms of pit stops, we are the 5th quickest. We're not that far behind Red Bull. And apparently there is a championship here. Does it? I assume you can get both drivers. Yeah, so that's why Red Bull got 40 points. Only one of our pit stops were in the top 10. Wish you could stress out the drivers a bit, but as you can see here, Piastri had issues on both his pit stops. Can't jack delay and a stuck wheel nut. So Piastri got, screwed over, so Norris could win. But yeah, I like that they actually give you a report on what went wrong. But Piastri has had a pretty unlucky start so far. He rolled 12.5% in a row. That's rather unfortunate. So they actually give you a development report after the race. So practice 16th. Qualifying 20th, race 20th. Okay. Sub driver. Didn't get any practice experience, which is understandable. We did fail. No, we didn't fail. Apparently, we paid a driver bonus to Norris. He has a bonus clause of finishing 9th or higher, and we put him in 9th. Okay. Nikolai Solov, 3-round F1 champ. I'll check Midco right now. So we don't make that much money either after races here. We make just 3.3 million. And if you consider that, you could usually make, well, up to 5 million in the last game. This might slow us down tremendously. Oscar stats, we know why he's fuel. Performance rating has been increased, so apparently Norris had a very good race and they just straight up boosted his stats. Okay. His accuracy, I think, went up from 75 to 79. That is 4 points if I'm not, mistaken. That might be a tad too volatile for me. So, I don't think there's any stats here that has anything to do with fuel. Which I think is just the fuel being, silly. So, yeah. He's basically 75 average with a couple of stats a little bit higher, some stats a little bit lower. So yeah, I don't understand it. It's a bit confusing, but we'll see here. I think also the reason why he has low confidence to begin with is the fact that he has, lower affinity with his engineer. So let's have a look here at the F3. If there's a man named Solov here. This guy, I assume. I'll give him a quick scout for you, honestly. Give a detailed one. It'll take a few races, but we'll get a report on him. Honestly, I'm a bit curious myself here on Porsche stats. So let's get detailed scouting going on him as well. Hello, Edster. You missed us finishing 9th with Norris and Piastri having the worst race that would surpass Latifi, I think. For some reason, he started with about the same amount of fuel as Norris, but the game told us that he would be running 2 laps low on the fuel. So I don't know what happened there. Okay, so all our parts passed scrutineering. We lost about 15% on the gearboxes. Well, a little bit less than that, about 10% of the other parts. Piastri did use more powertrain and ERS durability, which is very interesting to have a look at. Oh, sorry. Is this Norris? Yeah, it's Norris. He ran an extra lap. That explains it. And of course also practice differences. So it's just me overthinking. Bahrain race results. Oh, this is F2 race podium, F3 race podium. Boschung 1. Vesti 2nd, Maloney 3rd. Edgar, Bortoleto, Aaron. So could be the full results here. Hauge 4th, Hajar. Wait, is it lying to me? Is that it? Did it actually just default to the... Yeah, defaulted to the practice results when I click that. Okay, so Doohan 5th, Hauge 4th, Rashaw 6th. Okay. So this is good. Like, they just send you the results to your inbox. Okay, I can live with that. And as you can see there, we can actually have a look here at the results for F2, F3. So they have integrated that kind of nicely. Delete the Breeze from the game? I don't think they'll delete him. They'll keep him going because they'll keep him in the game because it is at season start. Like, he'll still be 4AT for this game. Yeah, it did say practice, so I figured it out. Just took a little bit of time here. Pusher, I did scout him. I don't know where he finished. We can have a quick look if that's what you're asking. If I can figure out where to have a look at that. That's race prep. Okay, did they hide it? So I need to go back here. F2, let's see if we can figure out where Pusher is. 15th, Behrman 17th, so they did not have a good race. By the looks of things, Pusher lost 4 places. But that is how it be. So we have a new ATR period. We might put it into the underfloor again, we'll see. And yeah, the car part inspection results, all of them are good. So that is nice. Let us continue. Needing to decide on a Haas reserve driver. Just want to real life reserves. Pusher or Doohan. Honestly, both of them should be, you know, good options. We can be too concerned in either direction. Pusher got shafted in game results, yeah. But I want to see Tom Starlett has low morale. The race engineer? It's because... I assume it is because... Well, he's okay morale, but I assume it's because Pusher... Help. It's because Piastri had a bad race. Suspension is in low stock, the second one. Are we making more suspensions right now? I can't remember. I think I am. So, for now, he'll just have to live with that one until it breaks. Yes, we're making underfloor, suspension, rear wing, and front wing. So, that's fine. We have money right now that we can upgrade the... We could upgrade the design center. Again, this is basically just to see what each upgrade does. So, by upgrading it this time, we're going to get an extra % in airflow for sidepod chassis, drag reduction for chassis, sidepods, and underfloor rear wing, front wing, sidepods, front wing. So, I think we are going to go with this upgrade. Who is not a real life driver. Oh, good. Then I don't know. Sorry. I didn't read the entire thing up. My apologies. One of the real life reserves. Okay. No Pusher doing. I honestly mentally don't have a full list of who's not a real life reserve. But I'd assume you'd find someone. We're going to upgrade the design center here. I want to try and get this up and see what it actually gives us. Facility has been upgraded, the weather center. Good. Underfloor reduced deadline. Okay. We actually overestimated how long it would take to underfloor the underfloor. Yes, the floor is made out of floor. Okay. Sorry, that made me laugh. We overestimated how long it would take to underfloor the underfloor. I assume what it was supposed to say is we actually overestimated how long it would take to complete the underfloor ML2032 project that you requested. I would assume that's what it actually was supposed to say. But yeah. So we had actually a event here. We are forced to approve of it. And it's basically, hey, you get your thing a week earlier. Congratulations, we did good. Which is very, very nice. Now, what I'm thinking is that we're gonna... Can I immediately improve the weather center again? I can't. I don't have the money. So we're gonna have to wait with that. I might need a reminder to do that. Hi guys, I bought the deluxe edition. Still can't download it from Steam. It is available, Nibba. You might just need to restart your Steam to force it to recognize it. It took a few minutes after it was supposed to be available for me to be able to download it, so restarting it could work. Behrman should be a good option, let's be honest here. Team Hub has also been upgraded. Boardroom has been upgraded. Underfloor is now finished. Okay, so we have a lot of things here to take in. Race prep for Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Now, we could gamble on, you know, doing some guarantees. We might actually need to, because we are lacking a little bit of money. So, one car above 15 should be doable. Unless we have, you know, errors. Qualifying position. Reach Q3. For now, we'll be a bit cautious. We don't need to stress about that. Yes, we are underflooring the underfloor. Just made a new verb. Okay, so team hub upgrade completed. We don't have money to keep upgrading, I think. Again, these are the things that I want to upgrade because, well, it actually improves morale of staff and drivers. I don't think it does anything this year either. Wouldn't surprise me. But the staff development is really nice. Race sim temp. Oh, that's because of the sponsorship. I just saw race sim temporary shutdown. Had a bit of a stroke. Boardroom upgrade is completed. The race confidence gain. Again, with how flip-floppy it is, it could actually be very worth it to maximize this. So, for now, I'll leave it be. We need more money, which means that what I should be upgrading is actually the helipad because it gives more payouts. And as you can see here, the monthly upkeep barely changes. So, let's put some money in the helipad. And the underfloor design is complete. The main problem now is we need to manufacture it. We won't get it in time for this race. No way. And it takes 8 days to make one. So it'll take 14 days for Melbourne. Which means that we could rush it. It's going to cost us a lot more money. But we'll make them normally this season, I think. And we'll be making just one. Because we can't... Well, we can't afford two. 2nd of April. Wish it would just tell me the dates, because this tells me nothing. Okay, so we'll make two normally. We might not have the second one for the race, but we'll save a little bit of money. Norris is going to be our main performance target right now, so this is okay. We'll make two of them normally, and I guess we'll just have one extra then, because we are going to need to save money in the long run. We can also start a new project, but as I just realized, we don't have money for a new project because we're actually poor. So, yeah, I don't think I want to go in debt. Going in debt was a surefire way to get fired last game. So we'll do this race weekend and then we'll start it. We'll lose like 3 days of development, but that's fine.
We're here in Jeddah, where the tension is boiling.
See if we can get a good result in this second race as well. I think we're going to fully sim. Okay, we actually start with some driver prep here. Okay. That's good. So Norris is running car 2. Let's get the car set up. Use the cheat sheet from last year to get the car set up. And I think we're just going to sim. Although, I'll check if we want to save an extra set of hards for this race. It might be worth it. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, that's good by me. There we go. That should be the correct setting. 7.5, 11, 9, 1. And we'll have a look now and see if we want to save any tires. So, compound performance here. Softs, they'll be quick for about 10, 12 laps. So they're not bad. A little bit over 3 tenths quicker. Degradation, around 10 laps. Medium to hard, however, is a completely different story. Mediums will be quicker for about 25 laps, with the degradation just being 200s between them, and they have 5 tenths advantage. So stay away from the hard, is what I'm getting here. What are the expected strategies here? One stoppers, okay. Could we pull off a one stopper soft medium? That's going to be the question here. Previous race result, historic results. It's a very short pit lane, so doing a 2-stopper is probably not the worst idea ever. It's also just 11 seconds with safety car and virtual. Honestly, I think we're fine with just simming the entire thing. We should still have 2 sets of softs, 2 sets of medium if we do. And those are on the tires that we do want to, you know, keep. So I'm fine with it. The fact that they are starting on the hard compound here, though, is worrisome, so... Let's try and sim and see what we actually, you know, what actually happens there. So we're going to simulate the session. and we'll see what results we actually get. How come I can't play it? It's on Steam. I ordered the deluxe edition. It should be available. Just need to see if we can get the download started. What will the car stats be like with this upgrade? I'm actually not sure. We'll have to see once this gets made after the race. So 17 to 18, soft, medium. Okay, so they are not following the last year's rules in terms of tire usage, which is a bit concerning. So they used a hard and a medium. Okay. And he used a medium and a soft. If they're not following the rules of last year and just use random tires, that's going to be very annoying to simming these things. Yeah. CNNK. One stop for Jeddah? Yeah, it should work. Graphics are so ugly? I don't know. I have everything on high ultra. So should be. Let's see what we want to change here. Honestly, this is okay. We'll let the AI try and tweak that. Same here. Let the AI try and tweak that. They tweaked it a little bit already, but as you can see, it's basically almost what we started with. Just 2 tags to the left on this one, like so, and 1 tag like so. And we're basically around where we started, although this needs 1 tag to the right to really get there. So we weren't too far off. But we're going to be simming all the practices here, and I just want to see what tires they're using, because if they've changed it up now so that they use different tires for each practice to get more playtime out of people, I'm going to be annoyed. Let's put it like that. Used a hard and another medium. Okay. They've used 2 mediums, 2 softs for this man. I assume he's going to use a hard and a soft now, if I sim it again. But that basically means that you're going to have to take charge now of practice, because if not, they're going to just, you know, cause some problems. Let's try this. That should work. Pressing Porsche to replace on, Porsche declined, said he was retired. Okay. I guess it's just a base, you know, excuse, and they somehow, you know, caused mayhem of it. Okay, driver confidence. They both hit high at least, so that's good. 94, 97. Can be happy with that. But I'm very curious what we have left now in terms of tires. They use 3 softs, 2 mediums, and a hard. Okay, so it seems like the rules follow, unless I'm mistaken, is that they're going to use 3 softs, 2 mediums, and a hard. So anytime you want to have 2 mediums or 2 hards available to you, you're going to probably have to do all 3, because they didn't use them in any, you know, specific order that made sense. I am curious though if setting the compounds here before starting simming might change things though. So we'll have to see. We might have a look at that a little bit later. So braking stability, we can actually change that just a tad here, which should bring his confidence up to maximum. And same here. There we go. That should help a little bit with the confidence. And I guess we're ready for quali. Yeah. The thing is though, if you're gonna do practices, even if you do them with 16x, it's still gonna take you a lot of time to get them done, which is just unfortunate. Extra time. Gonna manage to qualify. And we're gonna try this. So
Track should be green.
he has low confidence now. Is that because I tweaked their setups before? They lost confidence. Is that because I tweaked the setups before qualifying? No, now it's back to high. Am I insane, or did it say low there for a second? Hello Formula from Sergio. Probably not this stream. Maybe some other stream. Maybe if we get bored or I need a short break, mental break, we might do just a quick one. But right now I have no plans for it. And Sergeant is gonna block both of them. So we'll see. Hello, Rana. Red flag. Oh.
Box this lap, red flag.
That was quick. Hamilton. Oh. Yeah, I can see why that is a red flag. We got a lane splitter there suddenly. Yeah, mid-session saves will help for that. You are correct, that's So we just used a bit of tire for no good reason, but that's fine. 3 minutes after restart, cloudy. Okay, let's face it, we're still going to be using these tires for the first run. So it doesn't really change anything. Just loses a bit of quality time here. We'll have to see if we have time for more than one run. Yeah, we have plenty of time. So this is kind of a nasty little strategy that I figured out last time around. But apparently Piastri has the first box, so it probably won't work. But we have Verstappen now as kind of a tow for both our cars, so that might work for us. Russell and Debris, Hulkenberg decided to be roadblocks. And apparently we have set, you know, an outlap time. That's an interesting one. I guess it is as a result of red flag, but look at Verstappen just flying.
That is P3, your P3. That's a decent lap, that's a decent
Gasly
lap.
set by the time stunners.
I could
The
recharge
rebeat
on
us.
and box this lap.
We are going to have to do a run here on fresh softs. That's just not the way around it. Leclerc, 4 minutes, 36 miles the field. So yeah, that's an interesting one. I guess the lap time from that first one before the red flag just kept on going. Red flag in qualifying instead? Is that what you're referring to? I'm seeing a lot of drop frames again, so let me know if the stream starts lagging. 10 minutes behind. Okay, I need to send the boys out basically now, and even then it might be a bit too late. We'll see. But this is going to be a traffic nightmare. So we might have sent them out just a tad too slow here. Oh yeah, this is going to be a straight up traffic nightmare.
McLaren, good job. Let's check the track.
But we did get both cars out. Piastri's being held up. Norris got held up. So we'll see if Norris should be safe. Unless Albon improves by a lot. So we'll see here. What if AI drivers push? They should. That's the thing. Yeah, Piastri didn't improve. Not a shocker there. He was so stuck behind the car there for so long. So they made more spaghetti in terms of, I guess, Q1 madness, and I guess that makes sense. But if they're going to have this much spaghetti, they need to have penalties for people holding up others for it to really make sense. Okay, still high confidence, good. Let's get Norris through. They said that the AI will be using energy, fuel, tires, anything they have to fight for a better position. So in theory, they should, but we'll have to wait and see. Then Rick incoming, slower than Williams, not good enough. Honestly, I want to see if I can, you know, make Piastri develop somehow. That would be good. But if development is tied to performance, as it seems to be right now, then we could potentially have some pretty insane growth once we get a car that is lower rated than, well, higher rated than, better than what it rating would suggest. Sorry, I'm
Drive to the
just
Delta.
mumbling at this point, but we'll see.
Confirm.
I'm also wondering if we're going to have an incident of, you know, running out of fuel on the way to the pits. I had a lot of those during the Williams, the Canada Challenge, so we'll see if that happens here as well. But sending Norris out again, I'm going to be sending him out on the old ones, because I want to have 2 fresh sets for the race. Gives us a little bit more freedom when it comes to, say, crashes, things like that. And we're going to struggle to get into Q3 anyways, so gonna have to make make one of that. Lockups cost tire deck? Yep. We're all learning the game, only joking? Yeah, don't worry. Feel free to joke as much as you want, because I'm pretty sure I'm keeping Piastri. He was a top talent in 22, and he should be a top talent in 23. We'll just have to see how the development system actually works. So the Free and Sargent, we should have no problem beating those. Gasly Tsunoda is going to be the bit of a... Oh, I'm sending Norris up too late here again. I got a little bit too held up on the numbers. Norris should be okay, I hope. We'll see. Might have sent him out, as I said, a tad bit too slow there, but should be okay, hopefully. Running by Magnus now is not really great, but he did get free air.
That's a checkered flag.
And we basically sent him out as late as we could. Just reminded the stream, yeah. Let's see now if Norris can improve from 14th. Gasly holds him up a little bit in the corner. 12th, which is basically the same as last time out, so we'll take it. It's acceptable. Just a shame here for Piastri, but again, not much we can do. He'll be holding up Hamilton this time around, though, rather than Alonso. So he's at least getting some defending training.
It's race day.
Piastri isn't actually rated 78, he's rated 76. So he's even lower than that, unfortunately. They said they took results from basically the start of the season, so I can understand why that makes sense. But at the same time, not much we can do about that. Do I want to do a position gain thing? Probably not. Let's face it, it could make us a lot of money, but it could also lose us a lot of money. And we don't have either right now. So, expected strategies, one-stoppers. Everyone will be on the hard, which will be 5 times slower than the mediums, quite a bit slower than the softs. So we could gamble on a 2-stopper. It'll depend basically on traffic. It's hard to overtake here. So we might just copy everyone else and go for that 1-stopper. Probably soft to hard in that case. Medium or soft, both of them should be about the same. So with that in mind, stretching in the mediums could probably benefit us. Either that or we go hard immediately and then try and do something with that. If we were to pit earlier, are we going to lose? Oh, that's the wrong button. They moved it over here. So yeah, staying on the mediums or even pitting early on the mediums could benefit us. Let's see if we do this. So what we could do is start on the hards and pit onto the mediums around the time everyone else pits onto the hards. That could be cheeky. Antonio needs to keep the game fresh. It would be nice, yeah, honestly. The game is only just out. Give them a chance to fail. Jesus. Basically, the question is, do we start on the hards and try and stay with the others, have an advantage on the mediums? Or do we start on the mediums and then go into the hards, which most others will do? I honestly think we can go a bit more aggressive on the hards. As you see, if we run the hards aggressively through the entire stint, we can actually save time now. Quite a lot of time. So we could go full attack hards onto some mediums. So running aggressively, running... I think we're going to do this. We're going to go on the hards. We're going to be a bit more aggressive on them. We're going to wear them out probably a bit more than planned. Yeah, into sweat would be great here. Soft medium. Soft medium, I don't think they will last is the problem. It could be doable. But we'd have to stretch them quite a bit, both tires. So 16-13. It's actually quite a lot quicker. So we could do soft medium. The only risk here is if we burn the tires, they will hurt a lot. So we could start on soft, try and get up some positions. And it should be quick too. And also it's Jeddah, there are going to be safety cars. We can, I think that's actually not a bad shout. Start on the softs, go into the mediums. Because it does work. They will have enough tire life to pull it off. And at the same time, it should be quicker than any other strategy out there. So it's not completely bad. The only thing I don't like now is that you don't actually get, an estimation, like comparison. So all these are 1621, 1622. This one's 1613, so it should be quicker. But it's going to require a bit more management. So we're going to gamble on it, honestly. It's how we're going to get points at this stage anyways. Once again, they have different fuel weights, so I don't get this. Let's boost them up to 50. It doesn't make any sense that they should start on different fuel weights, honestly. I don't get this. I honestly don't. I need to just send a message and ask, what have you guys done to fuel? Because There's no driver stat, I think, that should have an effect on fuel, but both drivers are starting on different levels. So the fact that if it is tied to position, like he's starting 19th, means that he needs more fuel, that would be hilarious. So we'll see. We'll go with this, and we'll see how everything plays out. It could be a bad strategy, let's be honest here, but the fuel load being random is
almost time for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
quite annoying. Red Bulls, Ferraris, Astons, fight.
Away we go.
So in terms of tyres, a lot of medium runners, a lot of soft runners. No one actually started on the hard, so us starting on the hard, it could have been a, you know, brilliant idea. Apparently we also need to tog the ERS battle assist every time if you want to. Sorry, that's a bit too early. Hamilton has gotten Piastri, which isn't that surprising, but Piastri seems to be coming back. And then the tyre usage is standard.
No need to push the tyres.
Yeah, go
Copy
for it.
for our strategy is also correct. Here we go. Yeah. Currently we are kind of nestled in here. We have the Alpines, we have the Hasses in front of us. So Norris ended up with a ton of extra fuel here, but look at this. It says he has 2 kilograms extra. It says Piastri has 100 grams too little, and there's just half a kilogram basically between them. So I don't understand exactly what's going on here, but clearly Norris is slower because of the extra fuel. So again, I don't get that. I guess I shouldn't touch the fuel numbers at the start of the race, and we'll see how that plays out, because as you can see, Norris is quite a lot slower right now. And we already had the first incident with a car crash.
And we've had a
What do you
crash
think
on
about
track.
Plan C?
Here's the replay.
Question?
Heading down the straight. Not a lot of wiggle room here.
That should be good, yeah. And we
The
have...
impact on the car, it's quite clear. And that won't do their confidence any good.
Is Hamilton getting another little bit of a shaft? It looks like they touched, maybe lost an end plate. And someone has received a penalty here. It's Bottas. Yeah, right now we're going to have to need Norris to just push the... Maybe go a bit aggressive on tyres, should be okay too. He has free air. And as you can see, Piastri is just getting left behind back there. Although I did kind of waste the ERS there. Forgot about that. So even with deploy, Norris lost 2 seconds. I didn't see any incidents, so that makes me even more worried. So we'll have to see how this race is gonna play out from here. We'll also put him to high aggression on the overtakes. We'll do the same here for Piastri. But that does leave me quite concerned. High speed in DRS, basically also GG in 22. It was at one point for sure, yeah. But yeah, I don't think you're making a bad choice with Haas. They should be competitive from the get-go, and I think they'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, I don't know if it's because the other cars have had upgrades, or because our car is just slow, because I overfueled. But Norris is struggling. Look at Piastri struggling back there as well. So yeah, I'm a bit confused, honestly. Stroll P2? Stroll doing well, yeah, with Verstappen. To be fair though, Aston should have the second quickest car, so he could pull off something magical here. Go a little bit aggressive on tyres, see if that helps with keeping up the other cars. To be fair though, if everyone else is running their tyres on aggressive, it would make sense why we're this much slower. But at the same time, it would make it kind of hard to judge, so we've hit the point in now where Piastri is cooking his tyres, so if that's the case, we're going to have to really micromanage. And judging by the tyre wear, I'd say they are running their tyres aggressively. Look at it, it's down to 70% for some of these boys. So what is actually happening here, I think, is that they're running their tyres aggressively, all of them, which would be a bit confusing. Aston Martin's a rocket ship? Yeah, they have the second best car, so that's why I was surprised that Alonso was struggling so much. So this could actually be this could come out to be very, very interesting, because if they are going to go on the hards now, and they're burning everything to get there, we'll have to see where we actually end up. Because I'm a bit confused, honestly. Because this would hint that the AI just burns tires on certain tracks, which would be hilarious to me. Infinite pace DRS trends is still a thing. Well, Stroll is now down to 4th. He's having not the best race ever. Piastri still just struggling to catch up to the back of the grid, which are the 2 Alphas. So we'll have to see here. They might also be cooking off their tires a bit too aggressively here. They'll be staying on those hards for a long time. So we'll see. Hello, Willie. The stream's lagging sometimes. Yeah, I might need to tune down the bitrate even more then, unfortunately. Because it's... Apparently my internet is struggling with keeping up. Upgrading car performance. Well, we have the underfloor ready, it just needs to be manufactured. Piastri makes a move. But yeah, it really looks like the other cars are just pushing their tires this time around. Or maybe not, look at Leclerc and Alonso. So... I am slightly confused. Like, why this race they suddenly just choo-choo trained away from us. But we'll see, once we go into the mediums we should have an advantage because, well, everyone else is going on the hards. So, we'll try and stretch it so that we can get there, and then we'll take it from there. Game run well? It runs well, I haven't had any issues so far. No freezing, no like hiccups, no desktop crashing, anything like that at least. So, that's looking good. We might need to run top up for a couple of laps though, because they are using all of their energy at points. Top up is a new ERS mode where, as you can see, you get about a 1/5 gain from harvest, but it doesn't in fact have an effect on your lap times as badly as just straight up harvest does. So we've entered the pit window. We're getting very close to it. We might just want to push these tires a little bit for both cars now. Show has gotten both alphas. He's now starting to hunt that. So Show, Piastri. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Honestly, it feels a lot like 22, but with this race, I'm a little bit confused about why they pulled out such a huge gap basically immediately. But at the same time, I'm looking forward to seeing if the AI just has presets on how they push tire and fuel for certain tracks. I also want to figure out what is up with the fuel between the two. But so far, it feels like just a patch upgrade to 22, and that the main feature is the race replays, the scenarios, things like that. Had to watch the kids. So you missed the first race? Ah, no worry, David. First race was a little bit better than this one, though. We managed to get Norris into 9th, so... Hence my confusion on why we just immediately got left behind, but I guess we kind of fell back, lost the DRS, the cars in front, and that really, really hurt us. For now, though, we're going to go full attack, and then we're going to be pitting Norris at the end of this track, end of this lap, onto the mediums. And we'll do the same here for Piastri. We'll be pitting him onto the mediums as well. I think that is the best order of business that we can go for. Now, in terms of lap times now, we aren't that far behind. We're losing, 10ths every lap. But at the same time, it's a lot better. Magnussen does pit now. We're too far behind to really jump anyone ahead of us. So we'll just have to see here. 2.573, not bad. And 2.537, also not bad. So Piastri finally has a okay pit stop. And we will be pushing until we get, proper energy into tires, well, heat, and then we'll tune them down to standard. And we'll do the same here for Piastri. Now, the mediums should, in theory, be quicker than the hards that I assume everyone else will go onto to the end of the race. Someone actually went onto new mediums, so I guess the AI is doing something different here than from what was expected. That's interesting. That's very interesting. So Show is still staying out there with basically busted tires at this point. And we're kind of struggling to overtake him. Don't worry about it, BKK. Thank you again for your donation. So hope you have a good evening, day. Thank you. Have fun. Treated like Football Manager this year. Honestly, it's a bit too early really to make a decision because we need to get a little bit better car, see if the AI actually gives us a proper fight, things like that. So I still wait a little bit before making a decision here because right now the AI is deviating from what was the expected strategy, which is very, very interesting. So we'll see how that works out for us. Yeah, I'll be making guides fully, but it'll probably take at least a few days, maybe a week or so. Powertrain components? Well, the gearbox has gotten worn, the engine has gotten worn, ERS has gotten worn, so they do go down quite quick, but that is also kind of what we expect. Currently, though, we're running in 13th. In front of us, we have some cars needing to pit, but as you can see, no one has got on the hards yet. And the expected strategies here was medium soft to hard, but no one started on the hard, so a lot of them have gone to the medium. So the AI doesn't necessarily follow the expected strategies here, which is interesting for sure. Piastri might need a 2-stop, yeah. We'll see. He might. We're probably also going to need to push his fuel a little bit here. Extra weight in the car and all. Norris is getting kind of threatened here by Tsunoda. And we are catching Hamilton, but he's on very old mediums. I'm wondering what he's going to go into. He's going to just straight up go into the softs. We'll have to see here, because if every medium runner goes onto the softs here, we might be in trouble. Even more than we already are. So Hulkenberg does now pit. I believe Hulkenberg was one of those medium runners. And he did go onto the softs. Okay. So 2-stopper him might be in play then. Let's see here. Because they did say that, oh, the AI will aggressively challenge your strategy. So say that we go full attack here. And we add a soft stint. Would save some time. 16:09:06 versus 16:13. So potentially this could be quicker, going aggressive on the medium stint. Let's try for Piastri here. He's so far back anyways that we can try some new stuff with him. So we're going to go aggressive. We're going to basically cook these tires until we go into the softs. And we're going to see that changes things. Because if the AI is willing to just straight up go away from the script immediately, that's actually kind of good. Hope they fix the wet weather issue where only one car per team will pit. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that too, see if we get some double stacking. But it does look like, as I said here, that they're going for aggressive strategies where they're pushing tires. So I think we're going to do the same for Norris, just push it. We're going to be burning them, we're going to be losing a bit of performance, a bit of tire wear. But we should be still running quicker. So we're going to gamble here. We're out of the points anyways. Why not gamble and have some fun? Game did kind of jerk a little bit there. But yeah, looks like they're doing the medium to soft strategy. So I'm very curious if we can make something out of this then. But that explains why they might have been a little bit more aggressive on the tires earlier. And we are definitely cooking these tires. But if the AI is, as I said, flexible, honestly, that's beneficial to us. That allows for more fun. But flexible and unpredictable are two different things, so we'll see what we actually end up with here. Tires are overheating, we know. We accept it. But already, yeah, the AI is doing something I don't expect, and that is good. So we're actually kind of struggling here with just getting by, which is surprising since we're going, aggressively. And lap time's 34.5, 34 blank. We're still running slower than the cars in front by a lot. Like Paris running 31.3s. 31.6 there on science, so we're still lacking, but I think this is, you know, worth it to try. Because this actually opens up the door for more aggressive strategies, would be amazing. Well, I was trying to reach optimal setup with science to know that throws me out. I noticed that after repairs, you still have sparks on the tires. I think that was the thing in 22 too. Like, if a car caught on fire, you'd see it on the replay as well. So, might be an old bug that they haven't fixed yet, unfortunately. So, Piastri, although he is overheating the tires like mad here, look at this. It's actually keeping them very, very well alive. So, certain tires, I guess you can overheat without too much of a consequence. So I guess that's also going to be something we need to figure out this game. Which tracks can you just straight up burn your tires into a crisp and have, well, no consequences? Safety car has been deployed, and of course we're going to take advantage of the safety car, get both cars in, put on the softs, and that's going to be interesting. Who has crashed in particular here?
Safety car, Oscar.
Leclerc. There's barely enough place. I think he might have broken something else there too. The sparks below. I'm wondering about that too. It would be interesting if there is a way to cheese it. Everyone is pitting though, so we can't really. I don't think we'll get any advantage from this. Unfortunately.
Debris down the main straight.
Yeah, it looks like virtually everyone is pitting.
Yes, everyone is okay.
So we'll see. Ocon decided to not pit. That could benefit us greatly. Hamilton decided to not pit. 2.5. We get out of the pits there without any worry, which is good. Pit times good for both cars. Piastri up to 16th, so he's looking okay as well. Gonna be conserving, I guess. Going to conserve on both, just to be safe. We are gonna have to heat the tires up then once the safety car comes in, but that should still be okay. Now, Hamilton has 73, although the cars in front are a little bit lower, but this does give Norris a chance of points. For Piastri, everyone around is kind of on the same tire, so he's going to have to just straight up fight for it. But that safety car does help out Norris in particular quite a bit here. And we could potentially just run them aggressively to the end. These tires, we'll have to see. They are reaching temperature, so we'll be going from the get-go. Probably run them aggressive. Well, we probably should run full attack for the first couple of laps, honestly. And then, of course, push fuel. Tires are a bit cold there for Piastri. Let's tune him up a bit. I assume safety car will be in this lap. Oh, next lap. Bottas is the only lapped car. But we are saving a ton of fuel here that we can use. So that is good. And as we said here, we have some older soft runners ahead of us up to Russell. It's just a slight advantage, but it is an advantage that we will be trying to take advantage of. Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me, honestly, Willie.
Safety car will be in this lap.
Safety car will be in, and of course...
Restart, it will just be recharge off.
I'm thinking we just go straight up deploy here, and we'll leave deploy on for a lap. And we will just be going, as I said, full on attack here. See if we can get something done here.
Stay close.
Okay, the leader is dropping back from the safety
Let's see
car
now if they will do what they did last year, which is use too much energy on deploy and immediately have to slow down before the finish line. Okay, it looks like Norris is safe to just use deploy there, which is good. Might even get Hamilton here into the first corner if he's brave. Okay, he was very brave. Fortunately, Piastri couldn't replicate it. This is looking good. 10 laps to go now. And we have Hulkenberg in front of us. Oh bro, for some reason my expertise is so low, and like when the sign goes down without wind tunnel hours, how to improve, just put the sign on intense. Hello Alfred, honestly, I don't know yet. They've rebalanced it for this year's game, so some things have changed. So we'll have to see exactly what has changed. I'm still experimenting. But basically now they made it so that running balance might be the best way, the way that I'm looking at it, because they rebalance focuses. So we'll see. Norris is kind of losing out at Hulkenberg. We are kind of starting to cook these tires, so tune it down just a tad. We have fuel to push.
So Oscar, we can look after this time.
Yeah.
We're also going to be putting ERS into neutral, so we don't use all of it. Because we should have DRS2 pretty soon. Oh, okay. That looks scary. I felt like Norris went through the Haas for a second. I had a slight jump scare. Let's see now if we can actually just stay with the Haas until we get DRS. We are kind of struggling with that, so we're going to have to go full attack here for Norris. For Piastri, we're just going to leave him kind of running, but I think we'll go full attack for him too. Just burn a little bit more tire. Kind of going to have to, I think. And let's face it, it's just a few laps left, so even if we completely burn these tires, I'd still say it's kind of acceptable. But yeah, Norris is just not quick enough to keep up with Hulkenberg. So we might just need to try and tune down the tires, cool them a little bit. Yeah, we're just not keeping up. Go tune them down to standard. The same for Piastri, he's in a DRS train, so he should be okay. The new qualifying system from Hungary is in the game? Is it? Norris actually got overtaken. Immediately re-overtakes him though. We'll have to see though what we do with Hulkenberg, if we can actually catch him or not, because he's just outside of DRS, but I think if we push the tires too hard, we just lose too much performance from the heat. So we'll have to see what we actually do. Hulkenberg's tires are more worn as well, so it's a tough one, honestly. We'll have to figure out how they change the tire mechanics to figure things out. Piastri is losing out to DRS train in front, which is of course Norris. Not big surprise there. I do not listen to music. I just listen to the in-game music usually. I've been too lazy to set up my wavelength in a way that allows me to listen to music without recording it, so I have not. I think we should probably just gamble here now, pushing Norris with everything he's got. Can run aggressively, get a little bit more temp into those tires, see if that helps. But we are getting very close to the end here now, so I think we're just going to run attack for both cars. I still need to figure out exactly how the heat works, but I think if you severely overheat them, you'll be losing more performance than if you just slightly overheat them. But at the same time, we don't really have a choice here. We're 2 seconds off points currently, so pushing everything we have is probably the best choice we can. Like, we don't have a choice. It's the only option we have for trying to get ourselves in the points here. We're on the last lap.
This is the last lap.
There we go. So we are within DRS now, so we can deploy, use anything that we have.
And overtake is available.
But even then,
Okay.
it's gonna be difficult. So yes, maybe we've been able to eke out enough of an advantage now that we can actually make something happen. Because we are gaining. Hulkenberg will not have DRS. We have a zone coming here. And a zone here. So potentially now, we could have Norris sending it in these last few laps. I've been able to use softs for all of my qualifying runs mid-go. So I would assume that if it's in the game, it'll be for Hungary only, or it might be a regulation change, potentially. That would actually be kind of interesting. Go on, Norris. Last corner, you can do it. There we are.
Max Verstappen over the finish line, and today's
He's coming
winner.
back. What managed it? We actually got a point here.
That is the checkered flag, so we are...
Piastri though,
boxes right.
yeah, re-overtaken.
Finished
It's just
P10.
how it be.
Keep it up.
We're gonna have to
Half
try and
an hour
level him up
before
somehow though. But
Well-
it is what it is. Yeah, I would assume if the
That's
new one has
another
been added,
race
it
done
is a
for
regulation
Fernando
change.
Alonso.
So we'll have to see.
And no doubt, Verstappen fans will be celebrating the Dutchman's achievement.
What an excellent way to take a second win of the season, with a composed performance today.
And finally now, the drivers can relax after an eventful weekend at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
Go. Sorry, just once again, I forgot to actually update my stream tile, so it has just said release stream all this time. My bad. But yeah, we scored second place. Verstappen wins. No big surprise there. Alonso on the podium. Also not really a big surprise. It is what we would expect. Stroll kind of had he had potential, but he ended up getting shafted. He's down to 7th. And we did kind of screw over Hulkenberg, but we need those points. Driver Championship then. Norris drops down a bit. Ocon scored points. Both Alpine cars did. It is what it is. And that pushes us down to 7th now in the Constructors, which isn't too bad. The same with Haas points, so we'll do our best here. We'll see where we actually end up by the end of the season. Pit stop awards, we got 10th here with Piastri. We definitely need to go to a calendar, make some work happen. But AlphaTauri are doing well. Why can't I speak today? I think I'm thinking about too many things at once. So the pit stops went well. We had no real errors, but at the same time, we might need to work on getting them sped up a little bit there. So practice 14th for both. Qualifying 19th, race 17th, qualifying 12th, race 10th. I wonder if the blue one means that we did better than anticipated. I don't know. But it's nice. Made 3.4 million. It's less than we would with 22. But again, it has been a rebalance. Inbox here, car part inspection results, everything passed. I'm going to have to check what engines we're actually using, so that I can figure out when we need to switch them out. That is fine. F2 race podium, Doribula, Vesti, and Pocher. So Pocher here getting what he couldn't last time around. But yeah, we have Australia coming up in 11 days. Piastri's home race, so maybe we should give him the underfloor. Now, I did just remember that I did have a path that I needed to make that I kind of forgot about. So what we could do now is make immediately another underfloor, put in the CFD and winter allows again, and that should make this into a massive upgrade. But I don't know if they've rebalanced the paths as well. We'll have to see. And if we were to go do this though, and say go minimum lifespan downwards, which honestly for the underfloor is a no-brainer. Let's see that if we focus on low speed cornering in this one to kind of balance it out, we'd be jumping quite drastically here in terms of performance. We'd be better than 3 teams here. So yeah, it'd be quite a nice jump. Take full points for pit stop award, influence on the constructors or driver championship. No, the pit stop award is its own thing. Like, it's its own championship. So you now have a 3rd one. So it will have no effect on the races themselves, except for, of course, if you have slow pit stops. We could do this, just make another underfloor. But I'd like to see how our current underfloor actually, you know, compares. And unless we make one, it's actually kind of hard to get that comparison going. So let's go to our... We'll have one in 1 day. So we could lose 1 day of production. Again, money is a bit of a problem there, so it might be worth it to slow things down, just to get that one made. 388, 565, 747, 44, 45. Upgrade the weather facilities that remind you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Probably should do that, but at the same time, it's basically, do we focus on facilities or do we focus on the car, right? 2 million for the weather center. We won't be able to make anything with intense. So if we do this, it's going to cost us in that regard. So for now, we're going to wait with the weather center. I'm probably going to get mad at myself later on for that, but I say we should focus on getting the car a bit more upgraded. It's either chassis or side pods. Honestly, if we make a chassis, it would be a slight upgrade to engine cooling. Let's see, it also has a pretty extreme lifespan here. And if we put in time here, it will improve the... Yeah, it won't be worth it to put in time into it, I think. But what we could do is play with the sliders. So minimum lifespan here tuned down. It's going to lose about 2 races worth of lifespan here. They're 6 to 11 usually. Could also extend lifespan, but as you can see, that is a massive loss. This is actually a pretty big gain all around, as you can see here. We beat out another car for 1. So we'll have to see here. I think just making minimum lifespan parts, particularly early in the game, might be worth it. You'll be spending more money on the parts themselves, because you're going to have to make new ones. But it will help with, you know, boosting these stats. And if I'm not mistaken, because this works like a slider, it might actually give you more boosts to when you run intense to these stats, which would be hilarious. But it might. So we'll have to be testing that too sometime in the future. But yeah, unfortunately, it won't be doing that at the facility. I probably should have. Let's be honest, it would be good. The thing now is that I'm wondering if they've done something to engine cooling to make it worth investing into. So we're going to be a bit silly here. We're going to sacrifice engine cooling. We're going to sacrifice the lifespan. And we're going to make a chassis here that will be quite a significant upgrade for, well, a lot of things. Cooling was still already pretty bad at cooling. So we'll see if it actually has an effect on engine durability or not. Because we are actually kind of running low on money. So we'll go for velocity, we'll go for cornering, and we'll see if it ends up paying out. For the engineers for this, we'll just use all 4 we have available. And what I'm thinking is that we'll do it... We could go intense, 2.1 million. I don't think it's worth it though, honestly. We do need money, that's the problem. This will be done in 24 days. So we'll have it for Baku. We'll have 1 chassis because they take probably 12 days to make, so we might not even have 1. So what I'm thinking is we'll make a normal chassis. And then we'll make a underfloor later on if we decide that we want to upgrade it again. We could also move over some engineers, I think. Yeah, you can freely change the engineer size there. So it's not really a concern from that perspective either. So yeah, let's us move ahead to Australia. We should have an underfloor incoming. Helipad has been upgraded. So let's see, we'd have to pay 480,000 to upgrade it. Take 4 days. We'll actually have it from the Australian Grand Prix. So let's just get it upgraded. We'll start focusing a little bit on, you know, picking up sponsor goals. That's 15 and above. Front wing has been manufactured, which is good. Let's see if we can actually, well, not manufactured, designed. And it'll take 3 days to make. So we'll have 1 for Melbourne. And it'll be, again, quite a sizable upgrade. So we will pick up 1. Let us go ahead and make 3 of them. Should we make 4? Probably. 4 is probably a good bet, honestly, in terms of how many front wings we want to make. And we're also going to go ahead then and immediately head back to the warehouse. Go to the underfloor. And we'll be installing this on car 2. On Lando's car. Which is kind of mean before his home Grand Prix, let's be honest, but at the same time, you kind of need to improve the car. Do they even have a car analysis anymore? There we go. Pressing E does nothing, unfortunately. Rank on grade, car attributes. Okay. So let's change it to car 2. And as you can see, this is the grid average. We are lacking a bit in top speed, we're lacking acceleration, we're lacking DRS effectiveness by quite a lot here. Low speed, yeah, we're lacking everything compared to the grid average. And if we say put in the Haas, which is what we're going to be fighting, we're actually high in top speed right now. Still lacking acceleration, lacking DRS. What happens if I use the chassis for more distance than its lifespan? I'm not allowed to. Basically, the way the game works is that after each race there'll be some scrutineering, and if your part does not pass that scrutineering, it'll just be removed from your pool. You'll have to make a new one, manufacturer-wise. So that is how it works. I don't think they have any random failures, so as you can see, this is durability left on the parts themselves. This front wing has 58, the rear wing 66, and the lower they get, the more risk of them failing the scrutineering. I'd assume it's once they hit below 30% that they might just be, you know, thrown out the window, but it is what it is. So the power loss threshold for the Mercedes engines is actually 65%. We can use these a lot. We can bring them pretty damn low. Thermal resistance is also very high. It has max thermal resistance, so does that mean we can just throw engine cooling out the window? Maybe. Fuel efficiency, third best. Gearbox durability, 64%. I believe this is when they start losing performance. And ERS, 59.5, so keep that in mind. The engine is still usable for quite a bit longer. But yeah, in theory, once the part reaches its lifespan, it should, well, after its minimum lifespan, it can fail. And after that, you'll just have to, you know, manufacture a new one. We do need to manufacture a new car piece. I wanted to see if the underfloor was worth making yet another one from car 2's perspective. And if we invest immediately here, CFD and MAU hours again. And again, I don't know if the underfloor is going to be the best thing to invest in. It might actually be a different piece. We'll have to see. But if we invest and do the same thing we did last time, it is going to be an upgrade. It's not going to be a super massive upgrade, but it's still going to be an upgrade that will bring us up to 13th. So it's an investment. But let's say that we do the rear wing instead. How would that look? 16 to 27, 37. Because I think we're actually making a rear wing right now. Okay. Side pods. I just want to see if we tune this down. So even making a side pods right now would be more beneficial than making a new underfloor, I think. But the parts have been more balanced, like the stats have been balanced. So we'll have to see what actually is the best upgrade part there. I'm a bit unsure. Engine stats permanent? Do they change each season? They've been permanent for 22. Haven't heard anything about them changing for 23, so I'd assume they will be permanent between the seasons. Seem to be pretty much the same stats as last year's, with some slight changes. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure they will stay the same. After seeing the engines, I wonder if they print time. I guess we'll see at the end of the season if there's any changes to them. Do we want to throw engine cooling down the window here too? Like, I'm tempted to make a car that will straight up just destroy its components for fun to see how things work, but we can save about 5 kilograms here on the side pods. So that alone would be a massive upgrade. So what we could do is try and maintain cooling as it currently is, and boost the other parts in turn. This would be a pretty nice upgrade. Now, if I were to put in CFD and MAU hours, how would that affect it? A slight bump. Do we want to use the second period on the side pods? It might be worth it, honestly. It would boost our acceleration a bit. I don't know why it would boost the second class acceleration that much more. Yeah, Red Bull powertrains should be they will be the most powerful engines. It's just switching them out that might have become more expensive. That's probably something also we should check, how much it costs to change your components. But yeah, I think we're gonna make a side pod. I don't think we're gonna be putting CFD into it though, but we're definitely gonna be making just a side pod now, probably normal. Because the stats, even without the CFD here, is still quite an upgrade. So we'll go ahead and do this. We're probably just gonna have to make it normal because we don't have the funds to make it any other way. So we'll make a normal one. And that is the thing right now. Money does actually seem to be kind of tight, so we might just have to slow down projects due to that. So we'll see. McLaren and Honda GP2 engine. Maybe, we'll see. Suspension and rear wing projects will be done after the next race, and then we'll have a bit of a break before Baku. Front wing design complete, we already did that one. Race prep for Australia. We are going to want to do some performance targets here that are, you know, finishing one drive in top 15. It's not going to be a lot of money, but at this point, actually, every little helps. One driver in Q2. It should be okay. We have gotten Lando the upgrade, so unless he gets severely blocked, that should be okay. And if we could now pass this lap somehow, that would also be great, but we'll see. And if we get both of these going, we'd be very happy with the amount of extra money. Player will still have to have what the AI teams actually do, no inputs provided. Yeah. What I did want to check though, it was, let's see, if we want to buy another engine. Okay, they have really up the prices for engines. Look at this, it's 5 million now for a new engine. That might change my opinion that Red Bull is the best one, because I think this goes in under the cost cap as well, 5 million. How much for a new ERS? 2.5 million. Gearbox is probably the same. Gearbox is still 1 million. Okay. So yeah, making sure the engine doesn't wear out might actually be, you know, it's quite important now, honestly. I wish you could just see. I wish you could just see how much of a difference it would be to, say, swap into the Red Bull engine. But yeah, I guess we'll have more of an advantage later in the season. And I'm really wondering how the cost cap is going to work now, because if an extra engine is 5 million,
It's wonderful.
then a lot of teams are going to be poor. Like, you can't just shit out 3-4 extra pieces like we did in 22. It just won't work. Okay, so let's see here what we actually have. I think we have a front wing too for Norris, which will, you know, boost him quite a bit, but again, comparison between the two cars doesn't really help me a lot. So they've done something silly there with they made it really difficult to just have a look at the stats of your car versus other cars, and well, I'm not a big fan of that. But we have a front wing and we have an underfloor that we have put on Norris' car. Unfortunately, Piastri, we don't have one for you. It's just how it be. It is unfortunate since it's also your home race. What I will be doing though is have a quick look here at the cheat sheet, and we'll be setting up the cars accordingly, because, well, they didn't really change setups much at all. So using the cheat sheet or the calculator is still a very viable way of getting good setups, and since setups are not high to confidence, it's very understandable why one would like to do so. Let's see, is both cars set up correctly? It looks like it. Now, I want to start both cars on the softs here and see if they do 2 softs then. Because again, we want to test, see how the AI picks the tires to use. So we'll see how that works out. That depends really, what exactly are you looking for? Are you looking for a challenge? Are you looking for learning the game with maybe a better team? Things like that. It'll depend on what your goals is, what you're looking for really. Okay, so both Norris and Piastri used a medium. I assume they used a soft plus the medium. And the setups are 99 and 97 already, so that is good. Let's see what they actually used. He did not use the soft that I put him on. He used a hard and a medium. And same here for Piastri. Okay. Check the compounds here to see what we want to keep. So they're all fairly equal. We don't want to use the hards if we can't help it. Softs will be 3.5 seconds quicker than the mediums, and they'll be like that for almost 20 laps. Mediums will be quicker than the hards for, well, the same hards for over 20 laps, so at the same time. Want to try and stay on these 2 compounds as much as possible. Pit lane is short too, so 2-stopper is definitely on the cards here, for I would assume everyone. So as long as we have 2 softs and medium, I think we'll be good. So with that in mind, we'll just sim the rest as well. The worst one? The worst one is a choice indeed, yes. Wait, are we having wet? Ah, it's just wet Saturday. Which means quali could be very interesting. For now though, we're going to keep these car parts going until they hit the threshold. The gearbox is going to be an issue. We're probably going to have to buy a few of them for both cars, but for now it's okay. Engine does start losing down to 65, so we'll probably be using this engine for, I think, a race or 2 more. We'll see. For McLaren, stick with Mercedes. You want something usual, use Ferrari's engine. The engine that blows up, I think I want to kind of try and avoid that one. Okay, so only 87 here for Norris. Okay, I guess that is due to the car parts not being completely, set up perfectly, which is understandable. We are going to have light rain here, which could make this quali incredibly interesting. Change it like that, should bring him up to 100. And this is basically a gamble if it's left or right for, Piastri. But we'll move him a tag left, and if he loses a percentage of 2 of, confidence, we should still be okay. Now, we don't know when exactly it's going to start to rain, so I think we're just going to leave things be as they are, and we'll get right into qualifying. See now if we can get the cheese going with Norris and Piastri, because if you send your car very close to the car in front in 22, the car behind will have a very good, drag effect. What's it called? He'll be able to follow closely and gain a lot better time than the car in front. Now, it's actually going to rain. It's going to rain immediately. Okay, so that is why everyone is out. That is actually good, because that's not how it worked in 22. If it started raining immediately, they would still just wait. And as you can see, Piastri actually did beat Norris' time here by getting, the drag. So we could boost Norris' times too by doing that, but right now it's looking bad for Norris. This might be a yikes moment. Okay, so we're gonna have a little bit of rain, but we're gonna have probably a free run at the end. But again, our weather forecast isn't very good,
Yeah,
so
a lot of rain.
Okay, understood.
we might be wrong here. But everyone did get a run in before the rain. That is good. AI usually wouldn't do that. So that is very, very good. Long run, always turn you down, close motivation. Honestly, you can start with a midfield team and still have plenty of fun, I think. So they decided to go out on the inters, all of them. Okay. Norris is currently 7,000 away from safety. So I'm really hoping that this rain is going to dissipate before the end. We'll have to see there. If it doesn't, we might be in trouble. But I think we'll be fine. Gasser became a champion in the first season. Yeah, I think AT is a little bit more nerfed in this game. They're going to have a bit of a harder time. So the rain is just going up, which, well, the weather, as you can see here, it's updating. Water on the track is actually rapidly going down here, so might be good for us. Track conditions change to dry, and as you can see, everyone is currently doing a little bit of a another run now. So we'll wait until it becomes completely dry. And I think now is when we're going to have to send our cars out. And we're sending our Piastri just a tad close again. And with this, we should have a fairly safe run unless Russell decides... Yeah, Russell's on a run here, so he'll be a roadblock that we'll have to deal with. Intermediates of a powerness remain in 23. We'll have to see. We didn't have any rain just yet, so it'll depend. We'll have a pretty clear clean run right now. Only Russell would be a roadblock, and it looks like Norris will pass it very nicely. Piastri might have a bit of a harder time, but hopefully shouldn't struggle too much getting by him. And we kind of just need Norris to improve slightly, so he gets into Q2. Norris couldn't... Oh, he did improve. It just took a little bit of a second there. Okay, both drivers into Q2. Very nice. We did kind of use Norris there as a pulley to help Piastri, which is kind of what we're going to have to do if we want Piastri to have good results there. So we're going to do the first run on the older compound. Honestly, though, we probably should just start on the fresh one, in case it's going to start raining immediately again. Let us see here. It is basically going to start raining immediately again, and once it starts raining, it ain't going to stop. So we send out Norris, then we send out Piastri.
Should be green.
And it might seem a bit cheesy, but it works. Pole statistic for drivers. We can have a look once we get done with this race weekend. You're going to have to remind me, though. Okay. So, Norris and Piastri. We're still, quite behind some of the other cars here. Actually, quite a lot behind the other cars, so we probably should have waited for the track to rubber in a bit. But...
Your P15.
Yeah, right now we don't really have any way to improve.
Copy.
Have to send him out on the Inters to just try. And even then, I don't think we're going to improve here, which is unfortunate. But our car is just that slow. But again, we should have probably sent our cars out last in that DRS train. It's just habits from 22. So yeah, we got P14 there in that flying lap, no improvement. And it is going to stay wet to the end, so we can't really improve here. Okay, 14th and 15th are potentially worst quality so far in terms of Norris. Oscar's best, so that is good. Paris actually takes pole in Q2. We'll have to see how they do in Q3. But generally, I think this looks good. So, Q3, Leclerc actually takes pole. We're used to seeing that. Williams has better HQ facilities than Alpine. Really? I believe Williams is the the team that constantly says that their facilities are pretty bad. And compound performance there again. Yeah, we want to stay on the softs if we can. The mediums, so I can kind of avoid the hards. I expect strategy set on one stoppers though for most of the grid. Some might go soft, hard, medium. We'll see if anyone actually does that. Because last race, no one did actually go on the hards. So what I'm thinking is that they might have changed things so that if you make a strategy, the AI might copy that. Which would be hilarious. Like, they'll copy it if it's quicker. So what I'm thinking we're going to do here is we're going to start on the softs. We are going to go on the mediums. And potentially we could pull off a one-stopper that is quicker. So we're not going to put the strategy in. We're just going to start on the softs for both cars. And we'll make decisions as we go. See you around, Willie. Thank you for watching. Hope you have a good rest of the day. Go for soft med. Could do that. Or we could, as I said, go for that one stopper. But what I'm curious about is I want to see if the AI follows the strategy again. Or, I don't want to update it. Or if they actually straight up will copy the player strategy. Because if so, difficulty is basically what you make it then, which is hilarious. So this would be about 8 seconds quicker. Basically around the same as doing a one stopper. So we'll see what we can do dependent on where we, stop. We could of course do aggressive on the runs, which will save us a bit more time. So again, it'll depend. I don't know if the current pace target here takes into effect that you might overcook the tires, things like that. So we'll have to take that into effect too. Seems like the best strategy is to not to pit too early, from what I can tell. The AI definitely yours. The thing is, I'm curious because, again, the strategy wasn't in the list of what we could expect the AI of doing. But since I made the strategy and saved it, the AI, I think, chose it because it was quicker than any other strategy. So I'm not going to save the strategy that I'm going to do here. I'm just going to do soft to medium or soft medium as Yuda here suggested. But I won't put it into the editor. Like, I'll leave it as is. And we'll see if the AI does anything that is unexpected. Because if their way of making the AI adapt is stealing your strategy, that's not really adaptation, that's just copying. So, expected strategies here, again, they will touch a hard tire at one point. We will see if we actually end up with them touching a hard tire at one point, and we'll be staying out on the softs to start with. So, this is going to be a bit interesting here. We'll do softs, maybe just a one stop to medium. It'll depend on what happens during the race itself. But it should make it interesting here, because I'm curious what's going to happen. We're also not going to touch the fuel this time around and just see what we actually end up at. Because, well, currently they have a bit of a difference. But we'll see if they actually adapt it to the driver. That would be kind of interesting if the driver actually has an effect on the fuel.
The fans here in Melbourne, brace yourselves for the Australian Grand Prix.
So, Ferrari, Red Bull, Aston. And the first thing we want to do is actually put the overtake aggression to just high.
Just use the chance now. Yep.
And Piastri had a good start. Norris had a bad start by the looks of things. Oh. Yeah, that's annoying. He just slowed down and fell back. That's something we saw on this track in particular in 22 as well. Oh. Albon there picked up a little bit of a penalty. So, in theory, Albon should be given the place back immediately because he, well, he got it by driving into us. I don't think we got any damage though, but at the same time, that should straight up just be Albon having to give that place back. And yeah, we avoided damage. But at the same time, that's kind of interesting that he can actually just power through. He did get a penalty, of course, but at the same time, that should have been, a classic just give the place back moment. So yeah, it looks like the drivers are using different amounts of fuel, and they just give you what is estimated for the driver to use. So that is interesting. But for now, we're just gonna have to stay in the DRS train, but we're gonna have to catch up to that DRS train first. So, bit of a concern there.
Pack is low.
Did use all of our energy too, which is bad. So yeah, we lost out of DRS here, potentially. We'll have to see if Piastri can sacrifice enough tire and fuel to, catch up to it. Because we do want to try and stay in the DRS zone. As long as we stay within DRS, we can potentially, catch them on the pit stops. But yeah, this is a bit confusing, honestly. So, most of the cars are on mediums, some are on the softs like we are. We'll have to see if, as I said, they will make something happen. Albon did lose a lot there. So, in terms of tire wear. So we'll have to see what we can do here. We are gonna probably have a bit of struggle here. Albon has already gone left behind. So Piastri should probably have no problems really overtaking him. But as you can see, we are losing a lot of time. And I'm not really getting why.
Let's try and catch up to Albon.
Honestly, at this point, I'm tempted to just tell Piastri to let Norris go.
Not easy to overtake.
Let's get back in the rhythm now.
So what I'm thinking is that we might just have to go a bit aggressive on the tires because
100% pace, please.
we actually have the temperature to play with here. Where we can push a little bit more aggressively. It was a poor start indeed. Let's tune down Piastri a little bit, allow Norris to go. And have Norris try and chase him down now. Tune him maybe a little bit more aggressive. Currently Norris is actually cooling his tires because it's so cold here on the track, just 22 degrees. Yeah, he did lose a lot of confidence, but he actually lost that much. But he wasn't the source of the crash. That's annoying. It should be available to play if you have the deluxe edition. So, deluxe edition does have the early access. Should be available on Xbox 2 unless I'm mistaken. I'm pretty sure it should be. But yeah, currently it looks like we can actually go full attack here without really getting into too hot of a temp territory. At least aggressive should be okay. But track temps are going up. Car still drive like on rail. Game seems a lot harder. I don't think it's going to be that much harder. It's just getting used to it, learning the new mechanics. Currently we're still running a bit hot here, so we'll tune them down to standard. But yeah, I guess having Norris tow Piastri is probably not the best idea. We might need to do it the other way around. I don't know how much the deluxe edition is in other currencies. I know it was about $70 in Norway, so I don't know what it would cost other places. Okay, multiple cars crashed. Is this a Piastri incident with the front wing?
That incident looks to involve Oscar Piastri. Right, let's
Harder
have a look
equal
now.
better? Yeah.
Around turn 3. Tries to get by.
Okay, so he lost an end plate. That's gonna make it a bit more troublesome here for Piastri. I'm thinking we're gonna get him on the mediums, and we're probably gonna do a soft stint towards the end. He's also got a penalty here. We're going to switch out his front wing. And honestly, it doesn't matter if we switch it out because these are the base rings. It's fine. We're also going to be serving the penalty by the looks of things. So that is okay. Stop time. Yeah. Looks like we might just do that. So that's good. Let's just get him in and we'll see what happens there. I did have him running aggressive with low confidence. That is kind of what we expected, honestly. But, yeah, we served the penalty. That should still be okay. The fastest pit stop. 13.4 seconds. It's because we pit it first that is the fastest. But yeah, we do want to have him go attack now. Get the heat into these tires. And he will have free air to run in. Kind of just running by himself. So, honestly, it's okay. Norris actually got a move done on Albon, which is very nice. We can actually go run him up aggressive again because his tires have cooled down. And we'll run Piastri aggressive too and see if he can actually keep those tires within the best temperature while running aggressive. So, Norris is trying to get a move done here on Tsunoda. And he might get that done if Tsunoda loses DRS. Right now he's definitely aggressively trying, so we'll give him the push. And as you see, these tyres probably will not make it to the end of the race, so we're going to have to be pitting him again. That is fine. In terms of lap times, he's running 24/7s. That is not quicker than everyone, but it is quick enough. Albon does pit there. So, and we also are running now those tyres a bit hot. We are going to have to stretch these down to 30% if you want to try and do a one-stopper there. Although doing the two-stopper is probably more advantageous to us because we have been stuck behind other cars for quite a while. So what I'm thinking is we go full on attack, we get Norris in a tad early, potentially, but we'll put him on the mediums, and then we'll put him onto an extra set of softs towards the end.
We don't want to overcook the tyres.
I think that is
Cool.
the better strategy here. So we're going to get him in onto the mediums. It's going to come out very close to the back here. Luckily enough, he actually made it out ahead of both Alphas. So that is going to be pretty good. 2.5 second stop time. I do need to have a look at the stop time thing again. Ah, that's bad. Multiple cars crash, Show and Bottas.
Yes, yes, we have. We've had a crash. What happened there? Here we are down at turn 7, with not much room to move.
Okay, he immediately got back on, but a lot of the crashes just seem to be, you know, slight touches side by side. So that's a bit weird. So currently Piastri is running the tyres aggressively, but they are at the same time being, you know, they're slowly heating, but they are within that good operable window. So we'll do the same for Norris. We'll put him on aggressive as well, and that should be okay. Both Show and Bottas pit. They actually double stacked, so AI does now double stack if both cars have had an incident. Gives Piastri a bit of breathing space there, boosts his rating a little bit maybe. We'll see. But that means that the AI will maybe put double stack in the rain too now. We'll have to see. Yeah, Norris is running 23.8, so except for Perez and Leclerc, he's kind of running the quickest time. But I think there's some DRS involved there, and of course they are on very old tires, so don't know if there's any, you know, benefit to that. Well, Show has gone onto
We've
the
got
hards,
the yellow
Bottas gone onto the
flag
softs. So we're having a bit of a different types of strategy here, which is good to see. We'll have to see though if we can actually make something out of this from Norris with, you know, running aggressive on these mediums until we get to, you know, a final soft stint. If that's actually going to pay off or not. So recent ERS never feels always low. Neutral is basically we don't spend anything, but we don't gain anything either. And I should really put on this. I keep on forgetting. So honestly, we should probably run top up. Top up means that we gain a little bit. On some tracks, as Ren says here, and Monaco, for instance, running neutral is a very good way of just gaining ERS energy. But on most tracks, it really won't work. ERS, you kind of need to focus to get it back up. And although I would like to have more than just 25%, it should be more than enough for our users here. The ERS ballast is also a new system where your driver will save some energy to defend or attack if he's within range of a different driver. So it's basically technically automatic use of ERS, but we'll see if that actually works. So lap times there, we're looking good at cars behind us except for Sargent, 22.6. He's running quick. So we'll have to see if we can make something out of this race just yet. I'm wondering if running attack is actually viable here in terms of heat. We might be switching back and forth a bit in the future. Should also push fuel a bit more, get it down to about 0.3, 0.4 maybe. Well, sorry, minus 0.3, 0.4. And I think we'll still be okay for the remainder of the race there. Kind of just want to try and close the gap here to teams in front. But yeah, running fuel while running the tires is making them overheat slightly, so we'll tune that down. Hamilton is unsurprisingly running a lot quicker than us on fresher tires, so no shocker that we're losing out to him. Assist weight is a thing. I would assume that, as I said, using extra fuel is actually a good thing. We'll see. Yeah. top up here is basically you regain a little bit of ERS. It's a new setting for this CS game, but you lose less lap time. Harvest is the good old one where you, on some tracks, be incredibly slow while using it. So you have both options there. Okay. Let's have a look here on what we can expect in terms of strategies. Now, these mediums will last a good while. As you see, they're actually degrading slower than expected. They're actually, even though we're running aggressively, degrading about the same as if we were running them normal. So with that in mind, where do we want to put in this final soft stint? Probably as close to the end as possible. Let's see, around here? Around lap 41, okay. So currently, most of the cars actually went onto a medium stint. The only exception is Show and Bottas. The Williams both decided to go for another soft stint. So the expected strategies aren't really the expected strategies no more. Again, Verstappen, Sainz, Ocon, Gasly, Hamilton all went on the mediums. They're kind of copying what we're doing. So that is interesting. Yeah, overtake mode does not exist anymore. Yeah, track temps do impact tire wear. Lower track temperature means you can push, well, not really can, it means you are going to have to push harder to keep the tires alive. And as you can see here, the tire wear for Piastri in particular is pretty bad, so I would assume that, honestly, they might have changed it a little bit so that the smoothness now has a bit more to say, which would be interesting. Smoothness might actually now be an important stat. Yeah, drivers would be complaining about the lack of grip. You are correct on that. But we are going to have Piastri here just push these tires as hard as he can now until the 30 mark, and then we'll be putting on soft for about 20 lap stint, which is going to suck, but should be more than doable. Norris running 11th here, still good 13 seconds behind Hamilton and co. Not much he can do at this stage other than just do his best, really. So we kind of want to pit him too fairly early now. So we're going to be pitting him probably within the next few laps. So we'll have him just to run as aggressive as he can. Russell pits now as well. So within the next 4 or 5 laps, we'll be pitting Norris as well. We should run his tires way more aggressively way earlier. But it is what it is. Yeah, they might have rebalanced a lot of things there, but smoothness is actually now in a good stat. We'll have to see. So Piastri 2.5. And Norris still will be pushing for a couple of laps more. Piastri still came out in 19th. He still has Bottas ahead of him. Bottas is on old softs. Show, I'm pretty sure, will not be pitting again. I don't see that happening, so I wouldn't be too concerned about him. But now that we're going to get these tires up to temperature, then we're just going to keep on trying to make them last to the end here. Norris though still has a lot of left in his tires. We could probably run them aggressive far longer. So that might have been a mistake on my part, but we'll see. Piastri though is closing down to Bottas quite aggressively here by over a second each lap. And as you see, Norris is running 22.7s, while Piastri is running 23.2s, 22.4s now. Now he's quicker. So it does take a little bit of time to get the tires really working. I think the higher you get them to the optimal temperature, the better. So that is something to keep in mind. I still think we can run a lap or two longer here for Norris. Although, 22.9s now, he's starting to run even slower. The Russell has pitted, Stroll has pitted. We're going to have a hard time getting into the points here no matter what we do. We are going to need a safety car. So, Norris, Hulkenberg, Magnussen, Sargent, Albon. With that in mind, let's push one more lap. We're going to come out behind Magnussen no matter what we do, I think. So, we'll push one more lap here. Just so we have a little bit extra tire life when we actually do go on these softs. so we can make some changes to it. But yeah, the AI doesn't really copy you. I don't think so, at least. But they do make changes to a strategy other than what is expected. So they might want to have a look at that and update that, because right now new players are going to be so confused why, oh, the AI was expected to do this, but in fact they did, you know, something completely different. And I think that is unfortunately going to confuse some people. So they might need to revisit that and make sure that it kind of matches. So Norris is now a grand total of, well, 26 seconds away from points. And we'll have to see if we can actually, you know, remedy that. So we'll tune him to aggressive. I don't think it should have any problems catching Hulkenberg. It's just a matter of when. We could also probably run them a little bit more aggressively, but as you can see it from Piastri, running it like this too will be risky, getting him to the end. So we'll just leave him be, and we'll do the same here for Norris. We might tune Norris up as we go a little bit longer. But for now, we should be okay. Norris does also have the upgrades of the underfloor and the front wing on his car, while Piastri does not. How many races will I be doing this stream? Honestly, I don't know. I'll keep on going until I'm bored. So I might do 2 more, I might do 10 more, who knows. I will have to take a break at some point though to eat, so I guess that is the limit. We'll see though. There we go, Norris has caught up to Hulkenberg, gotten by him, still 8 laps to go. 22 seconds though to points. It's going to be a bit of a struggle, but Ocon is a very, very old mediums here. And, well, we're running a second quicker, but we only have 7 laps, so yeah, that's not going to happen. Unfortunately. Now, Piastri here, we might need to tune down a little bit, but I think he should still be okay. Honestly, even if we tune him down, tune him up, it won't matter. He'll still be 18th. 20 seconds down to Bottas, 12 seconds up to De Vries. But we are closing down quite aggressively here, actually, on Ocon. So let's just full send it. It's going to be difficult, but if we got him, it would be hilarious. Confidence is going upwards. I just want to see how close we actually can get here. And of course we can't do this for Piastri, he just doesn't have the tyre life. 3 laps to go. We're going to get pretty close, honestly. If I'd gone a bit aggressive, a bit more aggressive on the previous tyres, it might have been a lot better.
Yep.
But right now it's okay. Tyres in terms of overheating here, they're kind of overheating, but not super. So I'm still fine with it. So we close the gap down to at least 8 seconds. Currently we're running 21.2s, 23.1s, so we're gaining about 2 seconds there towards the end. 4 more laps and we would have gotten him. And then potentially also up to Hamilton. So that is promising.
Max Verstappen over the finish line.
Yeah, Piastri 18th. We haven't really been able to get him to work, which is really unfortunate because he has proven in, well, reality just how good he can be. 6 seconds behind Ocon. So we had opportunities there. I just didn't capitalize on them. Miami should be the final race. What, of the stream? That would follow last year's recipe, though. Let's be honest. Verstappen, though, won every race so far. Still 11th with Norris. Piastri is 19th. And in the constructors, we still retain 7th. Haas didn't score any points either, so we can be very happy with that. 9th best pit stop, so we probably should have a look at the calendar. Pit stop calendar to see what we want to do. Haas and Alfa Romeo, as well as Mercedes, hasn't had a single really good pit stop yet, unfortunately. And this was the penalty. And of course the wing change, so no surprise there. And as you can see, we're just slightly behind, but we are pretty stable, so I do like that. Good practice, good quali. Norris wasn't very happy with his apparently, but race result was okay. Not too good for Piastri. again, looking forward to figuring out how exactly the development works, but we did reach our performance targets, so we'll take that with us. Design complete, the suspension. Let's go ahead and manufacture it. Manufacture the underfloor is completed as well. So what we're going to do is actually manufacture the suspension for both cars. It actually takes 8 days per suspension. So we're going to make 3 of these. We are going to be running kind of... we're going to just be running with 1 to 2 extra parts, which is less than you would in the other game, of course. But I think it would be worth it for this game because, again, the pieces cost more. We have more of a, you know, concern with the cost cap, because right now, cost cap, we have about just 80 million to spare. So we'll have to see exactly how we play that out. Yeah, fuel difference seeps up. Piastri finished with like 2.3. I think it's just a bug, like a very annoying bug that we'll have to handle somehow. Because if a Piastri is running into the races with way more fuel than, you know, Norris, of course he's going to suffer. But I need to figure out exactly what is causing that, because it's just weird. So I would assume it's a bug, Great White. It's what makes the most sense to me. March in Formula 1? Okay, so this is like one of those, you know, law building emails on Alpine. Objectives finished with strong midfield championship position. Update on the standings. Engineering team are creating some fantastic new car parts. Okay, it seems pretty, you know, it seems pretty generic, but at least it is something. So, driver development update. Okay, so Norris did not get an accuracy upgrade. It went into cornering and adaptability. For Piastri, cornering, braking, and adaptability, and won that. I thought I saw Norris with 75 accuracy at one point, but I might be mistaken. Okay, it was 79 all the way. That's my bad then. But confidence? We have medium confidence. Okay. This says high, though. I'm confused. Very confused. The suspension design is complete. We have started manufacturing. The underfloor manufacture is complete. We started an extra one, I believe. Front wing 2. Put one on Piastri's car. Now, rear wing should be out pretty soon, and that is actually important for Baku. So that's looking good. Financial report, car development update. Okay. Sorry, I have hiccups. So, this one actually splits up 38 cornering into the 3 different ones, which is interesting, because the, you know, the main one doesn't do that. Top speed is good, acceleration is bad. We're gonna have to work on cornering a bit, but, sorry, it makes sense. Porsche 1, Through 3rd, Barnard, Marty, and Solov. Just sacked Piastri for DNF'd in 4 of the first 6 races. Did you have him go super aggressive and it backfired or something? What do we want to develop next? So I want to have a look at the underfloor in comparison to see if we invest everything into it again, if it's going to be worth it. $314. So yeah, this is compared to our current one, which again, even if you slide everything to the left here, this is not a huge upgrade. 37, 27, 16. Let's check that in comparison to the front wing. Upgrade still overpowered like last year? Not really. I haven't seen anything that is super overpowered just yet. Okay, so... Unsurprisingly, this one is mainly focused on low speed. But it is an upgrade on everything. We could tune down brake cooling a tad here. Sacrifice some brake cooling. But the underflow would be a better investment, for sure. Let's see here if we were to say put it into... We already made a suspension, that's the problem. I think we're just gonna make another underfloor. It seems to always be the best option. It's either that or we put it into the rear wing. So we could make a new suspension as well. Put things in. But we already made one. So it won't be this much of an upgrade. And it is kind of hard to estimate what is a good upgrade and what isn't. So again, this one will be mainly low cornering. Brake cooling would help out a lot. So it'll still be an upgrade, but what I think we're going to do is do the classic. We're going to put it into the underfloor, and we might just do another one later on. We could also slow down development of the car, focus a little bit on research maybe once it unlocks, and maybe try and get something done that way. As you can see, this is a pretty decent upgrade all around. It's gonna... Again, this doesn't make sense because both cars have the exact same components. So... Again, doesn't make too much sense here. Like, this says car 2 is better, but again, they have this... Well, car 2 does have that suspension, so I guess it is better. So it makes sense from a certain point of view. This would give us quite a bit of a boost on a lot of things, so yeah, we are going to be making this. And I think, again, just keeping it balanced is probably the best bet. It's either that or we focus particular, you know... Okay, this might work. Huh, this might be interesting. So maximizing one thing might be worth it. Like, we are losing a lot in other, you know, in other areas. But at the same time, the gain might be worth it. We'll have to see, though. For now, though, I think we're going to keep on doing the balanced strategy that I've had so far. So, we'll have to see. Only in one of them, it'll also cost us to have a double DNF at Imola by ramming Lando. Oof. Yeah. What I'm thinking of done here is actually just said, well, last year was everything to the right. It's now just the balanced one. It's kind of weird to say it, but that is what it feels like. So I think we're going to keep things as they are. The only thing we're going to minimize is the lifespan. And I think we'll still be okay. And as you can see, they made it quicker to develop parts. They've also made it more expensive to develop parts. So we'll have to see exactly how we handle this. As far as time goes, currently I think we're tired. Well, they will be okay though, so... What does gym training do? Streets. We'll put them in the gym for a while. And it should be fine because we don't need this full rest. Which sounds, you know, kind of, you know, mean, but it's okay. It's a thrill checks. Okay, so basically you can focus on certain areas where you might make mistakes, or you can just chuck it in the gym. So you boys are going to be living your lives at the gym. I want to see some strong men come out once you're done. And that should slow down. That should lower pit stop times, which is good. Okay, this is the current fatigue. Is this is estimated fatigue done? Yeah, it should be. So, okay, we need to rest. Gym apparently takes a lot out of them, which is understandable. But it seems to be limited as well. I'm a bit confused about this. We'll see how much work it. And got a safety car? I've had one safety car so far. 3 red flags. Lewis crashed in science. Yeah, Lewis actually caused a red flag in quali and then a safety car in the race. A month break because the Chinese GP has yet to return. Yeah, WNF brought out WC. DNFs were always a safety car. Yeah, most of the time. Again, I'd like to just have this one make more sense, because right now what I'm understanding here is that it's gonna be... Yeah, they're gonna be tired. But I don't understand why, if we're resting them for so long. Let's try this and see where we're actually at once we get to the race, because, again, training schedule doesn't make much sense. Let's reset it. No, I didn't want to... Okay. Let's go custom. And what I assume is they're currently tired. Because right now it doesn't make much sense, no matter how I look at it. Because, again, the fatigue here makes me a little bit confused. I would assume this is now and this is future. But, again, very confused at the moment. So let me just try and set up a proper... Pit stop time, okay. Guess this one is okay. Apparently the wheel gun is where we make the most errors by seeing that the chance of mistake goes down. But I'm still a bit confused how the fatigue and tiredness works, but for now this will be okay. I'll figure it out later. And after this on Scout Driver's Tail and Solov, not yet. I don't think they have been fully scouted yet, unless I am mistaken. Let's just double check. 2 scouting in progress, so not just yet, unfortunately. But I did see Solov end up on the podium. Does that mean how tired they may be? Maybe. The thing is, what I'm confused about when it comes to the pit crew here is this is their current fatigue. It says 15. And if I go into the schedule here, this one is all the way to the left, this one is all the way to the right, and it says tired. So what I'm assuming this means is after this race, at the start of next month, they'll be starting at 46%. But I'd like to know how tired they are at this moment before Baku. That's what I'd like to know. Because I'd like to keep them within the blue for the race weekends, but otherwise I don't care if they are red. But if this calendar only tells you how tired they are at the start and how tired they are at the end, it doesn't actually tell you anything. It just makes things confusing for no good reason, which is just annoying to me. And that is how it seems to be working, unfortunately. Helipad has been upgraded. The sign has been completed. The rear wing is here. Very good. And we are going to be making a couple of these. Unfortunately, I don't actually have manufacturing slots to make them. It'll take a week before we can actually do that. So, yeah, we'll have to see if we can actually get them done in time. I think we still should. And do we want to make another rear wing right away? Maybe, maybe not. Currently, I'm a bit undecided on what to actually do with these in terms of, what we should invest in. But making a new rear wing right away is probably not necessarily a bad choice. Make one that is focused on DRS effectiveness would actually be really beneficial to us, drag reduction. Oh yeah, this could actually be a really good wing. Let's make this rear wing. Look at this, 0.68, 15.41 increased DRS effectiveness. I think this could be a good one. So let's just get that into the cook. I don't have the money for a intense one, so we'll do it like this. But yeah, again, I would really just like to be able to click and see how tired are we expecting the pit crew to be at this state and why. That would be nice. Helipad upgrade complete. Let's just maximize this. We do need money. And it is a good way of getting money. So I can live with it. Hi Nenke, welcome back. Porsche scouting complete. Here they are. They did pop up mid-go pretty soon. So let's have a look at Porsche's profile. Performance here, 82. Pretty good all around. Lacks a little bit of overtaking, but good pace stats. Lacking a little bit of smoothness and consistency there, but that's fine. And the other one, Solov, 57. Has decent reactions, lacking a little bit in the other base stats. Overtaking is low, adaptability is low, defending is low. But accuracy could potentially be a good one to develop, honestly. Baku Sprint, got 9th and 11th, but no... 9th and 11th with no drama, eh? Manufacturing complete of the front wing. I think I put both of them on the car, but let's just check. We're also going to make the rear wing while we're at it. And it's going to take 3 days per part, so we'll make 3 of them. That should be enough for now. And we'll go into the warehouse here, front wing. It should be installed on both cars, and it is, so we're safe there. Tom Stallard has low morale, we know. It's Piastri's race engineer. They don't apparently work well. Car statistics, yeah, I'll have a look. Regulation mode, though. Okay, first regulation change, minor technical ones. These seem to be a little bit more aggressive than they were, you know, last year around. Basically, high speed versus low speed downforce changes for everything. Let's go with high speed. Honestly, doesn't matter which one we actually choose. We're gonna have to deal with it anyways. Next step now is have a look at the car statistics. Yes, car analysis. So this is the grid average. This is our current car. Unfortunately, they have removed the... We can have a look at different parts. Rank on grid. So the chassis, we have a bad chassis. Front wing, could be better. Rear wing, could be better. Again, this isn't the new one, it's the old one. Side pods, underfloor, and suspension. Suspension does need a little bit of work, so keep that in mind. And again, in terms of car performance, say to the Haas, we are behind. The only thing we beat them in is top speed and the fact that we carry less extra weight from parts. So I'm looking forward to see if the AI will actually make less durable parts, but right now we definitely are behind by a lot. So we need to get some of the car developments going here. Underfloor has been designed, well, not designed, manufactured, so we have one extra. Sponsors VIP experience. I have been considering ways to encourage sponsor support by bringing them close to the action. Special VIP experience at the upcoming Baku Grand Prix lead to larger sponsor target payouts. However, their risk is involved, so we could gamble on a 3-time payout for successful sponsor guarantees, but the penalty will be increased by 2 times. So this is actually kind of interesting in terms of money, because I'm wondering if that's going to count for this one as well. Unfortunately, this one won't finish next race, but if this one gets tripled, that would be massive. So we'll go ahead and accept that. 3 times payout for 2 times penalty. We'll accept it. Any tips to start our own say with McLaren? Honestly, I don't know. I'm still very inexperienced in this game, so in terms of development strategy, it seems like they've balanced the parts more, so your underfloor isn't super important anymore. It's still great, don't get me wrong, but it seems like suspension might be a bit more important. It seems, you know, side pods might be a bit more important, chassis might be a bit more important, and it's just figuring out how exactly the economy works. So the pit crew is currently exhausted, so they're currently 51% fatigued. And where did I find the pit crew development again? So we'll have to see if we might want to just slow them down a bit. They're supposed to be tired at the end of the next one. I assume this is fatigued before the next race. I hope. But for now, we'll just leave it as be cumulative. Again, I don't know. We'll see. How much rest does this give us? Okay, it actually does tell you. Oh, it's what? Okay, I'm just an idiot. It actually tells you on the exact date. It does what I wanted to do. I just didn't see it. The AI better? I think the AI has more flexibility in the strategies. They don't necessarily use the strategy that the game tells you they will do. Like last race, it basically told me that every strategy we use hard. I saw one AI on the hard. So they will not stick to a strategy. They will actually do the strategy that is quickest. And they will most likely also be pushing tires. So they are way more flexible. If they're better or not will remain to be seen. but they are definitely harder to deal with than they were in the last game. But again, it remains to see if it's programmed for each track or if they're just straight up flexible. Remains to be seen. I like the game. Happy feet. I'm still struggling. I'm still working to get into it. The way the new things work here. But yeah, the calendar actually does tell you this. It just did it in a weird manner that I couldn't connect to. So they'll be tired at race day. Okay. So we'll leave things as be. They'll be well rested, kind of. Let's have them rest here instead. See where we actually end up. So they'll be tired on the race day no matter what by the looks of things, even if they're well rested here. So we will chuck them into the gym. And we'll chuck them one more day into the gym because what I'm fine with having. Okay. So if they get into the wary territory, the pit stop error mistake increase by about 20%. So whatever you do, don't let them be wary on the third day. I assume that's going to be bad. But tired should be okay. Seems to be about a 0.4% error increase, which is nothing. Honestly, it is nothing. Let's see, can we force another training before? No, that puts them into wary on the race day itself. Let's not risk it. We could, of course, power through while our team is bad, but we'll wait it. I'll be making videos probably for most things, like I did last year. Probably some extra videos as well, but I'd like to understand the systems first so I don't misinform. Yeah, happy for you. You'll basically need to upgrade more parts. Gym training Mondays and Wednesdays. I'm thinking here, I think that still will bring them into... No, we can do a Monday of gym training. They'll just be tired. That's fine. We'll give them a little bit of morning training. Okay, I need to confirm the changes. There we go. But yeah, I'll be focusing on... I'll be making videos focusing on that later. But yeah, happy. Definitely, underflow is still very, very powerful, but it seems like they've balanced the other parts a bit more so that you can't just focus on underflow and wings. You're actually going to have to make all parts to, make things make sense. Helipad level 5, good. We have run out of money though, so can't really do anything. Overall rating increase on Tom Stallard. He has improved his performance rating. The sign of the chassis is complete, but I don't think we have any slots. Well, we just got one. So the chassis is going to take 10 days. I believe that is less than 22. So we'll have one chassis for the next race. And as you can see, we don't have we only have enough money to make one. So we'll go ahead and do that. But they definitely made it now so that doing intense and everything just isn't possible. You run out of money, you run out of cost cap, you'll have to balance things somehow. So we're actually not going to be using all our design slots all the time, which is an interesting change, honestly. Okay, so the high-speed cornering downforce changes went through. Red Bull was the only one voted against. Okay, that's interesting. Chassis design complete. We already fixed that. Again, can't really do a new project because we don't have money. So that is fine. Underfloor in low stock. Honestly, that is fine because if that underfloor explodes, I'm fine with putting you in an older version. Sidepod design complete. I don't think we have money to manufacture it, do we? No, we don't. Blocked insufficient funds. Bull won't even let me take out a loan. But it is an upgrade, for sure here. It's going to break the cooling a little bit, but it'll make the car lighter as well. So, yeah. We'll have to wait until we get money. Chassis manufactured. Sidepods well, not sidepods. Suspension manufactured. And once again, we're going to be putting the suspension here on both cars. That should be no problem. And car part attributes here. It's still lacking a little bit, but that's fine. And the chassis here we're also going to be giving to Norris, which should make him a bit more competitive. It's still a bad chassis in terms of engine cooling, but it's starting to get thin in the other stats. So we'll have to see. Front wing is installed on both cars. The rear wing should be installed on both cars too. There we go. So we can have a look at the car analysis once we get this done, because right now we're actually lacking money, which almost never happened in the other game. When do we focus on research for next year? I don't know. I haven't actually unlocked research yet, I think. So, well, I might have unlocked research just now, so we can have a look at that, honestly. Idle scouts, it's fine. To be honest, we could just fire them. I don't think it would make much of a difference. Let's see. I am allowed to do research now. Okay. So it doesn't tell you what... Well, it does. It just tells you here, minor technical changes next season. So let's take the front wing for an example. As you can see, the expertise reduction is right there, but it's in percentage, and the benefit is not. Okay. That's a bit silly, but they do have a big marker that tells you what's going to happen. And we can, of course, focus it, but again, it doesn't tell you how much we're losing. And that is a bit of a problem. Gonna have to probably lodge a bug report about that, because that is a bit weird. Research still costs the same as design costs. Can't really, you know, up it any way or shape or form. But at the same time, money is going to be your main constraint. And I'd say research is probably a good bet right now, honestly, in terms of making progress. Because again, money is actually a bit of a constraint here for me. But we'll have to see if that is the same for other teams. So research does seem to work the same as last year. But as shown here, you do have an issue with the fact that... Sorry, that's the wrong part. You do have an issue with the fact that the kilonewtons here are expressed as a percentage here, and expressed as a research benefit here, and I assume it hasn't taken, you know, this away. That's the only way that I can, you know, translate this, which again is a bit of a problem, but it's something we can deal with. Research might now be very, very good for developing a car, but we'll see. Got a fourth red flag at Baku. Gaslight Hamilton. Maybe it will be in the board menu. What are you thinking of? Decent budget, 55 million. Rating band, profile. It actually has your best finish, so I assume this is your statistics. Yes, it is. That's your profile. Rules and regulations. Okay, yeah, you're actually correct here. I could actually find the exact numbers in this menu, which is kind of silly. But it is what it is, because these numbers are going to change as you make new paths. Well, if I make an upgraded front wing, these numbers are going to go up, because they take a percentage of what we currently have. So, yeah, we're going to have to deal with this as we go. But, yeah. You can find the exact numbers here. Thank you, Ninka. That was a good shout out. It'll make it a lot easier to, you know, get the estimations correct. Now, keep in mind that sponsor targets here are going to be paying us triple, so we do want to gamble. How high we want to gamble, though, is a different question. We have been getting 12th, so let's try that. This should be... We'll pay 100,000 if we fail. We'll get almost 400k if we succeed. I don't think the math is here. We'll see once we're done with the race. Hello, my biggest fan. I'm a big fan. Yeah, I can see. William says similar to last year. Are you thinking about the speedrun save or the Canada challenge? I will be making guides down the line, but for now I'll be just streaming for at least today. We'll see what I do tomorrow. Yeah, you were correct in what we could find. Reach Q2 though, with one driver should be doable. We could potentially get both into here. That's a bit of a gamble though. But it's a gamble that could pay off hugely, so let's go for it. Let's just check that we have everything that we want on each car. So this car has a load of new things. I don't think we have a sideboard ready. We don't. We don't have a chassis ready for him either. But this should be okay. You had the front wing early, that's why it's damaged. Yeah, looks like we have everything on the cars, so we're ready to head to Baku. The speed run? I might do something similar once I learn a little bit more. Need to figure out what's the best strategy for developing your cars before I do something like that. You can move teams without starting a new game now? You can't yet, Chaza. You'll have to wait until September when they add it. Try Palu for FP1. With the sponsor goals that I put in right now, and the fact that I'm gonna have to pay double penalties if I fail them and get triple payouts, I think I'm gonna give Piastri every advantage that he can. Unfortunately, we could give Palu a run in the next race, probably Miami. At least I think it's Miami, and see how that works out. But for now, we are gonna be just trying to maximize, you know, right here. So, let's see if I can find Baku here on the list of setups. Because the order has changed from last year's game. Baku is now way early in the season than last year. I think it was 7th race? 8th race? 9th maybe? I should be not sure. I think it was the 8th race. And now it's the 4th. So, with that in mind, it has moved up quite aggressively. Get the setup here in order. And there we are. That should be good. I think once again we'll be simming. And for this race itself, we are going to be switching out the engine ERS. Well, not the ERS, but the gearbox probably. So this is probably the last time this engine is going to see real use before it becomes a practice-only engine. Yeah. If you get fired, then you can also move teams. I don't know if they've implemented that yet, but it would be funny if they have. So Norris actually got 9th in FP1. Promising. We also hit 96 and 90 on the setups, which is good as well. And I forgot that we're going immediately into the sprint here, so I really should have done this manually. Hello, Razak. Now you can make a monster car and then play catch up on a different team. Yeah. Making Mercedes in the team. But yeah, I forgot about sprints. This is actually the first sprint we're gonna be having here. So I should have had a look at this before we did this. But it's okay. We're going directly into quali, then second practice, then sprint. So with that in mind, we could use this engine, but it's going to start losing out. So we're going to upgrade the engines. We're going to upgrade the gearboxes for both cars. We'll have to see if the AI starts switching past round 2, or if they're going to let them, you know, die before they switch them. Because since this is quali, I'm pretty sure that we will not be able to switch them afterwards. Maybe. I don't know if they've changed the rules from last year's game, but we'll see. For now, though, 90% is still okay. It's not bad, but I should have kept in mind that this was a sprint race and planned accordingly. So, let's see here. We have 5 sets of softs here. We have a load more sets of medium and hards. But in terms of compound performance, the softs here are actually not that great anymore. Well, they're not bad. They'll still be quicker than the mediums for a good 20 laps. But they used to be way quicker, and hards are just no go. Well, they're not bad either. They have the same as medium to, well, soft to medium. Medium to hard is about equal. So softs will be competitive for about 20 laps before they start losing time. They'll be quicker up until that point to mediums of the same, and same with hard actually. So yeah. How many laps is the sprint? I don't actually remember, but yeah, we'll have to deal with that. Yeah, I could have rolled poorly. That could have been sad. Luckily, I did not. Let's see now. We know that Piastri is way slower than Norris. But because Piastri is so close to Norris, he should have a good quali here. I think. We'll also see if we have any blockers coming out. Looks like we're avoiding them. The rubber might actually have changed now too, so that it actually has a way more effect on the track itself. So we can see rubber is going up, but it'll go drastically up towards the
And
end.
we are boxes lap.
Piastri is 6 tenths slower. That is quite a bit slower, but we're just a second behind Stroll here. That is good. Sargent is a second slower than us again, so that works out to our advantage. And we are going to be using another fresh set of softs here, mainly because we want to make it into Q2 with both cars, if possible. And as you can see there, the rubber level will be going up towards the end of quali. I only have 3 points so far, and they're scored by Norris in a 9th place and a 10th place. There's not really any point in manually doing practice sessions, other than if you want to save particular sets of tires for the race itself. Let's say that some tracks having 2 sets of hards is a huge advantage, other tracks having 2 sets of mediums can be a huge advantage. So it's basically just on those tracks you might want to take manual control, but generally you'll be fine. Okay, so Piastri is kind of dangerously closer to the cutoff zone. And I think we're going to allow these cars to go, for the most part, before we send both cars out now. Might be a bit of a dangerous time to send them out. But we're going to be sending Norris out, and then we're going to be sending Piastri out. We're actually going to be stuck behind Russell and Stroll, so not too bad. Russell will still be a nice tow for us. But the idea of sending our cars out last in the DRS train seemed to have been removed in this game. There's just so much madness in quali. And we might have an intense, group of cars to get through, so we might have sent them out at the exact wrong time, but it looks like we'll be okay.
Other people are hitting the walls. Just take every precaution.
Okay, so Piastri improved.
And we box this lap.
But I love that other people are hitting the walls.
This is P13, Oscar. Okay, look after the fuel on the way in.
Yeah, Coda in particular was really nice over the next set of hands. Okay, both drivers through. We make some money. Okay, we're going to do first run on an older set of softs, of course. And I don't think we're going to make it into Q3 here, but it would be funny if we did.
Okay, so that's a green light.
Gonna run in immediately. Banker. And rubber is still gonna be going upwards here. Air and track are both also very hot. 44.4 and Piastri 8 tenths behind. That is a bit problematic. Stroll a bit slower. I assume he got held up.
That's P3, good stuff. That looks like a nice lap, Oscar.
We're very close to Russell though.
Pace up
So
on the in lap.
Copy.
we might need to sacrifice another set of softs here just to try and gamble and be safe. Although as you can see, it's supposedly just slightly quicker. Might need to do P2 manually to make sure that we have extra softs for the race. Because again, we want to kind of try and stay away from the hards, but we'll see. Q3 might be on the table, maybe if we get lucky. Norris is in currently, but it requires, Stroll, Ocon, Gasly to not improve, which I think is going to be rough. So we could send our cars out now behind Verstappen. I think we're going to do that. Everyone just lining up. We might have sent them out a bit too soon, honestly, but I feel like it's a worthy gamble to use Verstappen as a tow. So Sainz is going to be potentially in the way here. But other than that, we should have clear track the entire way. But yeah, I did like the Sasa, just like other people in the wall. You're fine though, keep going. Okay, so Norris did not really improve. Neither did Piastri. We won't have time for another run, so we'll have to see. I think Norris is through though. Oh, yeah, Norris is through. But we're probably going to qualify 10th here because I kind of want to try and save the last softs that we have. Although we did get an extra set now because we're in Q3. So we might use that here and just go all in.
Track should be green.
Car is developing kind of nicely here. I've not gotten any of those yet, but I might just be playing the game too high, like on ×4. So we could, if I remember, I'll try and slow it down around the pit lane. Well, once we start pitting, and see if that actually, you know, if we get some of the new ones. Are they all using fresh tires? No, they're all using old tires, and we're still getting beaten black and blue here. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for Verstappen, and the second we see Verstappen, we're gonna be sending out Norris here, and we're gonna be trying to, you know, just hold on to him as hard as we can, because I think, you know, our pit box should be ahead of this. Oh, Verstappen, wherefore art thou, Verstappen? You're not going to do a second run. There we go. Alonso's out. We could have tried to, you know, hug onto him. Leclerc and Sainz. Okay. Let's hug onto them. Might be a tad bit too far back, though, unfortunately. I wanted to, again, you know, drag from them. But we're slightly too far back. But yeah, there are probably more, you know, like flavor radio updates.
Okay, that is the check
Now,
flag.
so I do think that they made an improvement there. They did say themselves that they added 3 or 4 times as much radio chatter as compared to last year's game, and Norris actually managed to get 8th. That's good. That is really good. So the upgrades are definitely working. The question is just, can we keep it up to the end of the year, more or less? So we have practice 2 compounds here. I think we're fine. Like, even if he... Honestly, let's manage this one and use the softs that we've used. That gives us a lot more flexibility for the race itself. So we're going to do that. Run plan, set it at 20 laps, should be okay. And we'll set up the cars here as well. And cornering here, I don't remember which way it's supposed to go. So let's have a look at the cheat sheet here. That didn't really help. Okay, we're only allowed to change the front wing angle at this stage anyways. Ah, okay. Yeah, then it's no point, honestly. No matter what we do here, it's probably not going to improve it in any way, shape, or form. So we're just going to quickly skip through practice here. The only reason why I'm doing it manually is so that we don't use any compounds I don't want to use. Did I just sim it like in... Yes, I did. Bahrain, you're trying to get to Q2, but now you're trying to get top 8, yeah. I did manage to do a dum-dum here, though, and actually straight up, you know, cause some problems. Driver preparation ain't the best either, because we are lacking in a few things here. But we did at least get Norris into high, so we'll gamble, be a little bit aggressive. And of course, as I said, I managed to press the wrong button, so they'll probably use an extra set of softs now. Luckily they didn't, they used one of the older ones. So Norris actually has mediums, softs, and a used hard. Okay. This man has 3 sets of softs. So, sprint race, Baku, 17 laps. I don't see any reason why we don't go on the softs here. Like, the softs will be quicker. By a lot. Like, there's no reason not to. And we can also go a bit aggressive on them, so... Yeah, muscle memory, Razak. I made a mistake there. Like, I'm running an autopilot at times, so I'll say something, and then I'll do something else. Morale doesn't impact driver confidence. I don't think it does. I think the reason why, well, Piastri has more red on his bar is due to his relationship with his race engineer, which is, you know, not great. So... with that in mind, I think that is the reason why driver confidence bars are so different right now. It's because we need to just improve Piastri's confidence with his engineer, and that will improve other things as well. Now, I would like to have a setting here where I can just toggle the battle assist immediately. That would be nice, quality of life. really upset by Oscar's rating. Yeah, to be fair though, I understand why they made it, but at the same time, it wouldn't cost you, it wouldn't be too bad of you to just give us some options for ratings to use. Let's say use mid-season ratings, use end-of-season ratings, things like that to, you know, have the game that you enjoy. Or as other people said, just give us an editor. But yeah, it seems like Lando is using less fuel than Piastri, because Piastri is starting with 0.5 kilogram more. But at least it's not super bad this time. And yeah, we are going to be starting on the softs. There's no reason not to. If anyone does not start on soft here, I will toss them in the grinder.
Now's the time for the sprint here in Baku.
Yes, I see a lot of soft. I see only soft.
And it's lights out. And
So
away
we're starting
we
8th.
go.
That is probably our best start ever. We are going to toggle the ERS balance assist, which basically means your driver is going to be using ERS to attack and defend as necessary. And we are going to run deploy here, I think, for the first lap or so. Not the best start we ever had,
Will be available.
Confirm.
but an acceptable one. Got Hamilton in front, Russell side by side. Gonna have to try and keep him behind here with everything that we have. Russell should be a lot quicker than us though, so not too surprising that he actually overtakes us. And I'll give him some high aggression here on the overtakes. It does make it more likely that we'll, you know, be an incident, but I think that's fine.
Okay, buddy, now's your turn. Let's get
I think
stuck
they
in.
moved the driver aggression into overtake aggression here. Or the stat might be still there and I just didn't see it. I'll check later. But yeah, we have some options in what they call the tactics menu. So far, Piastri, no real moves here. Same here for Norris. Track, not too high of temperature, but still slightly high. So we'll have to see now if we can make some moves. Norris is actually falling back quite drastically here. Gasly is now running with us, but at the same time, we are losing out here. So we'll have to see what we do. We're going to tune it down to aggressive, so we don't completely cook the tires, and we'll go balanced. But yeah, Norris lost out here from the start, which isn't surprising. The cars around him are quicker. And I want to have a quick look here on lap history, car condition. I want to see if they've actually put in new engines. So Hamilton did have an accident. He has a new engine. And as you can see, Russell also is running an older engine. He's going to start losing out performance. Same here with the gearbox. And they actually have fuel now too. So Sainz and Leclerc are running lower fueled. Leclerc is running a yellow engine. So I don't think they fixed the engine thing, but they made engines a lot more expensive. So I'm wondering if the AI is straight up going to break the person running a completely broken gearbox. So I'm wondering if the AI is going to end up breaking the cost cap. Do you think they will change the Vries mid-season? Maybe, we'll see. Someone dubbed this the nausea cam, so we'll see how long you survive, Rasek. And I do need to put these guys back to neutral before I forget.
Let's have recharge on then, please.
Yeah, confirm.
No, I only have 1 point this season, and in Spain Lando was P8 and Alonso took him out. That's a rough time for all involved. Just about to say you like the cam. Yeah, we're looking good though on, you know, and I was about to say energy. We're looking good though on the tire wear, I think. Might be a bit higher than expected, but it's okay. Piastri is fighting Tsunoda. But it is a cool camera angle. If my PC looks good, I'd run that all race. Do you think Danny Rick is a free agent? Danny Rick is Red Bull's reserve driver, unless I'm wrong. So he's not a free agent, but you can sign him immediately. And I don't think they'll make a they'll change the reason season. But we can see. It would be funny if they made that kind of an event. But yeah, currently Piastri's made up a point place. Norris has lost a place, but honestly, that's kind of what we expect. Our car isn't good enough yet to find Hamilton, the Astons, everyone ahead of us. And Verstappen has had a bit of an incident by the looks of things.
Now I think this, yes, it's Carlos Sainz.
Motion blur the game? Yeah. Danerick is indeed a reserve for Red Bull. Oh! So that is a pit,
Verstappen
for
is
sure.
out of the race.
Huh?
Check the debris as you go through there.
Did you just say Verstappen is out of the race? My man. So Piastri's having a bit of a fight there, which is okay. But both our drivers are currently running clean air. Well, Piastri might be. We'll have to see how the fight goes. But it did say Verstappen was out. So is Verstappen gonna pit and, you know, park the car now? Because I think both Sainz and Verstappen are gonna have to pit. We actually have a safety car.
Oscar, is everything okay?
And it's Oscar. Okay.
All okay.
Terminal for front wing, major for the chassis. Okay, this should be a red
Now
flag,
I'm
I think.
finding out what's happened here, and it looks to be the McLaren that's involved.
What actually happened here?
Now we see this was at turn 15. Dangerously close to each other.
Did
Cars coming together
Tsunoda
right there.
not make the corner, and that sent... Okay, so Verstappen and Sainz now get free pit stops. I honestly am unsure who was to blame there. It might really be, you know, Piastri, but it looks as though that wouldn't even make the corner, so... yeah, that looks like a little bit more than just an incident, but that looked weird, honestly. Piastri retires, which is unfortunate. Major damage to chassis and will be unable to restart session. So it actually tells you why, which is nice. Yeah, this is gonna be massively bad no matter how I look at it, so... like, we could go all in here on a fresh set of softs, but then we'll have none for the race. And I think we're gonna have to. Verstappen with fast slap in the pits.
And it's a standing restart now for the sprint.
Okay, so Verstappen kept his position, Sainz kept his position.
Lights out.
So-
And away we go.
What happened here is that we actually got full top up as well there. Good. So what actually happened here is straight up that Piastri saved Verstappen and Sainz. That's no other way to look at it. Which is very unfortunate. Yeah, probably just a case of both drivers at fault. Honestly, it just looked so weird. Is all. So a bit unfortunate here, but we're gonna have to fight the Mercs again. We're gonna have to try and make this last. These softs. Bottas has a penalty. Yeah, Bottas crashed a bit. I think Bottas crashed into that corner as well. So it was a, you know, an interesting one from all parts involved. That's the best way I can describe it. At least Norris is fighting hard right now, so I think we'll stick with deploy and try and catch up to the Mercs, because if we can stick with the Merc DRS stream, that would benefit us greatly. We'll go a bit aggressive on the tires. I think everyone went onto fresh ones. Yeah, they did. So the only thing now is that we don't want to cook our tires completely, but we at the same time want to try and stay with the Mercs, which is going to be a bit difficult. Because that is our best hope of points here. Yeah. Virtual safety car immediately. Multiple cars crashed. Verstappen is not one of them this time, I think.
Now it looks like, yes, it is. Alex Albon's involved in that.
Albono.
Now Alex Albon is part of this. Cutting it so close.
If he sent Bottas flying, that would be. Yeah, he sent Bottas flying. Bottas is out. DRS has been disabled. Let's just put the tire usage to standard.
And virtual safety car deployed. Virtual safety deployed.
And we have
Drive
actually
to the
lost
delta,
the
drive to
gap
the
now
delta.
to the cars in
all
front, which is
There's a car in the wall.
a bit problematic.
So there is a lot of debris and the car's still on the left-hand side. So I would stay to the far right. Stay to the far right.
I don't think there's any point in pitting. We already have fresh tires.
Is everyone all right?
Yes, everyone is okay.
The only thing I know is, can we catch up to the Mercs once this restarts? Because that will be our best chance of points. I don't think we're getting within 5 seconds of Verstappen. He's already away from us. Like, he'll be gaining over a second a lap on us, so that just ain't happening no matter what we do. I don't see us catching within 5 seconds of Verstappen, unfortunately. DRS has been enabled. We are within DRS range at least, so we'll tune it down to neutral. Tune down to aggressive on tire usage. If we could get one of the Mercs here rather quickly, that would be amazing. But we have enough fuel that we can push the entire way. As long as we don't burn the tires, we'll probably get an opportunity to do something before the end of the race, I would think. But yeah, the fact that we've had a sprint with 4 cars out already, it's a bit unfortunate for Piastri, because if he just survived, he'd be starting 16th. Well, 17th, so at worst. But yeah, as you can see from Verstappen, we're still keeping somewhat up, but the Mercs are a tad too slow for us to take advantage of that penalty, unfortunately. And right now we're actually losing DRS to said Mercs as well, so it's a bit problematic. Yeah, we didn't have DRS there. We are running slightly hot, but it should be okay. It's just very slightly. But as you can see, we just aren't gaining on the Mercedeses. They just they'll be able to keep ahead of us pretty easily here. But at the same time, running 9th isn't too shabby. It's just a shame that it isn't points in a sprint. Landed is checking that everyone is okay. Yeah, I do feel like I got every new line they've added during that last VSC. But yeah, we are unfortunately a little bit too slow here, a whole second almost, to keep up with the cars in front. Well, we are actually quicker than some of them, so this is kind of a weird one, honestly, because we'll end up catching the Astons here. That's what's going to happen. So I'm a bit confused. We'll see exactly how this plays out. Tires are slightly overheating, but they're not overheating enough for it to make a difference. So we'll just go full on attack to the end, and we'll try our best here. We'll need a bigger crash. Honestly, it was kind of crash gate, because if Piastri hadn't crashed with Tsunoda, Verstappen and Sainz would both have had to pit to replace their front wings. So the crash did kind of save both of them. There's just no way around that. And we'll have to see now if we can actually get something done. 3 laps to go. We're half a second outside of DRS, but we are going to be pushing everything that we have. And by the looks of it, they haven't done yet, so we'll see if we can make something work here. But the DRS is definitely, keeping them kind of safe here and making it very, very difficult for us. Final lap. See if we can make something out of this still. Again, I don't think so. It would have to be the Mercs crashing into each other, and I'd say they look pretty stellar right now. It's either that or some other cars crashing into each other, but it just won't happen right now. Verstappen is actually 5 seconds clear of Sainz, so
Max
he's
Verstappen over the finish line
he's only going to be
and
losing one
today's winner.
position from that penalty.
Chicken leg.
Bit unfortunate.
P9.
Maybe if we pushed a bit earlier, could have made something with Norris there, but that's just how it is. It's still a very acceptable result. Battery use, yeah, we could have pushed the battery a little bit, but then again, we're 1.7 seconds. The battery didn't have enough energy to close that down. Second we stopped using battery, we fell out of the DRS range with them, unfortunately.
The time has almost come.
We have the race now, partly cloudy. We don't have any softs for our boy. And we're apparently also missing a couple of car parts here. So we're gonna have to use an old chassis. And we do actually have front wings. So if your parts get destroyed now, or I guess fail scrutineering, they don't automatically put on a new one. Probably to give you a chance to remember and say, hey, I'm lacking a part now, I need to manufacture it. I'll still forget, don't get me wrong, but it's nice to see them add that. So, one stopper very likely. Two stopper, about 10 seconds slower. If we can, we'd like to avoid the hards, but yeah, I think that's going to be difficult. But that could work. Start on the softs, go on the mediums. And as you see, this starting on softs, going on the mediums is going to save us almost 13 seconds. So that could work. The problem with Norris doing this strategy is that he doesn't really have any softs that will work for this. We'd have to use 95% ones, which honestly is fine. So we'll do the same strategy for Norris, and we'll see if the AI copies this, or does something similar. Because it should be the quickest strategy. Almost. So lap 24, there we go. And we can of course pit them early if we need to. The last lap stop strat? Oh, you mean the pit stop assassination strategy? We could try that, but I don't think it's going to work out here. Honestly, the softs and the mediums are just so much quicker than the hards that this is going to work out just fine. I'm still waiting to see if... but again, there's 1.4 kilograms, well, 1.3 kilograms worth of fuel difference between these boys. And starting 17th, actually, did we get a benefit here from the crash? Did someone take penalties? Is a bigger question here. So we're starting 9th, 17th. We'll try and make the best out of it. There's no way around that. But we'll see here now if we can just hold on for Norris. If we can catch on to the Mercs and stay with them, that would be amazing. So I see some mediums. I don't think I see any hards.
And away we go.
And yes, Hamilton's done all the softs. Alonso's done all the softs. We are challenging Hamilton. There's some damage immediately from one of the Ferrari's safety car. And apparently touched another car as well. Verstappen and Sainz. Karma. So that is basically Verstappen and Sainz. The ERS battles. I think it's worth it, honestly. I don't know. We'll see. Just keep it on neutral. We haven't used any energy. So Verstappen and Sainz got saved by a red flag last time around. And now they just crashed. They both out? Did they really take that much damage that both just straight up out?
Safety car deployed. Drive to the Delta.
Yeah, confirm.
Okay.
We can bring in the tyres. We can bring in the tyres.
That's a bit surprising, but we'll take it. Again, there's very few cars on the softs, so we will have a slight advantage. But yeah, I didn't think that that hit was good enough to, you know, DNF both cars. But it is definitely karma from them being saved by the red flag during the sprint. Yeah. Because it was the same cars that had the, you know, incident during the sprint, so it's just interesting from that perspective too. But this allows us to save the softs a little bit for both cars, which should make pitting for the mediums even more effective later on the line. So this ain't too bad. Good chance for points indeed. Particularly if we hold on to the Mercs or even get by them and can latch on to the Astons. That would actually be the dream scenario here. If we then get extra luck here with being able to pit under a safety car, that would be amazing. The batteries are basically maxed, so we don't need to use harvest for this. They just use a little bit on the straights and regain it in the corners. Saves the engine? Really? Okay. I didn't know that, but it would be interesting to test. Just have one of them run a race normal and the other one run a race harvest. Seeing the difference. I might need to test that later. That sounds interesting. Piastri could get a top 10.
Safety car will be in this lap.
Potentially, yeah. We're going to be pushing.
For the restart, it will just be recharge off.
We're going to keep it neutral. Allow the ballasts to do a thing. Well, to be fair, we could probably deploy here. Deploy for half a lap or so. I just need to remember to turn deploy off because I keep on forgetting it. We got engine and gearbox damage? Could be, but as you can see, even major chassis damage was enough to DNF a car when we crashed, so it could be either of those. Verstappen is going to knock Carlos out. Well, Piastri already got Tsunoda, so that is a good start. Show, apparently.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Now here we are tackling turn 3. The opportunity begging to be taken.
Oh, could almost have gotten the Williams too, though. Did I put you on a high aggression on the overtake? I did not, so let's just do this for both of you. Both of you are now feeling good. And you're actually falling back aggressively. Look at this. Norris has already lost 1.5 seconds to the Mercs, so we're going to have a bit of a struggle fight here, I think. I don't think we're going to be able to keep up with them. We're even on deploy, so it's going to be a bit of a rough one, honestly. We'll just have to try and make the best out of it. For now, though, we'll tune out Piastri a tad, and we'll also do the same with Norris, so we don't completely burn out these tires immediately. We have fuel to burn. That will, of course, be, well, burning. And we don't really have any extra energy now, so we'll have to leave things to be for the time being. Piastri has a bit of a gap to Debris, but I think he'll catch him. Just give him time. And we did run quicker than the cars in front last lap around, so maybe we'll catch him. We're very close. But again, the energy is a bit of a concern. Piastri made contact and not get a penalty for the pass. I don't think he actually made a contact. I think he was close to making contact. He just slightly avoided them. Tires are moderately overheating, so probably going to have to tune it down to standard, unfortunately. Piastri, though, is finding the re currently, so he is making progress. And we are actually quicker in the, turning section here, so it's just the straight that we lose a lot of time on, for Norris in particular. Breaking news, Verstappen replaced by Rick after one lap at Baku. To be fair, though, it's Sainz that got the penalty, so I think Sainz is the one getting replaced. Which would be funny, seeing Rick in Ferrari. Piastri did get the re, good. Next is Ocon. See if he can chase him down. But right now, there isn't much of really a gap anywhere here. So, just outside of DRS for Norris. He's actually in DRS now, so we can potentially catch up, which is good. And Piastri is kind of running his own thing. But yeah, we have a little bit more tire degradation than expected. Maybe Merc brought an upgrade to this race, considering that we are on the port race. Well, they should be quicker than us because, well, they have Hamilton and Russell for one, but for two, we still are like the 6th best car on the grid maybe at this stage. So, not too surprising. We have Leclerc fighting Perez. In that fight, I think Leclerc should come out ahead, honestly. But Perez was pretty good early on in the season, let's be honest. He wasn't too bad then. People were starting to dream about him attacking the championship. But yeah, I think the dirty air here is actually having a bit of an effect, honestly, because we are seeing more gaps of just about a second. You can get close to the car in front, but it's hard to stay there, basically. So I think we're seeing a little bit more of a dirty air effect. Temperature is going a little bit down here on the track, so we're going a little bit more aggressive about it. See if we can make some more time up. Piastri, on the other hand, caught up Ocon here, so if he can get by Ocon, he might get by both the Hasses. Yeah, the way the tire overheating works, Piastri's actually just showing me a little bit of it here. So as you can see, only one of the tires is currently overheating, but it loses performance, and the wear rate goes up. In comparison, if we keep it in the right temperature, tire performance goes up. Exactly how much we gain or lose, it's going to be difficult to test, but I'm probably going to be testing it later on. So in theory, overheating the tires should cost us, and not overheating them should be a benefit. But we'll have to see exactly how that works. Currently, Piastri has gone by Ocon, so we'll just let him do his thing. Norris is still fighting Gasly, so again, let him do his thing too. As long as Piastri can stay ahead of... ahead here will be okay, but again, the rears are starting to overheat, and we do need to deal with that. Probably as a result of the brakes, honestly, so we might need to do a bit of work on the suspension and by, you know, extension braking to fix that, but we'll see. Norris still within about 2 seconds behind the Mercs, so potentially here we could have the jump them once we do pit, but it's going to take some time. Oscar is potentially also going to be running in the points, just need to catch up to both the Hasses here, a little bit of work ahead of him, but the potential is there, for sure. Everyone is running mediums though, so we'll have to see if they do the reverse of what we're doing. Medium to soft. And if they do, we might be a little bit in trouble. But for Piastri in particular, he should have a lot of free air once he finally pits. There is indeed a chance we get double points. It would be very, very nice. Honestly though, if Norris manages to hold on to 7th, I'd still take that, because right now there are basically 4 teams that are a lot quicker than us. Ferrari, Red Bull, of course, the Astons, of course, and then the Mercs. So if we manage to somehow become the fifth quickest team this season, that would be pretty good. Getting anything better than that would just be a bonus. It is a learning experience. Oscar's battery, both of them are running about 50% battery. They do have the battle assist, so they'll use it as they see fit. So I think we're still okay. Could, of course, deploy the battery a little bit, but yeah, we could actually deploy a little bit here for both of them. Now that you mention it. We can also run Oscar a little bit aggressive, tune down Norris a tad, just so that he cools the tires a little bit. Do undercut on Russell. Undercut one of the Haas drivers, yeah. The thing is that we need to stay out on these softs long enough that we can actually, you know, make something happen with them. So even if the others do pit early, we potentially are going to have to just play it safe and do a couple extra laps, unfortunately. But it does prove that it is harder to overtake with the hot tires for sure. So maybe we'll push it a little bit more aggressively, pit a lap or 2 early. Still remains to be seen. So I think we run the next 2 laps, you know, carefully. Then we go full on attack for a lap or 2 maybe, and then we pit. One will stay out regardless of what I do. Yeah. The thing is, though, both of these are out on the mediums. They are going to be pitting later on us, no matter what we do. Same here for Norris. Russell is going to be pitting later. Hamilton is going to be pitting earlier, most likely. So with that in mind, we don't really need to stress about getting into the pits for neither of our drivers there. We need to just try and make the best that we can out of this soft tire. The white is actually in the optimal window. So the way that it works is blue, cold, red, hot, and then you have the optimal window here. We can see that our brakes are running quite hot here as well, so we might need to focus a little bit on brake cooling to make us have an easy time running the optimal window. I assume in this game brake cooling is going to work in... actually be very important, because brake cooling will allow you to run your brake cooler, which will mean less heat into the tires, meaning you can run them more aggressively without losing too much performance. So we might need to focus a little bit more on brake cooling. So we'll see. But yeah, it does show you the windows if you just go into the menus and have a look. But it doesn't show them to you in numbers, it just shows them to you in that little bit of a what's it called? Graph. But I think we're going to be pushing now with both our drivers a little bit here. because we are getting to the point where the mediums are going to start being a lot quicker. Push for a lap or two, and then we'll be getting boys in here to try and get some undercutting done here. For Piastri, he might actually get all 3 cars here by doing this. So we'll do one more lap before we get in. As long as Norris stays with Gasly, I'm fine with keeping him out. And honestly, it's kind of the same for Piastri. As long as he stays with the cars in front too, he can keep out for a lap or 2 extra, and it should be all right. Didn't know this before, but both your drivers are fighting an Alpine. F. Hello, Blasted. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm actually enjoying this quite a lot now because it feels a lot more fresh. There are some new mechanics to learn.
You don't want to overcook the tyres.
So I'm enjoying myself. Now, Piastri is falling back a tad here. So I think we get Piastri in. We put him on the mediums here. He should be 1.2 seconds quicker than cars in front. So as long as it takes them more than 1 lap to pit, he will overcut them. And we've actually had a little bit of help here now. Hamilton is slowing down. So we'll see how that works out. 2.3 seconds now. Pretty quick pit stop too. And he came out ahead of Sargent. He has some fresh air. Perfect pit stop here for Piastri. Just need to get those tires up to temperature. For Norris, again, we're just going to let him stay with these guys, probably for another lap. It's either that or we pit now, try and get out ahead of both of them. So if we were to pit Norris, where would we come out exactly? 12th. Let's see here, 12th, Albon. Okay, that's acceptable. There's a lot of fresh air here if we come out, hopefully ahead of Albon. That would give us a lot of fresh air, 2.33. Hamilton chooses to pit as well. Can we stick with him? Honestly, I probably should pit in Norris earlier too, to take full benefit. But it is what it is. What have you done, Piastri?
Now that incident looks to involve Oscar Piastri. Let's see what happened there.
Do undercut on Russell? Yeah. Shame. So Piastri kind of did get... He did make it expensive for us now. We lost the front wing, chassis, and suspension. What we're going to do is just very, very simple. We are going to put on the last front wing that we have. We're going to have to make more. And we're going to put him on the new set of mediums. As you can see, it's completely destroyed the set that he has. I assume that if we have a look at a tire, one of them is, yeah, the back rear there. Got destroyed. The rest are fine. But we're still going to be pitting him immediately. Shame for him, though. He was in a good position. Now, unfortunately, Norris is going to be running with Hamilton, which is potentially going to slow him down a bit. But we should still be okay. Honestly, just slowing him down a bit, running him a little bit in fresh air here might be beneficial. So we'll have to see here. If Hamilton gets by, we might follow back up. Piastri, though, is going to come out behind Bottas, I think, which is just how it be when you know, he actually has a pit stop issue too.
We see Piastri's team standing by. And there we see the problem.
Bit slow there on both fronts, but again, should be fine. The wing, it looked like the wing did just what it was supposed to. No double points today, guys? Nah. I'm stupid, but in a different place. Man paying tribute to Leclerc. Okay, Norris should have no problem here getting by Hülkenberg with DRS, I don't think. Well, maybe a little bit by looks of things. Let him run aggressive. We just want to get by before the tires get too heated. Piastri, though, is still okay. Like, he's not super bad. If we have a safety car here, well, let's face it, even a safety car wouldn't save him at this point. But it could make the life a little bit easier. Of course, you overtake Hülkenberg before the biggest DRS straight so that you give him a chance. But we should be catching Mag very shortly here too. Then Ocon. Again, neither of these guys have pitted. Not even Alonso. Alonso is just staying out on those tires to the end. Like, he has made those tires last over half the race at this point. Man's insane. Retire Piastri, save engine and gearbox. We could, but I feel like that might be a bit too gamey. I wanna test the game for all it's worth here. And Piastri still has some chance of development. That's the thing. I want to test that development. Just gonna keep him going. See where he actually ends up. Hello, Harry. It's been a few hours. What would you rate the game? Don't be biased. It feels like the AI is definitely fighting you a lot more than they did before, which is a good thing. Norris overtakes Ocon, good. But again, I don't know if the new, the new systems and the new, the AI fighting you, things like that, justifies the price tag for the upgrade yet, because that is basically what this is. It's an upgraded version of 22. So personally, I don't know if it's worth it. Again, it comes down to personal preference. If you think you'll enjoy it, you probably will. Honestly, it is a good upgrade over last year's game. So far I'm enjoying it quite a lot. But again, haven't found any glaring issues. There seem to be a lot of rebalances. There's a lot to rediscover, relearn. The pit crew changes do seem good because it's a way better system than last year's. You have way more control over if you want them to focus on lowering the chances of errors, or if you want to focus on, pit stop errors. It's very much up to you on a lot of... what is it? Okay, that shouldn't be a safety car, I don't think.
Let the tyres come back to you.
Confirm.
And no one is pitting because it's not even a yellow. Magnus and Hulkenberg are both going to pit though. No way, Piastri catches them. We probably would have catched them if it wasn't for the incident. But that's fine. Tires are still too hot, indeed. Track temperature, well, apparently this temperature is a bit too high there, so we'll tune them to light.
Just be careful with this tyre.
And as you can see, we still have Russell and Gasly to pit. And in terms of intervals here, Russell, Gasly, we're about 10 seconds behind Gasly, about 16, 17 seconds behind Russell. So potentially we do jump both, but it's just can we keep them behind us? It should be the same. Haven't really tested it yet. So we'll see. I did forget about Piastri now, though, honestly, but he's had a bad race, so that's how it be. Focus on Norris wanting to get points. Let's see here. AI does push a bit, yeah. I think the tire changes in themselves are going to be very interesting for the game, because the tires now are better when you can actually do different pace strategies, and depending on the heat is what's going to limit you, not necessarily the tire. So those changes are looking good so far. Changing engine components, I assume it's the same Mitko, but I'll check next race, honestly. But yeah, I do agree, Razuk is. This could have been a DLC, honestly, or at least not a full price game at, $70, which is what it would be for me, unfortunately. I think we're fine now. We can actually run Norris a little bit more aggressively again. Temps are going a little bit back and forth there, depending on if it's cloudy or if it's the sun straight into us. Russell does now pit. Are we going to come out ahead of him? By good margin, but he's going to have fresher tires. And he went on softs. Yeah, he should have been... Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I didn't think. Stroll went on hards. That's a bit of a... error. Why has Aston stolen the Ferrari strategist? What is this? I don't think we're gonna catch him with just 15 laps, but he should be slow. I think Alonso is keeping him alive currently. We're 5 seconds behind Hamilton. I think Russell's gonna get us, but at the same time, if we can stick with Russell and fight him to the end, that would be good too. Did Gasly 2 go onto softs? I would think so. Yeah, he went onto older softs. I think we're looking good. The only thing again is, of course, unfortunately what happened to Piastri, but it is what it is. Can't push his fuel though, and we have fuel that we can't push it with Norris. So I think what we do, we tune that tire usage, we push that fuel, get it out of the system, make ourselves a little bit lighter, keep maybe a few 100 grams to fight Russell because he is going to catch it at one point. It's just going to happen. He's running 1.3 seconds quicker, so yeah, he's going to be catching us very shortly. Question is if we're going to be able to keep him behind us. So yeah, Alonso is, as I said, currently keeping Stroll alive, because he would be slow if he didn't have DRS to play with. Turning post-processing to medium improves the image quality and gets rid of those film grains. Okay, so tuning that down might actually be beneficial. Might have a look at that. Top 5 DNF. Well, Piastri is still making strides at gaining, you know, a better position, so that is good. And it should be fine just running, even if it's slightly overheating. He's now in free air, kind of. So temperature should be going down, but we'll tune him down slightly. Norris has been using a little bit too much fuel here. Kind of forgot about that. Thank you, Razvik. 10 laps to go, 2.7 seconds. Can we hold out? 3/10 last lap. 4/10 this lap, so do we have 4 seconds? We do not. But we should still be able to kind of fight Russell here, I think. And even, let's be honest, even just the 7th place would be acceptable. Russell is now within DRS. Question is, can we keep him there? We cannot. He flew by us, but let's see if we can keep up with him. Currently we can, and that should also save us some fuel. Unfortunately, because Piastri is in a train, he's having a bit of trouble overtaking. Of course, the damage to his car doesn't exactly help either. Norris is getting left behind here. Just nothing we can do. That is just how much quicker Russell is. We can try and deploy though, but again, he's gaining... now that he's gone by us, he's about a second quicker. And even if we deploy energy, fuel, send the tires to the moon, that just won't be enough. But 7th should be doable, unless we have something spectacular happen. And I would really like it if Piastri got by here, so tune him up a bit. And he immediately makes it stick. Yeah, I don't think we're getting the mugs. They're still just too quick for us. Strategy works though. Norris did get a bit of a jump here. And let's face it, if Piastri didn't need that second pit stop, he'd probably be fighting Magnussen right now, maybe. Because he has been losing time because, well, he's been stuck behind back markers. But not only that, but he needed to pit again. Damage to front wing, damage to everything. So it's a shame, but it is what it is. It happens. And we'll just let both of them run like this to the end. I think it should be okay. And we can always hope for a bit of a show hold up here on Russell. That is probably our only chance at getting any of the mugs. But we are running away from Gasly. We have been pulling away slightly every lap. Russell is now running the same lap times that we are, but Hamilton's running at 45, so... yeah, no chance. No chance. But it seems like the Alphas are the slowest team by a long shot. Like, look at that. So if anyone's looking for a challenge, rather than Williams, the Alfa Romeos might be your choice of team. To be fair though, we did get a bit of a help here in terms of, you know, Verstappen and Sainz taking each other out immediately. Benefited us greatly, so we'll take that.
The McLaren...
Leclerc wins. Alonso second. Actually beat out Paris there. Stroll 4th. Hamilton 5th. Russell 6th. We got 7th. Then we have the Alpines. And then Magnussen. Piastri in 16th. P7 in the bag, boys. Yes. Which boosts Lando to 10th. And gives us an extra 6 points. Which should send us far ahead of the Haas here. So the question now is, can we keep performance going, beat Alpine by the end of the season, maybe catch up to Merc? It's going to be a bit of a challenge there. Okay, pit stop results here. So we've been focusing lately on pit stop times, and it's paid off by 2nd and 3rd fastest pit stop. And I think I'll be focusing on pit stop times until we get them a bit lower than this, because again, speed, if we have an error, we do, but we can try and balance it somewhat. So this is very acceptable. Fastest pit stop award then, we move up to 5th with 46 points. And well, we did have that error for Piastri. He's been quite unlucky though. Like, he's had at least 3-4 pit stop errors so far. So he's not been having a good time with the pit stop crew. But yeah, I'd say these are acceptable results. We'll give Palou a chance in the next race. And we did get a lot more sponsor money here because they tripled it. So that's really, really good. Should probably gone all in, said that would be 10th or higher, but there are risks. Piastri has actually gone up a performance point. So what exactly has he leveled up in? This is just adaptability again. I really like when they when they go up, they give you the development report right then. But they actually did development update. Cornering and accuracy. 2 points of accuracy, 1 point of cornering. That's actually not bad. Norris got a point of cornering as well. Palou has upgraded himself a little bit as well. Very nice. And the board has now high confidence. Okay. Sponsors had a good time out of VIP experience. They were incredibly thankful. I would really love it if it told us just how much extra money I got from this. That would be nice. I have no clue what the pit stop price is, Rasek. We'll see at the end of the season. Possible to find Alpine for 5th? I think so too, honestly. ATR starts today, so we need to use that, for sure. Development report, as you can see here, we are 16th, 17th, 17th, 20th, 20th, so yeah. We do not have a good car. We should not have kept up with Merc. This is basically the AI using bad pieces, but let's face it, the AI actually started using proper pieces. And let's say the game just starts with an extra engine, an extra DRS, not DRS, ERS, and an extra gearbox, or even 2 extra gearboxes, to minimize the impact from, you know, those parts of slowing down the AI. I think the game would be a lot more challenging and competitive, honestly. But it is what it is. The only thing I don't like is it's hard to see which of these I haven't read. Engineers are creating high-performing car parts. We intend to enter championship on the podium. So yeah. I'm focusing on the pace stats mainly. So if we go to Piastri here, I have put him on short run pace, which is cornering, braking, and accuracy. Could put him on something else. Honestly, his smoothness does need some work. But at the same time, I feel like this is probably the best one. I'll have to check which stats are more efficient later on. Smoothness will probably be a good bet here, honestly. But there isn't like adaptability, reactions, cornering, smoothness. This one could also be good. Just get the smoothness up a little bit. But for now, we're going to be sticking with pace until we get those stats a little bit closer to the 90s, I think. The AI is developing quicker? I don't know, honestly. Well, considering that we are falling behind, yes, the AI is developing somewhat quicker. But this is basically where we started, so the AI is keeping up development-wise, at the very least. We're missing a chassis. Yeah, we're kind of running out of parts here. We're gonna have to manufacture more chassis. So yeah. Also, with the way they changed and rebalanced things, it's actually kind of problematic that he crashes twice in a race weekend. So we're gonna have to go through warehouse here, see what we need. For now, though, I do want to check the manufacturing. We're not manufacturing anything. 15 days for the unflown railway. As you can see, I actually have slots open here because we don't have the money to develop something. But what I want to do here is go to the warehouse. What are we actually? Let's just check what we're making first. Railing and underfloor. Okay. Because now you actually kind of have to manage how many of these pieces you make because they cost money. A lot of money, and that will have an effect on the cost cap. So, yeah, all in all, getting kind of problematic. So we're going to make 2 more chassis. The front wing here, let's make... I think we're developing a front wing, so let's just make 1 for now. Rear wing, we have an extra. Side pods, we have none, so let's make 2. Won't get it done for the... Well, we're going to have to pick 3. But we won't have them done for the race, no way. So we'll just have to live with that. Underfloor, got an extra one. Suspension, hopefully no crashes this weekend. Might actually need to upgrade the factory for that. And as you can see, we're actually getting closer to the cost cap here by far. So yeah, we might actually reach the cost cap before we get to the end of the season. So they definitely rebalance things. And we'll have to see how we want to deal with things now. Because we actually now are going to have to make decisions like upgrading your facilities. Again, most of these facilities are actually got upgrades to and have stats boosts now, which are good. And things like that. So we'll have to see exactly how we want to handle this. Because they are giving you choices now that you're going to have to... Choices now that you're going to have to make. We could do research, try and work towards next season's car. Try and fix some of the issues. Honestly, I think it might be the best choice that we have because research will boost next season's car, but it won't cost you anything in making parts. So if you keep that in mind, doing it like developing for half a season, then doing a full season, half seasonal research might be beneficial, particularly early game. So we'll have to see how we do things. We might just split it half into design, half into research. Intense is still a thing, but all of these pieces are becoming more expensive. 700k for a chassis, 1.6 million for a front wing, 1.5 basically for a rear, a million for a side pod, 1.5 million for the underfloor, 1.3 for the suspension. So it doesn't matter what you do. If you go at it intense, it's going to be extremely expensive, extremely quick. So with that in mind, it is going to be harder to balance your designs, your research, and your money. Because we're getting less now from races too, by the looks of things. But since I'm not using engineers elsewhere, I probably should go ahead and just put them in here, so we get this done quicker. Confirm. Do the same here, just put them in. For now, I'm fine with not having a project running for everything, because, well, we only have 7 million. I'm a little bit unsure where we should invest it. But honestly, I want to get the team hub and the race sim upgraded. Honestly, this should be the main focus. The car would be nice to upgrade too at the same time. But getting the drivers upgraded does seem to have a way bigger effect than getting the car upgraded. So it's a balancing act, and I need to figure out what is the best way to balance things. Yeah, the design costs are, like, all the parts now are way more expensive, but you also start with 4 slots immediately. And manufacturing of these parts is also way more expensive. So the cost cap is now going to be a balancing act. It's going to be a bit difficult. Okay, so we want to work on pit stop time. Okay, why? Now it doesn't work again. Like, now it doesn't show me how much energy they'll have on certain dates. That's a bit annoying. But yeah, we will be doing... We'll be trying to get the pit stop time even lower. Get it as low as we can. The chance of mistake is due to them being wary. It adds a flat 20. Let's go into the development, the in progress. Let's see here. Race and lower car. Wheel gun gives us less errors. There we go. I just have to press cumulative up here. Okay, that makes more sense then. So the pit crew will be tired by the time we reach the race, which is fine. Okay, they'll be wary at race day. We don't like that. That we do not like. So we'll put you into rest here. That brings you down to tired. Okay. And here you'll also be tired. So this works. It's basically, again, a balancing act on how hard we want to push the pit crew. And I think we're just going to put you onto... Well, we might actually need to start focusing a bit on the mistakes as well. Yeah, I think this is okay. But as you can see, depending on what we focused on recently, the pit stop times do change. So that is good. But yeah, they made changes to the way things work, so that not only are the costs, it's way more expensive to make things, design things, but it's also way more expensive to make the parts themselves. So you get less money and everything costs a lot more. And that does make it a little bit difficult in terms of, you know, balancing. So we'll have to see. I do like, though, that they gave you 4 slots to work with from the get-go. But you now are more, you have to take responsibility for balancing things yourself a bit more. It's not just use all of them every time, because that will backfire. We do not want to gamble for fastest lap, unfortunately. Q2. Gamble on both cars. Although that is a bit risky, judging by where our car is currently standing. So let's just check the warehouse quick. We do not have an extra chassis for Piastri. Side pods are not done. Underfloor is installed on both cars. Suspension on both cars. Honestly, let's just make one more to be safe. It'll take some time, but that's fine. And we'll have to wait for that chassis. It's just how it be. If we keep on destroying chassis, we're going to have a very, very, very sad time. But yeah, let's head to Miami right away.
Once again, we touch down in Miami as F1 returns to the Magic City. Miami Gardens is transformed into the Miami International Autodrome, built here especially.
Okay, we're getting heavy rain for the race itself, which should mean that we won't have a need to save any hard tires, hopefully. Circuit info, time considerations, 24-second pit lane, should be okay. 2 stoppers or a medium to hard 1 stopper, one way or the other. Really wish we had compound performance for the inters and the wets in, you know, certain levels of rain. Yeah, that's the thing. They're giving you 4 slots, but you actually have to make decisions now on how to use them. You can't just keep them all running 24/7. It will backfire. That's quicker for about 10 laps there. Mediums will be quicker for about 20 laps compared to the hards. So we could make a 2-stopper work, but again, it's going to be raining, so we don't even know what is going to be the best strategy there. I will, however, have a quick look at what we can expect for Miami in terms of a setup. 13.5, 3.7, 25, 15. Again, randomizing setups and randomizing the engines could make things a lot more interesting, but at the same time, many people would probably find it just annoying, mostly. So I can understand why they haven't done that. Okay, I think we'll just simulate the practice. There should be no problem with that. And 14th and 15th, okay. They are not very happy with their setups, which is okay. We can figure that out and deal with it. So braking stability and the straights here for Piastri. Let's try that. I think that should be okay. And it's kind of the same issue here for you, so let's do that. That. And that. And that. That should fix that problem, I hope. Unless the AI decides to completely swap that out. Penalty for breaching the cost cap will be this time? Well, in 22 it was just fines and that you couldn't, you know, buy anything. So I would assume it's going to be the same for this game, honestly. I would genuinely be surprised if they changed it up to something different. I think this should be okay. So yeah, I think it's just going to be fines. So 14th, 20th, Piastri struggling a little bit because we don't have the correct pieces for him. And I just realized that I forgot to switch out the pops, which is going to suck. We just wasted a lot of engine efficiency. Well, durability, more like it. He also broke a gearbox when he crashed. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Once you start to need extra parts too, that's gonna be super expensive. But right now it's looking okay. We'll have to see. Again, towards the end of the season, we might just go full research once we reach the halfway point. Focus on next season. And honestly, that is a viable strategy. So it does feel like you have more choices. Well, more choices because you are more restricted, which is funny to say. But it does feel that way. Might have sent Piastri a bit too close to Norris there, but that's okay. Add a system where you get CFD mile hours reduced. That would be interesting, but I don't think they'll be. I don't think they have the. I was about to say capability to add that, but it would be a nice thing to do. It would make sense, like depending on your overspend, the penalties would apply.
And we are boxes lap.
So we're just 6/10 behind Verstappen here, which I can guarantee you is because Verstappen is running a broken engine. Yeah, broken engine, broken gearbox, about to be a broken ERS. So the AI will still run their components into the ground. Which means that we might be safe here. Okay, we don't really have any extra softs, so use all of them. They use 5 sets of softs and 1 set of hard. Okay, so they've changed simming in a way that is very negative for the player, because they no longer have any predictability on what they use, and that is bad. Now, I think we are safely through here with Piastri, so we're just going to gamble on saving these tires a little bit, because we're going to need them for qualies. Maybe not. Maybe we send Piastri out. Is he gonna make it though? He's gonna have a lot of cars to go through.
That's the checkered flag.
But he did make it. No, he didn't. Shit. Still should be safe, yeah. That was me being a bit panicked. My bad. Yeah, we have to actually plan. Need to plan things a little bit more. Can't just go, oh, I have money, spend it on something. And they used 2 sets of mediums, 1 set of hards, and sent a fresh soft back. Yes. I am very confused at how they do things. But yeah, the practice thing, it was very nice when you could guess what tires they would use. Now they're just randomly using them, and that is actually very, very bad, because, again, it's going to force you to take charge of way more practices to make sure that you have, the tires that you need to efficiently complete a race, which is not a good thing, honestly.
Drive to the Delta. And we're box this lap.
He has been 9/10 slower than Norris this time around.
Okay, that's P4.
But at least it does seem like,
If you could keep your pace up on the in-lap.
yeah, having an extra set of softs for the race would be nice, but we're going to have to use them here. No chance of getting to Q3 without. It does seem more random than anything, and again, that is where my frustrations lie. Because while last year's system wasn't perfect, at least you had some predictability in. I know that the AI is going to use 2 softs, a soft and a medium, and a soft and a hard, and that makes sense. If you wanted to, save that, you just take control of that practice and use a different set of tires. But really should be able to just say that, nah, I want you to use a different set than that, please. Okay, let's send Norris out here in this gap with Gasly, so with Piastri. And hopefully these guys will just peel off into the pits if they finish their laps. We might have sent them out a bit too late again. We did, didn't we? Maybe not, maybe just perfectly timed it to get... Yeah, we actually had a little bit of time here. Gasly is going to be a bit of a roadblock.
Okay, Lando, that is the checkered flag, so we are box this lap.
See if Piastri can improve. Times 32, times 64, yeah. Or just give us the option to, you know, tell the 14th, which is understandable. He's still lacking a couple of parts that he's broken. Lando 9th, what we like to see. Or just give us the option to, as a stand, order, you know, what tires are you going to be using this session, and then you choose two.
Track should be green.
That would also work. So it's not going to rubber in anymore. Car cooling is low. But yeah. Either make it predictable or let us choose. It's the way that I would I'd like to have seen it done. So they do report what you know, where you qualified, and they're telling you to, you know, your in lap, your out lap, things like that. Hulkenberg did get completely held up here, as we can see. So we'll have to deal with that. I think we are going to be sending out now, right behind Verstappen, which is bad because Verstappen's engine is broken. So today we actually did not want to be behind Verstappen, but we are. And hopefully it can give us a little bit of a slipstream that we can have a good performance there, maybe even beat him out. And we did beat Verstappen. Russell did not beat us, so we're starting 7th, which is pretty good. Really good, actually. So 7th for Norris, 14th for Piastri, and generally, I can live with these results. So we're going to have heavy rain, which of course is going to make things a bit interesting. But mostly because... Wait a second, why can't I... There we go, track graph. So I actually need to enter this to see track graph here. Okay. Softs, inters, wets. Stroll on pole? Really? I didn't see that. I need to check that out. But yeah, this is a bit of an interesting one. So the rubber's going to fall off pretty aggressively here. It's going to start light, and then it's quickly going to become wet within 5 laps. So the question is, do we want to go into inters before we go in the wets? And if it's just 5 laps worth, 24 seconds, probably not. I think we'll go directly onto the wets. And this will be the first time when we actually see how the AI does in the wet conditions. So this is going to be a bit interesting. We're going to be starting on the softs though. We're going to be pushing them. They will be quicker for the first 10 laps here before rain arrives. Of course, provided that our predictions are correct, which they might not be. We are, I think, 70% prediction status. So this could get very, very interesting. This should be, you know, full wet territory though. It'll just depend on when it arrives, and then potentially a little bit of a dry period at the end. So wets, inters, dries. I think it's going to be the strategy here. We're just going to go full on aggressive on the softs, of course. We're going to do whatever we can. It doesn't matter if we really burn them to the ground. So we'll be fine. Full wets about lap 12. Yeah. Sending the first corner up for the best. I think it should be okay to just do this. I really also wish that we could, you know, enter the strategy menu. But this seems also to be a little bit different from race to race. Like, right now we have a very high confidence that gives +4, 3 in the rest. It gets 3 plus 2s, 2 plus 1s. So it seems to also change a little bit on where we go there. But we'll start on softs. We'll see how things work. And I did forget to put Paolo in the seat. My apologies. I do have a bad habit of forgetting things, but we'll see once we get to around lap 10 here if we're gonna go into, so if we're gonna go directly to the wets. Norris started 6th. Who has eaten a penalty? Did he start 6th or did he immediately jump Russell? I honestly don't know. But we are going to go high on the overtake aggression for both cars. Honestly, we could also go always defend. It's a bit more risky though, and I think it's fine to just not do it unless we really, really want to keep someone behind us. We just need to remember that that button exists.
Be nice to get past. Could we?
And we are a bit slower than you can see the Williams there with Albon. Norris has Alonso in front of him, which is going to be a bit of a challenge. I'm pretty sure it's just FP1. Razak. I just keep on forgetting. The game is good. It feels a bit more way more challenging, honestly, than the old game. Something happened there. We have an Alonso with a penalty. Did he take out Hamilton?
Now it looks to be Lewis Hamilton involved in that.
The AI is way more challenging. They do different strategies that you don't expect, so it's looking good. Did get a bit of a full stop there. But yeah, we have Verstappen actually attacking us, so even with broken gear and broken car, he's still pretty good. So we'll have to see if we can retake him. I think we'll just keep on running aggressive. Again, doesn't really matter if we burn these tires to the ground because we'll be pitting very soon. Still the same expectations. But yeah, we're really struggling to keep up, which isn't surprising. Our car is slow, let's be honest. We might need to just tune down our aggression a little bit here. We might just be cooking these tires a little bit too hard to the point where we're losing way more performance than we, than we might otherwise do. So we'll tune them down a little bit, cool them off a little bit, see if that helps. Because that's also a bit interesting now. If you cook your tires too hard, they actually do lose performance, I think. Like cooking them slightly is okay, but cooking them super hard like this is not. It's not. I don't know actually. Like they'll overtake a bit more. You can tell them to, overtake aggressively, always defend, things like that. But generally, I think it's a better system probably. We'll see though. I have the first wet race now, so we'll see if they will overtake in wets without going to clean air. I don't know if that is what you mean, but we'll see if that works. I think Verstappen might actually have put on new. No, he hasn't. He's that quick with broken engine and broken gearbox. That's scary. Holy shit, you're still alive? Yeah, I am. I am having fun. HarrySir is kind of, as you can see, is struggling. We're already losing 5 seconds to cars in front, although running aggressive is probably better than what we currently be doing. And we can probably push fuel as well.
Some light spots of rain. Copy.
Okay, so within 4 minutes we could get some light spots of rain here. So we'll have to see how we do this pit stop. I think we'll just go directly to the wets. I say we have a lot more overtakes in that case. It's still the DRS, back and forth, but there's also a lot more fighting generally, and because of the tires, the way the tires work, there's usually more gaps to come by as well. So it's a bit hard to judge, honestly. Okay, Norris did something magical there because he just said bye-bye to Hamilton, and now he's a second half ahead. Continue on fuel usage, we used a lot. Rain should be starting any second now.
Light rain on the radar.
Okay, so it has started, but it's incredibly light. Look at how slowly it's going up.
Copy.
But the question is, how did they change it? Is everyone gonna peel in now immediately, or are you gonna stay out for a few laps there? Because this is very, very light. It's going up by barely anything. Piastri though, still struggling, but again, he's lacking a few parts that Norris has. Just has been demolishing parts the last few races, unfortunately. Could probably order him to run a bit more safely to save parts at this stage. Let's turn this overtake aggression down to medium, just to be safe. Still slowly going up here. I'd assume we are on the correct tire still. It's going to start going up a little bit more aggressively now. That may overtake better. I did not use that mode, Tangy. And I did not use a overtake mode, unfortunately. We have
Okay.
Oh, okay.
all okay, but you have a penalty.
Now there's the car of Piastri.
What did
Now
you
there's an
do?
inviting opportunity there. And not just one car involved in that, as you can see. And they'll have to...
Okay, I saw some pieces fly, but apparently nothing of that is from Piastri's car, but he did pick up a penalty. Which is interesting. So what I'm thinking here is that since it is going to be starting to go up now quite quickly and quite aggressively,
We don't want to overcook the tyres.
I think we...
Yeah, confirm.
I think we gamble on getting Piastri in this lap, which is going to be quite a gamble because we're going to go full wets, 13.1 seconds. Potentially going into this could be better, but again, it's just a few laps, and it has been hard to judge in the past. Could be hard to judge now too. But let's see, if we have two laps on the wets before we become wets, that's fine. Although it's probably better to just stay out right now. It's still going up pretty slow. So let's have both of them just go attack still. And we'll get them in this lap. Get him in on the wets. And the others might actually go intos here. That is the idea. So Hamilton and Show does pit. Hamilton has lost out a ton here. I don't know what happened to him. Track conditions has changed now to damp. And Show went in the inters, Hamilton went on the wets. I'd assume Hamilton knows what's good. The rest stayed out, so I assume they're going on the wets later. But this is a bit interesting, 2.3. And 7.3. We did come out ahead of Show, so that is good. I do want to tune down to probably just aggressive here. We are going to be burning these quite quickly because we're lacking the water on the track, which is a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. We're actually cooking them already, so once we get them in the temperature, we're going to slow down. And Norris here is running behind a soft runner and just not going by, which is, concerning. But we did beat out a lot of cars here, but we did lose out a position, unfortunately. So yeah, not really the best thing ever. And as I said, we are cooking these tires, so they are way more sensitive than one might expect. So potentially by cooking these, we might have made an error here. We might have wanted to go into inters. And as you see, we're just at 3mm now. So, well, it is going to become more wet. We're not going to get there anytime soon. So, yeah, bit concerning. Of course, Alonso's going to overtake us. That would always happen. But again, we are cooking these tires really, really hard here. And that is going to be a huge problem. Still only FP1. So yeah, we'll see here. We, again, did lose out here. Seems like they made the tire changes here are really also vulnerable to going on the wrong compound. So going on the intercept might have actually paid off a lot more. And then pitting again. Because look at how much of the time we actually burnt now doing this. And in terms of lap times, 47 is what we've been doing. If we have a look at, say, I think Show went onto the inters. He did. He was doing 44s and 46s though, so his lap times weren't any better. But at least he didn't cook his tires immediately. So I guess that is the difference. We're going to go attack though here. Don't need these tires to last super long. There is going to be an inter period. So we're going to try and keep them up to, well, the top end of their temperature. Try and make back the time that we lost with this silly little mistake of mine. Although we are cooking them now, so tune down again. It's going to be interesting to see just what is the sweet spot for these. I think it's like 80 degrees, 82 maybe? Probably 80, yeah. We are still cooking them. Even on standard, so... temps are going down, but since it's wet tires, it's going slowly. Because we are pushing fuel. Yeah, seems like 80 is 79 maybe? Is that the sweet spot? 78? Okay, so 78 is the sweet spot there. Okay, good to know. Let's see if we can run aggressive and still stay 78 around there. Okay, so we're gonna have to micromanage them slightly, but it's also a lot of rain on the track right now. So let's tune it up. Okay, it goes up super quick, so don't do that. We're gonna have to keep them aggressive here, I think. And even then, at some parts of the track, we are gonna be running hotter, so even that might not be good enough. Yeah, running them aggressive too just burns them up. We're gonna have to stay standard. But we are running quicker than Alonso. We're not running quicker than the Red Bulls, even if Verstappen has damaged parts, so I'm wondering if they've changed how the damaged parts actually work, because Verstappen is rapid. Like, again, he is running, in terms of his parts, damaged engine and damaged gearbox. So, the fact that he's third, just a few seconds behind, well, Perez, who's probably running the same, but even so, that he is running that quickly is a bit of a surprise. I should probably also turn off deploy, now that I think about it. How are we looking? We are getting very close to the inter period right now. And I think we're going to try and be one of the first onto the inters. And I'm wondering how effective are the inters going to be here? Because we'll do one more lap. I think Piastri is safe to get in. And they should be good for 1 to 4 millimeters, as you can see. So let's chuck him in. And see now if Piastri can make something happen. And everyone actually pitted with him. So we probably should have pitted Norris too, honestly. But let's see now how Piastri, if he makes something up here for that. So yeah, everyone is pitting. Verstappen and Perez double stacked. That is good. Norris down to 11th now. I don't know what happened. Okay, it's because 5... okay, they did not double stack. My bad. I thought they did. So they will still not double stack. They'll split the pit stops instead. Let's run these... well, let's not... let's not run them aggressive because they seem to heat up pretty quick. And Norris up to 9th. And Alonso has yet to pit also, so yeah, if we pitted Norris a bit earlier, we might have taken Gasly, I think. Potentially. Piastri still running 16th behind Bottas. Hopefully can make something happen. I think we'll give him a little bit more of an aggressive move. And they immediately started overheating. So yeah, not gonna happen. Well, I don't think... Did Alonso pit yet? He did now, okay. So we're still running 9th, which isn't bad. Not sure if that is a good or a bad thing. Honestly, I think it's because if they double stacked, if every team double stacked, the pits would be impossible. Because I think with 2 teams double stacked, you can't actually drive past them. On some tracks. And I think that's why they've chosen to do it like that. But who knows? For now, though, it's still looking good. Although we are getting very close now to the dry period. The question is when it is going to be the best to jump onto it. It's 27 laps, probably mediums.
This rain has stopped.
Rain has stopped, yes. So for Norris, we could chuck him onto a new set of softs. That could work. He'll make them last to the end. Maybe. Well, probably, let's be honest. For Piastri, I don't think he has softs. He has used ones, so I think we'll just put him on the mediums. But we'll have to wait a little bit more for the track to get a little bit drier here. Which means that potentially we could try and run a little bit aggressive, see if that helps on the lap times there. 39.4s for Norris. Because overheat here could definitely backfire as well, but we are going to be pitting incredibly soon, so even if we overheat, as long as we attack, it might be worth it. We're at 38 pulls, so yeah, we're running quicker, but that's also because it's drying up. So we're going to use Piastri as a guinea pig, get him in on the mediums, see just how slow he is. See if it actually is beneficial to go in early.
How's the track?
Because the track is still going to be rather slippery, so let's see how that works out.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. It's risky, but I'm ready. Okay. So Piastri currently has Hamilton behind him. He's the only one running mediums. Russell is pitting too, so I think this is what we do. We do the gamble. Alonso pits. Gasly pits. We're going to just follow them in. And Piastri is kind of slow, but he is causing a bit of concern. And Norris actually comes out in 9th, so he retains his position. Question is if he can catch anyone ahead of him while still running the, softer compound. And everyone is pitting. Piastri did get by them very nicely. Hulkenberg and Magnussen has also pitted, so Piastri won't get anyone else for free. Tune him down. And for Norris here, we're just going to keep him on attack for a little bit longer here. Everyone ahead has pitted, but we do want to try to stay with Gasly as much as possible. And maybe get the overtake done. So most went on to softs. We have some medium runners, but soft is the tire of choice. And for Norris, he is going to have a hard time catching and staying with Gasly, I think. Well, he's doing a good job of it right now, though. And Albon and Tsunoda were slow last lap, so that is good. We might need to tune down Norris a little bit now because he is burning the tires, but at the same time, if he gets Gasly here, we could try and chase down Alonso. But that's going to be a bit of a rougher one. We are already now just struggling to keep up the second we tune him down. Fastest lap after fastest lap. ERS train still OP. Experiment ERS top up. Could potentially do it, but as you can see, we're losing out while we were close. Probably could have made it work, but you lose very little time while using it, so experiment a tad. Generally, it is fairly okay to run it while you're in the DRS train, but we currently have probably the 9th slowest car on the grid. So if we can get a little bit of help here from, staying with Gasly, we'll take it. And honestly, if we can overtake Gasly, that would be even better. Piastri still just running his own little race here. He is good. Got overtaken there by the leaders of Leclerc and Paris. And we do need to tune down Norris here a little bit, because if he just burns these softs to the ground immediately, we aren't going to make it to the end. Even if we did overtake Gasly there. There's less of DRS trains, Oliver, because of how the tire heating works. Running behind another car gives more heat into the tires, which leads to, well, your tires getting hot, like with Norris here. And when your tires are hot, they actually end up, as you can see here, giving you less performance and a higher wear rate. And if you have them running in the correct temperature, you have a lot more performance from your tires. So with that in mind, as long as you keep your tires in a good window, you'll have a benefit. And because of this loss of performance, there's less DRS trains because there's going to be a lot more gaps. So DRS trains are still good, but you'll be paying the price for running in them. So what happens is there's going to be a lot of cars that are like 2-3 seconds between each other, rather than running in DRS the entire time. So right now, Gasly's tire should be cooking off because he's running right behind us. And as you can see, he is taking more durability damage than we are. Pretty sure we pit around the same time. So with that in mind, you need to, make some decisions on when to push and when to, play a bit slow. But there are less DRS trains that I've seen. The entire grid isn't just one big DRS train. So that's somewhat improved. Okay, 10 laps to go here. Norris is running 8th. The top 8, well, 7 spots here are the usual teams, except for Hamilton, who is right behind, well, not right behind, going to try and hunt down Piastri. I don't know, yeah, we probably could deploy, tune down that a little bit, push a little bit of fuel. Because we want to avoid wasting too much of the tires. So, although gas is falling right now, he isn't using too much more tire wear than us. That is a bit of a problem, but he is falling back, as you can see, mainly due to, probably, as I said, tire temperature. Speed things up a little bit here. Yeah, Hamilton is probably going to get Piastri. There's just no way around that. He is on, I assume, better tires, softs. But Piastri will have more and more advantage the longer we go. And Norris just won't catch Alonso. Alonso's just too far ahead. We'll be saving tires, saving everything here, in case Gasly catches up to us. Because again, we are a pretty slow team. So, unsurprisingly, Hamilton did overtake Piastri. Piastri is fighting back, though, as best as he can. But Hamilton will just be in a quicker car, better stance, better everything. That'll make his fight kind of difficult here. Norris is running in a good window himself, should be safe. We could have Piastri, of course, do full attack here. Deploy a bit of ERS. And give Hamilton a bit of a fight.
That's Leclerc. Charles Leclerc is today's winner.
So Piastri unfortunately couldn't get Hamilton there, but still fought back valiantly. Unfortunately had a penalty. Not much we can do about that. Norris secures 8th, which means we get points. So we should be happy with that, for sure.
What a remarkable drive by Lando Norris
Okay.
today.
Apparently we keep on getting achievements here. Complete 5 races. Yeah, Leclerc wins. We have both Red Bulls on the podium. Stroll 4th. Ferrari, Merc, Aston. Then us, then the 2 Alpines. So we're catching, but it's going to be a very, very slow and painful journey. Leclerc up to 2nd now. Just a few points behind Verstappen. 9 points to be exact. So we could potentially have a fight here too, which would be good compared to how it's currently going in reality. And with this, as I said, we are catching up to Alpine, but it'll take us a few races to get there if we're going to keep on doing it like this. Microphone has died, sounds robotic. It's probably due to some drop frames. Let me have a look here. I think my internet just took a little bit of a vacation. Sorry about that. Let us see here if I can figure this out. Am I sounding better now? Yeah, thank you. It's probably just my internet dropping every now and again, which is a bit unfortunate, but we have been going for a while, so I'm probably being a bit angry there. So both Red Bulls with quick pit stops, we are 4th and 5th, which means that Red Bull now gain a huge, huge amount of points. We move up to 4th though, and well, No errors on the pit stops this time. Very good. So we can be happy with that. Blue on everything, which should mean that we did well, I hope. And I'll try and remember to put Polo in the car and see if they change anything. We do pay out 200,000 into Norris. Well, 175,000 as a bit of a bonus for 9th or better. We did finish some of the performance targets here, which gives us a lot of money, which is actually going to help us quite a bit. It's going to be nice. And we do have 8 million now. We could probably make some new car parts. Inspection failed for both the front wing. We don't actually have a new one. So we are going to have to... Okay, so swap out actually just does that. So swap out means it swaps out to a different one, but again, can't really do much about it. So 2 car parts failed inspection for Norris. I think if we crashed enough with Piastri that we don't lose any car parts there. Yes, 2 of them failed for Norris, the engine and ERS. The ERS trains, we're going to have to try and remember to put those into the correct places. What I did want to do here now is I should make some new car parts. We have the money. But I want to check manufacture first because I think we're behind on some of the pieces here. I think it's the suspension that we were behind on, so... Make 3? Or we'll wait until it's done, then fix it. For now, though, we are going to do rear wing and underfloors coming in. We might actually need to get ourselves an extra factory slot here. That might actually be something that we're going to need, interestingly enough. So how much would it actually cost to upgrade the factory? 11 million. We might need to save that just to upgrade it. It's barely going to increase the monthly upkeep, which is nice. Which means that it actually kind of rebalance the upkeep, which is good. Team hub. Yeah, basically, do I want to upgrade the car? Do I want to upgrade the team? Is my current dilemma. Car part inspection result. We have those design center improvements. Huh? Okay. This is an interesting new one. With some short-term investments, I believe we can temporarily boost the effectiveness of the design center to increase the number of engineers and number of design projects we can work on at once. So, by paying $1 million for 2 months, we are going to get a, well, extra 5 engineers and an extra 2 project capacity. 150% effectiveness. I assume this means that just the stats boost, not just the speed. Honestly, I think we're going to deny this because we don't have the money to run, well, run it fully to begin with, so there's no real point. Thank you for dropping by, HarrySir. Hope you have a good rest of the day. I will try and get some more points. We'll have to see there what we actually end up with. Low, yeah, we have low pieces. We're actually running out of parts, interestingly enough. The underfloor design has been completed, and it would be a massive improvement, as you can see. So we would like to get it manufactured, but it's going to take some time. We don't have the we actually don't have the capability to manufacture it right now. So we're going to have to see what we actually do in terms of balancing things. The rear wing design has completed too, and we actually have a manufacturer slot right now because of the suspension. So it's installed on both cars, which means we're good. We have one extra. And what we need to make a decision on right now is, do we want to make rear wings, which would be a huge DRS upgrade. It would decrease our DRS to the air tolerance. But I still think it would be a good thing to make. It's pretty quick, is the thing. Imola is in 6 days. DRS effectiveness there is going to be massive. So we'll go ahead and manufacture 3 of these. Again, we'll have 2 of them for the race, most likely. Could rush them, but again, that is extra costs. And right now, that is the one thing that we don't really have anything left over for. And as I said, I think we are going to be slowing development down to focus a little bit more on research. Because, well, I think it's going to be the best way to improve the car going forwards. We're kind of abandoned this season. Because, again, money, development is going to be rough. And focus a little bit more on next season's car. which I think is going to benefit us more, honestly. That's the idea, anyways. But we'll have to see what we do. Development times now are a lot shorter, so we have a lot more freedom in how we want to handle things. If we were to make another rear wing, though, how would it look with full CFD? So base wing would look pretty good. And if we get rid of the... That's not... Does the rear wing not have? Last time I made the rear wing, I think I might have put that down. Just didn't think about the fact that rear wing doesn't have... Rear wing doesn't have durability? I'm confusing myself at the moment. Sorry about that. I don't know what we want to do. That's the thing. I'm a bit uncertain on what is the best way of going forwards. Potentially... Let's have a look at the warehouse here, like what we're actually at. So, chassis. We can install it on both cars now. Front wing, we have it installed on both cars, but at the same time, don't really have any extra ones. Rear wing, we're making them. Sidepods, we have made one, but we still need to make another one. And the underfloor, we got it ready, just need to make it. Suspension, we got just one extra one. So what I'm thinking is that we're going to focus a little bit towards research now for next year's car. It's a bit early to do it, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, we don't really have the manufacturing capability to, you know, do anything with our current car. And we do have some minor technical changes that we're going to have to deal with come next season. So what I'm very tempted to do here is do an underfloor project, get this one, just put the CFD, the wind tunnel hours, the mount hours, kind of give up a little bit on this season. You weren't research, yeah. Oh, yeah, that explains it. Sorry, thank you. No wonder I couldn't find durability. There we go. There we go. Let's see how this looks then here, where we were supposed to be. Thank you, Joshua. I've been playing for 6 hours and I'm getting a little bit loopy, so apologies there. So yeah, this would be, again, if we did DRS Delta and 19%, would be a pretty big upgrade. But again, the main concern that I have is the money aspect. Currently, the main goal of the board, if we have a look here, is 7th. We're currently 6th, so I'd say we target 5th. And we focus a little bit on making, well, catching up on these parts to start with, because we are behind on that. And we'll do a little bit of a research focus this year, I think. I think that is the way to move forwards. It's gonna probably be the best thing we can do. Again, it's one of those things that are a little bit hard to judge, a little bit hard to make a decision on. And wait, did it actually have an effect on brake cooling? It does. Okay, that's good. Because also getting brake cooling up would help next year's car also. So it's figuring out the balancing act here of what we want to do. We are, as I said, going to be losing performance too. So it might be a tad too early to start research, but I think it's better to have some projects that we can put the engineers on that at the same time doesn't actually, you know, cause us some problems there. So let's make an underfloor project, let's make a front wing project, put 10 engineers on it, and we'll spend this month just catching up on what we need to do, because again, we're lacking money, we're lacking a lot of things, so we'll use this as a chance to just catch up a little bit. As you can see here, we're still losing out, so I think it's better to wait for another CFD window. And instead, we'll focus on brake cooling on the suspension here as a second research project. I think that is going to be okay. We still are going to get a little bit of this benefit here back, so outside of that, we just do balance. Honestly, doing balance is also fine. Yeah. Doing balance and doing several projects is probably the better way of doing things, unless we specifically need to focus on something. Yeah, I'm very uncertain what is the best way forwards. And that's why I'm going back and forth a lot here. The design costs 1.3 million. So it's still going to be expensive. But we do need to start, again, it's very early to start focusing next season. We've done 5 out of the, 23 races? So let's have a quick look here at circuits. Round 23, yes, 23 races, we've done 5, there's 18 to go. I feel like it's a bit too early to just throw in the towel, but at the same time, we're behind on parts. Let's do a little bit of research so we can catch up, and then we can make some more. Because development times are really, really short this game, like 40 days tops. So we can make some decisions over the summer break is what I'm thinking. Qualifying position streak, 1 driver, top 10. I feel that is a bit of a gamble. 12th should be okay. It's a bit more passive, but it should make us money. And that is currently what we're lacking. Fastest lap, I don't think we're going to get that. We haven't been even close. Q2. Both drivers, that is a bit more of a gamble, but I think we can make that work. So, yeah. Again, it's I'm kind of struggling here on how we're going to handle this personally. But we'll see how we go. I think we have another side pod now that we can actually put on the car. My first sprint weekend was in Baku. It actually snuck up on me a little bit, but we already had one. So, could be a second sprint weekend, we'll see. But yeah, the field has definitely upgraded their cars. I seem to remember this was 20.48 at one point, so the average is going up. Let's look how we compare to Alpine. We have better acceleration. DRS is slightly better. They beat us out in low speed cornering, but the cars are getting pretty close there. The medium speed is where we're lacking, high speed is where we're lacking, dirty air tolerance is where we're lacking, which I think also has an effect on your tire warming while running behind. But the engine cooling is really bad. They have really bad brake cooling. I think they have the worst in the grid. Okay. I think we also have a rear wing here for both cars. So with this, at Imola, we should be okay. But yeah, we are gonna have to, you know, make things down the line. So we'll try and get a bit more balanced project. How did it go? We ended 9th in the sprint, just outside the points. We just a tad too slow. There was a red flag that Piastri caused, which broke a bunch of parts. Then they crashed again during a race, broke a bunch of parts, which is kind of why we're struggling right now with the, you know, keeping up with everything. Kind of why I'm taking a bit of a break to just let manufacturing do its thing. Secondly, we did get in the points, I think. Did we finish 7th? Because Verstappen and Sainz crashed out during the first corner, basically, which gave us a little bit of a freebie. So yeah, it went well, except for the fact that Piastri wrecked the car twice, honestly. The sprint aspect worked out okay, I dare say. Did kind of forget about how practice works, so no sprint weekend this weekend. So I don't need to worry about that. Luckily. Let's see here. Emilia Romagna. 6.5, 12.5, 4.6, 50 and 0.5. And as I said, we're going to give Palu a chance at least it just made it one button now. So that makes it a little bit easier. There we go. So I think everything that we want is on, except for, of course, the used parts. Also, they've changed how expensive, you know, extra parts are. So gearboxes are $1 million, ERS are $2.5 million, engines are $5 million. So if we're unlucky, things are going to get really expensive down the line. So hopefully they get the directive that allows us to have more engines, more gearboxes, more, you know, ERSs for free. That would be nice, because that's going to be really expensive. Like, I think two extra engines is going to be 10 million. And I'm pretty sure it counts against the cost cap too, which is going to be a painful. But yeah, it's looking interesting. 11th and 18th for Palu. Okay. Not very happy with the setups though. Okay, so swap you over there, you over there. You are actually okay where you are. Try that maybe. See if that's better. Okay, braking stability. Scamble a little bit, go like that. That should be okay. Yeah, the game is a lot harder in terms of balancing your development, and that makes it interesting. Researching does, in fact, affect the budget cap. And researching now won't be beneficial this season, but it will be very beneficial next season. And that's why I'm thinking that since we kind of struggling to keep up with the parts, there's no need to make new parts that we can't actually manufacture yet. So instead, we'll do a little bit of research, which should help out next season. And that is the idea there, to just have those parts, you know, boost next year's car. And I think that should be okay. It's a decent use of money, I think. So we'll be happy with that. Hey Sammy, you've been here for 3 hours. Hope you've enjoyed. Thank you. Appreciate your ice. I appreciate everyone being here, honestly. Makes it a lot more fun. Okay, so Piastri has less preparedness, so we're gonna not have him go aggressive. We kind of need him to just have a calm race where he doesn't break the car. Honestly. So I think we can boost his, you know, hopes a little bit here, and this should be good enough. Yeah, this should be good enough. Maybe one tack to the left, like so. Then one like so. Yeah, I don't know which one is the best here. Like so. That brings that a little bit closer as well. That should be 100% setup for Piastri. A little bit like so. Puts that one in even more optimal, I think. Hopefully. And we'll have to put on the better engines and stuff. So yeah, I'm curious once I start testing it if the engines are going to work the same way as they did last year. Because if so, because of the changes in pricing, I don't think the Rebel engines are going to be the best anymore. Like pricing that gradation, might need to focus a little bit on engine cooling as well. Because right now we're kind of struggling. So, oh. So this is a new qualifying setup. It actually is in the game. As you can see, we're currently going to do quali, and this is the Hungary setup where you have to do hard for Q1, medium for Q2, and soft for Q3. So that's going to be quite interesting, particularly if the AI chooses to run more broken cars. So yeah, this is going to be a bit interesting. But the new qualifying setup is in the game, which is very, very interesting. This is the same setup they used in Hungary. And we actually get to run unmolested, which is even better. 15-4,
and we are boxes
15-6.
Okay.
Okay, at least we beat Tsunoda on the first run here. And we are going to have to use the same hard compound, so let's just prepare for another run. Norris is still third. Currently beating out Russell just barely. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. Piastri might struggle a little bit to, you know, get through. But I think Norris should be safe. But yeah, I'd like to see regulation changes like, yeah, honestly, this one. Every quality needs to be hard, medium, soft as a regulation change would be mad. But I think it would also be a bit fun. So let's see, do we want to send out a car now? I'll send out Norris and then Piastri. A little bit into traffic. Yeah, Piastri actually overtook Norris in the pits. That's interesting. Oh, we're gonna have so much traffic. I sent him out at the wrong time. Yeah, Piastri out. Definitely sent him out at the wrong time. That's my fault. That's going to cost us some monies. And as you can see for the second one, we are going to have to use mediums. It's going to be interesting. Do I want to just save them for one final run towards the end? Nah, we're going to do 2 runs.
Okay, so that's a green light.
Thank God that Verstappen didn't block us there. We might actually be a bit of a blocker here for Verstappen.
Drive to the Delta.
14.8.
Box this lap, cool the
That's
car.
slower than I think Verstappen's hard run. Which is not going to be great. But we're going to slow him down maybe in the final corner? Not really. A little bit, I think. What am I expecting from McLaren at Belgium? Honestly, it would be fun to see him do more podiums. If it goes ahead. Is it going to be rainy? Or is there something else going on that I haven't caught up on? That's what's happening. Now you have my curiosity. I think McLaren could potentially, you know, fight a little bit for a podium if they're lucky. But it'll depend on other teams' upgrades. But I would really like to see Piastri just get himself that first F1 podium. But what's going on? Why would it not go ahead? Is there something happening right now in Belgium? Or is it just bad weather? I think we sent Norris out here. We actually have Sargent in tow. Ah, rain, yeah. Super rain all weekend. Yeah, I can see why that would stop things. Well, we are safely into Q3, I dare say.
P6.
So Norris is doing very well. He's getting basically everything he can out of this car. Sure. Just like in 2001. While Russell appears. Give me your points. That would be funny. Okay, so we actually do have fresh compounds here for the race itself. But how are we looking in terms of... Well, this is long pit lane. How are we looking in terms of the tire wear? So softs grade... about 10 laps. And for the mediums, they degrade about the same. So about 15 laps before the hards become better. One stop here with the hards in... With the either soft... Well, medium to hard is probably the best bet. I think. 2-stop is going to be a bit rough. But it could be doable. Because, again, you can do a lot more now. Because you can run aggressive full attack. But honestly, if we have another weird spa, that would be kind of a bit sad. I'm going to have to check the forecast once I get the opportunity.
Track should be green.
Because let's be honest, if it's going to be super rainy at Spa, they might just not dare to run the race this weekend. Play it safe, so to speak. I don't think we'll need more than one set of softs here, so we'll do another run with fresh ones. Waiting for Verstappen to make a mistake. Is that in the race or in the game? Then Norris out now. A lot of free air, very good.
Good job, let's check a tag.
We're running slow though, but this is kind of a nice graphic. So yeah, if he improves, not really, but that is P6, sorry P7, so that's still acceptable. Honestly, Verstappen is such a machine that even if he makes a mistake, he'll still be dangerous. Like, he'll just do the Hungary spin to win. Like he did last year. So I wouldn't be too worried for him, honestly. Okay, let's put together a strategy here. So the soft one here is potentially a little bit quicker, but it leaves way less for tire wear. two-stopper is actually viable. So we could start on soft, go medium, and then another set of medium, but then we're locked in. Honestly, probably worth it to try. Particularly when you start in the back anyways. I think for Lando here, we're going to play a little bit safer, start in the mediums. We could start him on the softs. It's a bit of a difficult one to choose here. I think we'll start him on the soft. And we'll just have to, you know, make them last. And if we have a safety car, we'll switch him over to Piastri's strategy. I'm surprised that we've yet to see just one safety car. We've had, you know, a virtual safety car, but just one actual safety car, a red flag in practice. So we've yet to see them. They've been hiding. They're elusive. But I think this should be okay. We'll do our best here. So let us get started and see if we can make something out of it. Again, I don't understand why the fuel difference between these two, but oh. Well, give me a second here. The game decided that we played enough and crashed. So I'm just gonna give myself a second to restart. Sorry about the black screen. The game finally decided it had enough of me after 6 hours. But here we are, we're back. There we go. Let us continue. And hopefully the autosave saved everything. I think it should have. That was a bit weird. Okay, we're gonna have to set up strategy again, but that's fine. We'll be using the standard strategies anyways. So there we go. There we are. And I think we're ready. So Lando has more driving confidence, gives him more points into his stats, which means better performance. I'd like to see, you know, Piastri's driving confidence get a little bit better, but we'll have to deal with that as we go. So let's jump straight into it. Emilia Romagna.
Here in Imola, the crowd are on their feet.
Let's see how we go.
Anticipation of this.
So I see a lot of mediums, a couple of reds, so it's going to be a bit interesting.
And away we go.
So for Norris here, we're going to put his overtake direction to high. That should be okay. We're going to keep Piastri a little bit more careful for now, so that we don't crash out immediately. Toggle on the ballast assist, let them kind of deal with that themselves.
Yep.
And Norris did lose out of position to an Alpine immediately. It is what it is. And, well, except for us, the rest are mostly on the medium tire. So it is what it is.
Oscar, is everything okay?
I've been getting points with soft, medium, softer race with Williams.
Yellow flag now.
That does sound pretty good. Another crash with multiple cars.
Now this was the 7th corner.
That looks like Piastri.
And you can see how the cars come together. And that won't do their confidence any
Did
good.
Piastri just push off the track and crash and get a penalty again? Overtake failed. He didn't get any damage though. Not even to his tires, so that is certainly a benefit. We're going to tune down the tire usage to aggressive though. But he is at the back of the grid now with that little bit of a touch there. Confidence is now, you know, down the drain. So, yeah, bit unfortunate there. Piastri has not had a good start. Yeah, the Red Bull is quick. Let's just, there's no way around that, honestly. It's quick even with damage. You are correct with that. So we are currently burning these a little bit too hard here. So we need to tune down, well, turn down the temperature a little bit. Otherwise we're going to destroy them too early. And gaps are starting to form here. Leclerc has a gap to Alonso. And we're going to go balance their fuel, which should hopefully, you know, pull down the tires slightly. I did also use a little bit too much ERS, which is usual. I tend to forget it more in this game, I feel, because of the way the new system works. So we'll run top up for a tiny amount of time here. Hopefully we don't get left behind. And let's see if standard is enough to cool down the tires, and if not, we're just going to have to run even slower. But right now we have kind of given up on Ocon. It's just how we're going to have to do. The softs are really overheating. And that is going to be slowing us down quite a lot here. Piastri has gotten the Rees though, and he's currently finding show, and then Bottas. Let's see if we can actually make something out of it. But yeah, currently we're running 2 seconds behind Ocon in 7th, and again, not really much we can do about it. It's just the tires being completely overheating, and that is that's not a good thing for us. Let's see, what do we want to do strategy-wise? Do we want to stick with this, or do we want to switch over to Piastri's? As long as we can keep it alive, I think we're okay. So right now, we're just going to maintain where we are. Not like we have a choice. Stroll is currently pulling Ocon along, which makes him even harder to catch. So, yeah, we don't really have a choice there. Piastri is getting some work done here, got show. Should catch up and get Bottas pretty rapidly here as well. Perez did overtake us, which is honestly not surprising. If we can stay with him, we'll actually be okay. He should also be able to help us chase down Stroll, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. Norris is actually kind of fighting back here to the point where he will be going by him in just a second there. Lost a bit of confidence, unfortunately. Just how it be. But yeah, should be okay. So Perez has actually gotten away from us there. Did Norris run wide a little bit there while I was looking at the confidence? That does not look good. We're going to tune both of them up to aggressive. Have them a little bit hard on those tires. And we have entered Piastri's pit window, so let's just have him attack. Those tires are kind of worn out at this point, honestly. They are degrading a lot quicker than expected, so I think we're going to just push them for a couple of laps. Then we're going to jump in, get on the mediums, and kind of run them in kind of a better window, honestly. For Norris, we're just going to have to try and hold on. We don't really have any other choice. And we'll get Piastri in this lap, I think. Point 3.44, not a bad pit stop. Let us get the tires up to temperature. Let's slow down. Hello, Greg. Glad to see you too. A little column A, a little bit of column B, honestly. It's going a bit back and forth in how it's treating me. We had Piastri here kind of have really bad time, struggling. And generally it's been going a little bit back and forth, but generally good. Seems like the AI is a lot more capable this year. Seems like you're going to have to make a lot of decisions in terms of development, so I'm liking it so far. It's good. It has gained a bit more depth where you actually need to consider what you want to use your money on. So that is good. Let's just get Norris into the pit here as well. Do we want to put him on the hards to the end? I think we put him on the hards, then we can put him on a different compound if we want to later, say the medium. We're going to come out towards the back anyways. Confidence feature needs some rebalance. Yeah, it's a bit too fragile. Like, it's a bit too volatile. If you get overtaken under DRS, you wouldn't give up on everything, let's be honest. So Norris comes out in a bunch of free air, which is beautiful. Tsunoda and Hulkenberg does pit too. Piastri is safe there. And I think we can. No, we're going to have to run him standard, otherwise he's going to immediately burn those tires to a crisp. I think running Norris aggressively here should be okay. Might be a little bit risky, but I think it will be okay. And as you can see, the rest are all running mediums, but even then, they should be pitting fairly soon. Hamilton has already pitted. So yeah, we're gonna have a bit of work cut out for us here. Luckily, Mag does pit, so we now only have Albon to contend with. Tune down the tire usage a little bit here while we push fuel, so that we don't again completely burn these. Stroll has pitted too. Can probably push Piastri's fuel a little bit, or we can save that a little bit later. But yeah, we kind of need Norris to get by here rather quickly so that we don't lose too much time. Got by Russell, which is good. We are 7 seconds behind Stroll. Everyone ahead of us has pitted until Gasly, Ocon. They are still running. And are we going to be able to get by them? Potentially. Gasly we should get. Ocon is going to be a bit harder. But again, it'll depend on how hard they push their own, tires. Piastri right now is up into 12th, but again, he's going to have to stop again. Perez does pit, comes out ahead of us. And Ocon and Gasly are running those mediums into the ground. Are they going to be going soft here? Gasly does finally pit. We do get by him. But yeah, that does seem a bit, interesting.
Are hitting the walls. And there's lots of debris where
I think that is my favorite line. Other people are hitting the walls.
And ends up making contact with the barrier.
Yeah, that's going to be sad for Gasly. Because he just pitted too. So those hard tires he'd just gone on, they are basically gone already. That's not going to be what he'd want to see, honestly. So that helps us out in our fight with Alpine. And so it's not necessarily bad for us. Ocon does now pit. We do come out ahead of him. And we are going to have to try and make these tires last to the end. So exactly how we're going to pull that off, we'll have to see. Piastri's running 12th with Mag at the moment. Mag should have better tires, I think. Yeah, better hards. And everyone is now in the hards. We're the only one on a different compound. So that should also make things a little bit more interesting. But as you can see, Mag has already gotten the gap then made. We are going to have a bit of a rough time. But we can deploy a little bit of energy here. It is, topped up currently. So let's just deploy a little bit for both drivers. Once we hit 50%, we'll tune it back down. And that should be okay. So Norris here, put him back to neutral. Piastri probably going to do the same after the straight. Yeah, just tune him down here. Because again, don't want to use all the energy. We do need something to spare there. In terms of lifetimes there, we are running about the same as Ocon. So that is very promising. And Piastri here is going to be pitting very, very shortly. So we're just going to push all that we can. And we are going to have one heck of a train to get through once we actually do this pit stop here. So it's not necessarily going to be very, very good for us this either. But I think it's okay. Give Piastri a little bit of a different strategy. Might not work out as I just said, but it's still good to try things, honestly. So we actually come out ahead of... we came out ahead of the Vries, but because we had to get out of the way for the quicker cars, we ended up behind him. That's a bit of a yikes moment. But we immediately just re-overtake him there, shouldn't be an issue. And Piastri should be fine now, just running aggressive to the end. The only thing that I'm a bit concerned about is, are we going to be keeping up with, say, Sainz here? Because that would be funny. Norris still running good. The gap down to Ocon is increasing. We're kind of gaining a little bit on Stroll too here, but not enough for it to make any difference. So we'll just leave him at B. And we'll try and help I was about to say Latifi. We'll try and help out Piastri a little bit here. See if we can get him a little bit higher before the end of the race. Right now we are kind of burning the tires a bit more than we need to, so we'll tune him down a tad. It is very hot in terms of temperature, and we're getting direct sunlight. Alonso with a bit of a spin. depending on how quickly he recovers, that could benefit us. He's in the gravel.
What a mistake, eh?
But he did recover into 4th, so as you can see, he's still right behind Piastri. So he didn't really lose too much there. Which honestly is good. It's kind of what you like to see. Mistakes are mistakes, they lose you a few seconds. They shouldn't end your whole race. So I'm very, very happy with that. Now Piastri is chasing Bottas, and honestly should get him pretty soon. Then let's see if we can head down to Tsunoda. Still got 10 laps to go. Norris is still running the exact same window, so we don't have any concerns there either. We have caught Tsunoda though, and Piastri should have no problem just going by. Actually does it before the DRS zone. Next up is Sargent, Gasly, Albon, which honestly we might actually catch too. Gasly actually decides to pit. That's an interesting choice. We're within the DRS of Sargent. We have a virtual safety car.
There's a car in the wall.
Who has hit the wall there?
Lots of debris where the incident was.
Everyone alright?
Go. Okay.
Zhou Guan Yu is the focus here. Just flies into that crash. I imagine
That should
comfort-
be goodbye rear wing. That should be costly. Without the rebalanced parts, what I really would like to see too is the deconstructed championship. Like how many parts did you destroy in crashes? Over the course of the season. This VSC though does, just stabilize things for us. But it also means that Piastri is gonna not get as high as he could have once it stops VSCing. So bit unfortunate for him, but it is what it is. We'll still try our best though. Try and get him as high as possible. Piastri actually struggling to get by Sargent by looks of things. Keep the tires that aggressive so we don't completely burn them. And there we go, that should be Sargent. 3 laps to go. 8 seconds up to Albon. See how close we get here. Go full attack. Ocon has been gaining on us though. So yeah, he gained about 1.5 seconds last lap. But we have about 7.5 seconds, we should be safe there. Piastri though is really quickly gaining on Albon. Just 3 seconds behind now. And if it wasn't for the fact that he's lapped and he's technically on his last lap right now, I think he might have gotten him.
That's Leclerc.
Yeah.
Charles Leclerc is today's winner.
Charles has won, but we're basically within DRS now, so wouldn't surprise me that if Piastri has gotten both Albon and Hulk, but that would probably be the limits of what he could have done there. Still though, we got 8th, so that is fine.
What a remarkable...
We unlocked box, which means that we basically got the fastest pit stop in the race. But yeah, we got 8th, which is very good for us. Leclerc 1, Verstappen 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Alonso, then Perez, Hamilton, Stroll, Ocon, and Russell. So championship-wise, there's just 1 point between these lads now. That is very good. Means we'll have a fight. We did gain another few points in Alpine, but they're still 11 points ahead, so that's going to be a bit of a fight. Checked if they fixed stats, like 122, Lewis has 7 championships, and if Merck and Ham win VDC and BCC has 9. I don't know yet, we'll have to see once we actually finish the season, I guess. We did get the fastest pit stops though, with Piastri, once they didn't actually shaft him. Norris with the 5th quickest. Ferrari there, 3rd and 4th, AlphaTauri 2nd. And AlphaTauri is just winning the fastest pit stop award. We are currently still 4th, just a point behind Alpine. And, well, that was the best pit stop. We were about a 10th behind on both cars, so not bad. Not bad at all. And I guess they were happy with the results. Paolo too. Did he get 40 laps? gives a little bit of an update. It just says experience, so I guess they changed that. We did fail, however, the reach Q2 with both drivers thing, so they took a little bit of me money, but that is fine. It be what it be. Manufacture complete of the chassis. Okay, good. Manufacture complete of the rear wing. Also very good. So what this means is that we can now make the underfloor. So we're going to be manufacturing 3 of these. It's going to take 24 days. We won't have them for Monaco. Just don't have time. And the other pieces here are all looking good. Although, not having an extra front wing here is kind of worrisome. So what am I currently working on? I think I'm doing research. So manufacturing a couple of front wings is not a bad idea here. Let's get that made. They're also some of the cheapest things to make, so I would be a fool to not have an extra one. Sidepod 2 is already a project in process, so that should be good. Underfloor did fail, so we'll swap it out. Replace it, there we go. We now have 2 underfloors, so yeah, making new ones is definitely going to be an important thing. And we did get the chassis manufacturing complete, good. Italy feature race results. Duan 1, Darvala, then Maluni, Aaron, Mini, Getha. So these results are still coming in, very good. So disappointed with this game, pretty much the same last year and buggy as fuck. I haven't seen too many bugs yet, honestly. More things that just aren't thought properly through. But I haven't seen any like super real buggy things first. Yeah, do you have a few examples? I mean, honestly, be curious what to look out for, personally. Side for manufacturing complete. That means we should have 1 extra, I think. And we do have now Monaco coming up. So once we're done with Monaco, next week is Spain. And then I think we have a couple of weeks off before Canada. Then, yeah, it's going to be a lot of races here in tow. So we're gonna have a lot of stuff to do. Finish position again. We're just gonna go with 1 car in the top 10. A little bit extra money, and let's gamble on 1 driver in Q2 and 1 driver in the top 10. That should be okay for making a little bit extra money. I don't think we have any extra parts in the warehouse. I'm just double checking. Yep, the only thing is the underfloor, which we'll get for the next race. We won't have it for Monaco. But Monaco is basically just qualifying. Qualifying decides where you start, and it's going to be hard to overtake. So I'm thinking that is fine. We're currently still 6th, 11 points behind Alpine, so if we have a good qualifying in Monaco, we might make something happen. If not, it's going to be a bit rough.
Welcome along to one of the...
Okay, so let's get on the practice part before I forget. But I'm looking forward to how the penalties are going to affect the AI here, because we're on race 7 and we're already on basically at the gearbox. So if we have a lot of crashes for the AI, they're going to have a really bad time. Yep, that looks good. Car setup here for Monaco should be, you know, everything to somewhere. Right, 10, 16, 82, 35 and 85. There we go. See if it still is the same, because, well, most of the other ones have been, so I assume this one is too. 9th for Lando, Piastri 15th. I think that's okay. Need to work a little bit on Piastri's setup, but Lando's is looking good. And it's basically just gamble on going a little bit to the right there, like so. That should do the job, I think. Yeah, that should do the job. For Lando, it's figuring out if we want to go more to the right or more to the left, so we'll just pick one of them, and that should work. Can be overtakes in the main straight? Yeah, I would assume so. I've been going for lightweight parts, Greg, because the stat gain is quite quite a lot. Like a lot. I'll show you once we get a part done after Monaco. But you gain a massive amount of stats from just doing no durability. So it's definitely... I think definitely that is what you want to do. But again, it's a balancing act. Do you want to spend more money on making more parts, or do you want to spend more money on development? It's, you know, that's basically the question you gotta ask yourself. Car parts damage. Okay, so gearbox is damaged. They have that warning, but the AI just does not heed it at all. Let's see here what we want to do. Okay, this is gonna be kind of difficult. Guess that's gonna work then? I think that's what we're gonna have to try. Yeah, let's go for that. See if we can get a better result here. Use more battery on the main straight. I guess will require some micromanagement though. So we'll have to see how much of that we do. Nurse looking good. Again, we need to get Piastri a better relationship with his race engineer. That is what I assume is what is currently lacking. I might be wrong. But at the same time, that's what I think. So we'll see. Let us try and gamble on this. I think this should be okay. Should be slightly better. Not sure which direction to go with tires. I feel I might just spend money in fresh part regardless, depending on crashes and errors. Yeah, but at least you have that menu now where you can actually just tell them to stop crashing, you bastards. Play it safe. So you'll have to do something. You can do something there. Like I ran Piastri quite aggressively in the beginning, and now I've tuned him down to not be as aggressive when he overtakes, just to be safe. So you could do something there, in all honesty. But I do understand where you're coming from. There is probably going to be a lot of broken parts, and since they are actually quite expensive in this year's edition, and you make less money, the impact is quite a lot bigger than it ever was in 22. You never had to worry about, you know, spending money for extra parts, extra anything there. You would just spend, because there was no concerns. So, a bit of an interesting one, that. Let's head to Monaco, see if we can get a good quali going. Without, of course, getting completely blocked out by the other cars. And once again, though, it showed Piastri's confidence as being in the red. But it's not the case, so I am a bit confused. Is it because I changed the setups? Or is it a glitch? We'll see. At least we're gonna get a run here uncontested, so should have at least one okay run here. Red flag, of course.
Red flag, red flag.
Who crashed? Russell? Russell sabotaging us here. That was a good run. Should in theory though, let's be honest, there should in theory make it easy to get through. And give us more potential for points. So can't be too upset with him, let's be honest. Yeah, if we go in here, we don't really get it now, but we can avoid high-risk curves for, you know, underfloor damage, things like that. Apparently Norris's driving confidence is through the roof. So, yeah. Just tell your drivers to take less risks, which means, of course, hopefully, less incidents. Can't get rid of all of them, but can avoid some of them, is the idea.
That's a great lap, buddy. Okay, look after the fuel on the way in.
Copy.
Do we think Piastri is going to be safe with this, though? That's the question. And are Red Bull still running damaged parts? No. Verstappen is on clean parts now. Hey Dean, how are you doing? Glad to see you. I'm liking it. They've added some more complexity in terms of developing your car. Shows you have to make money is actually an issue now. Cost cap is a concern. So they changed the system completely, and I'm all for it. The AI actually kind of fight with you now too. So that is another bonus. So I'm liking the game so far. It seems like the parts have been also kind of rebalanced, so focusing one part isn't necessarily the best thing anymore. Underflow is still really good, but the other parts definitely also have a place now where they do need to be somewhat focused on. So I'm liking it so far, but again,
so the track will go green now.
we'll see how things look when I learn a little bit more about how development actually works, research, things like that. See if I feel the same then.
Drive to the Delta. And we box this lap, cool the car.
Yeah, confirm.
We are going to have to do one more run here for sure. I need to check just how long of a delay it is on the stream. It should be fairly short, but I feel like it takes a long time to respond before I notice some of the questions, unfortunately. So far, it's been a really, really good stream. Had a lot of fun. Okay, we are getting very close now to having to send our cars out again. Ocon is going now. Gasly, you can delay slightly, gamble a little bit. I think we go now. And we actually have a Hamilton in front of us. So that's going to work as a pulley for Norris. Piastri's a little bit too far back to make that work though for him.
Just drifting everywhere now.
Tires are cold? Okay, that's bad. Could also mean that we're not going to have many improvements in terms of lap time here now. We'll see.
That's the checkered flag.
Albon is not improving. We've had a crash. Piastri improved. Norris kind of improved. We'll see if the others do too. Oh, looks like we have both safely into Q3. That's really good. I did not expect both drivers into Q3 in Monaco. I'll be honest. That's a bit past my expectations. I don't think we'll need anything more than one soft set for Monaco. Honestly, let's have a quick look here, just to double check the compound performance. Softs are 3 times quicker than mediums. They'll be good for 15 laps, considering that we're doing 70 laps. Not really that much of a concern. Hards for 200s quicker than mediums, be faster again about 15 laps. So having hards would actually benefit us more than having softs. So this should be okay. We'll just send them out. Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised that we got both boys into Q3. I did not see that coming, but as I said, it was cold on the track, so that might have slowed things down. Potentially, unless of course Piastri decides to crash again. We'll see. Please, Perez, get out of the way. Thank you, Perez. You actually gave Norris a little bit of a tow, though. Okay. Not the worst first run, I say, as we fall further and further down the line. But then again, it's just Hülkenberg that we really can, I think, contend with, so it shouldn't come as a surprise. Hülkenberg is a good 2 tenths ahead of us there. Okay, so Alonso actually slowed it in between us. I didn't think that would happen. In terms of the track now, what are we actually expecting? A little bit more rubber towards the end. But other than that, nothing much really. We're going to try and go very late here, which might backfire horribly. We're going to let these guys go. And then we go out. So Verstappen might catch up to us, and we potentially might block him, and then he will block us. But if we don't, that's going to be pretty good for us. A lot of cars did go out way later than us, though, which might be, you know, a negative. but we'll do our best here.
That is the checkered flag.
Piastri did not improve, Norris did not improve, the others improved. Bit unfortunate. But we are 9th, we are 10th, just 300 behind Hamilton. A little less than a 10th behind Alonso, so we'll take it. Could have gone a lot better if we just timed that last run a bit better, going out a little bit later. That's on me. But we'll take this. I don't think we'll gamble on anything else money-wise. What I am considering, though, is should we start on softs? Should we start on mediums? Because we are most likely... It is going to be a one-stop. It's basically if we're going to do hard to medium or medium to hard. And I think medium to hard is going to be the choice there. It's either that or we jump onto the softs, we push, and we jump onto... We can also do the same with the medium. We can push them a bit more aggressively, and then we jump onto basically around lap, what would this be? Lap 30. Jump onto the hards around lap 30 anyways, try and get the undercut. So I think we're going to do that. We're going to start on the mediums, we're going to be pushing them, kind of. And we'll try and get the best that we can out of them. We'll have to see here, though, what we do with Norris and Piastri. We kind of need Piastri to stay behind, because Norris is just that much quicker, which is a shame, but it is what it is. So I think this is going to be the idea. We are going to be pushing probably quite aggressively, try and make up some places early on, then try and undercut once we get to the pit stop. And the game has decided to commit seppuku again. That's a bit worrisome. That's the second crash in the second race attempt. Is it eating RAM or something? Well, we'll just have to restart, I guess. That is a bit unfortunate, though. That is, as I said, the second crash in 2 races now. At least it crashes before the race, not mid-race. So I'll take that with me as kind of a positive. Not really, but it is kind of. Let's see here. We're going to have to reapply the strategy, but other than that, we're okay. So, yeah. Bit annoying, but manageable. There we are. So yeah, we'll go start on the mediums here. It'll give us a bit more flexibility than the softs. We can push a little bit more aggressively later on. And the idea is very simple here. We try and get on early, undercut, and we'll see if we can get double points here.
The streets of Monte Carlo are ready. We're here and the streets are abuzz at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Ferrari versus Red Bull. Where we've seen this before.
And it's lights out and away we go.
Okay. Piastri, Norris kind of falling back, falling up, falling everywhere right now. Norris still hasn't given up, but I don't think he will have a choice here. Oh, maybe? Piastri too with Magnussen here. He might be losing out a bit.
Not easy to overtake.
Yeah, I understand. We'll give you high aggression. And we'll also do the same for Piastri. Give him too high aggression. Bit of a gamble, but we'll be fine. I don't know why, but I just started first qualify, and I went 1920 with McLaren. Don't know what I did wrong. Basically, qualifying this game is more of a... You need to just get the timing right. But McLaren is a pretty slow car. It's the 8th best car. So in theory, what you should be hoping for there, if you don't have a lot of experience, or, you know, just purely from a car perspective, is basically if you're unlucky, that's where you end up. It's just a game. Yeah, McLaren is the 8th quickest car, so they aren't great at all. Piastri has no starting position. Again, not much we can do about that. It happens.
Overtake available. Perfect.
We'll have to see what we can do here. So we have a safety car immediately.
Safety car deployed. Drive to
So
the counter.
Yeah, fine.
What has happened here? Who has crashed? Looks to be Russell? Yep. Okay, that could have been really bad. Looks like he just misjudged the corner completely. That's really smoky. This is a great shot, though. Honestly. We've got the Reese on track. Are they okay? Everyone's okay. Good. Honestly, though, yeah, he just poofs out of existence. Let's face it, if that actually happened in Monaco, that probably would have been just straight up a red flag. Because he's kind of just blocking the entire track. So I'm a bit surprised, but we'll take it. Let's just speed things up to the end of this safety car. And hopefully we can get Piastri back his 10th, get Norris a little bit further up. Hulkenberg still running in 5th. This could be a great race for Haas, potentially. But yeah, Russell just turned in a bit too early there, which honestly I've done myself when playing this the F1 games. So it's not that big of a surprise, honestly. Pretty long safety car though. Does give us a bit more flexibility in strategy. We'll see how this works out. Safety car is coming in now. Full attack, full push, and we will give deploy.
For the restart, we suggest use overtake at part throttle.
Copy.
Let's attack. Okay, the leader is dropping back from the safety car now.
So Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, Leclerc, then Hulkenberg.
Overtaking.
Fell back quite a bit here with both cars, so it's kind of what we expect though. Not much we can do about that. And honestly, the cars do sound great here in this game. I'll give him that at least. But I think overtaking it is going to be a bit of a pain, and the best thing that we can hope for is probably undercutting. It's probably going to be what we're going to have to do here. Just go for the undercut. Save a bit of fuel, save a bit of energy, save a bit of everything. And once we do pit, try and undercut the opposition. Now Piastri is falling back again. As you can see here, he's almost 2 seconds behind already. Now DRS could be what we need to actually, get the moves done. So we'll have to see if we can make that work. But right now, Norris does look like he is getting very close to attacking Hamilton. Although he did fall a little bit back there. So we're going to tune down the tires a little bit here. Cool them off a little bit. Hopefully, that is. If not, we might going to need to tune that a little bit more. And I once again forgot about the ERS battery. So let's top up a little bit, and then we'll just keep it on neutral. Allow the ballast to do its job. And yeah, we are
Pack is low.
We are losing out right now. Quite a lot to, say, Hamilton in front. So yeah, using the energy here kind of backfired horribly. We'll have to see if we can actually close the gap again. And I think we'll be able to once we come into the braking zones. The other cars have to kind of pile up. And if not, we might be, as I said, in trouble. But I think we'll be fine. I hope. Can run the tires once again a little bit more aggressive to try and close that gap. You have Magnussen being quite aggressive right behind us, though, honestly. So exactly how this is going to go, kind of hard to judge. Verstappen is on softs, Magnussen is on softs, so he might actually pit early enough to undercut us, which might be a concern. But it'll depend on the gaps here too, because if the gaps come into fruition here that you pitting is going to be slower than staying out, we might just benefit here. But again, we'll see. It'll depend on a lot of things. Piastri just isn't keeping up right now. He's 3 seconds behind. We aren't keeping it up that well ourselves, but Hulkenberg is keeping them all a little bit slower, so it's okay there. At the same time, no, Magnussen is a threat because of the undercut potential of the soft tires. Tune down to standard here so that we don't completely burn out the tires there. We are still running aggressive on the fuel. That does also help burn tires down pretty quick. As long as we can gain a few seconds to Magnussen, that would help out a ton in, you know, keeping us safe from that undercut. Because then we can just go full attack and pit when he does to counteract him. Norris is looking good. He has pretty much stable burn there. A little bit worse for Piastri. Yeah, Magnussen now fallen back a good 5 seconds. We are now up behind Hamilton. We have potential for attacking. So let's see how that actually works out. Piastri is gaining now on Magnussen. So those softs really falling off. And again, it'll depend on, you know, when he pits, where he comes out in the back there. But what I'm thinking is that we might pit around lap 26, 27 with Piastri. And it's going to be a bit more of a gamble with him, because again, he is 6 seconds behind, well, the 6 seconds between Magnussen and the rest of the pack here. But if we pit Piastri early, we might be able to, you know, pit him. And then put him into a gap in the back here where he can potentially undercut Hulkenberg and everyone ahead of him. If we're lucky. So it's a bit of a gamble on Piastri's part, but right now the only one he's racing is really Magnussen for 10th. So it's something I'm willing to try. See how it works out. Piastri is actually overtaking Magnussen right now. So that is good for him. And if he can keep on closing the gap, it might be bad for us because he has Magnussen now in tow. But within a lap or two, I think Magnussen is going to fall behind. So, yeah, within a lap, he should fall out of the RS range, and that should allow Piastri to, you know, make something more out of this. So within 3-4 laps, we're going to be pitting Piastri. Use battery in the main straight to overtake. We could try and deploy Norris on the main straight on this lap, see if it gives him the little bit of an edge he needs. I think we are going to deploy it right here. Tires are moderately overheating for Piastri, that's fine. And let's see if Norris gets something done. He did actually, very nice. So we'll put him back to neutral. And he's running side by side right now with Hamilton, so he might come back at him. But Magnussen did pit, so we are going to answer by having Piastri pit. It's a bit early, I think, honestly, so let's wait for next lap. And where exactly is Magnussen going to come out? Because if he comes out in traffic here between Bottas and Debris, he's going to be slowed down anyways. So I think it's fine that we allow Piastri to do a lap or two more. And we'll do the same here now. We'll deploy again. Lewis should be DRS, yeah, through. And a lot of them are actually pitting right now. Those are medium runners, I think. No, those should be the other soft runners. Ocon is pitting too, yeah. I think we don't have a choice here other than just getting into the pits ourselves. Depending on where these guys, of course, come out. Hamilton is going to come out in traffic, so he's going to be a bit slow. But yeah, I think we're just going to stick with what we're doing, honestly. And we'll try our best in that regard. I think we don't really have much of a choice. But Piastri we are going to be pitting, so he'll be trying to cover off the rest there. But there's definitely some undercuts going on there because of, you know, Hamilton pitting early, things like that. But we did cover off Magnussen, which is good. And we'll have to see now if you know, waiting with the pitting here will actually pay off for us. So we actually have Leclerc behind us who has pitted. We're kind of holding him up right now. But yeah, everyone has pitted. It's about 22 seconds to pit, so I think we're going to have to get Norris in. I don't think we have any choice here. It's basically either we pit or we're going to get overtaken during the pit stops anyways. So yeah, I think we just don't have any choice but to, as I said, get in the pits here. It's either that or we get overtaken by the cars that have already pitted. And I think Stroll's going to get us here, for sure. Oh, no, we actually got Stroll. Nah, we were just slightly too slow there. But this is still good. We came out ahead of Hamilton, which is very nice. And if we had gotten Stroll there too, it would actually have been quite amazing. But we did not, and it's fine. Put the aggression on aggressive for Piastri. See if we can have some more, have him jump some more cars. And we'll be tuning down Norris a little bit here too, to aggressive. For Norris though, once he comes into range of Stroll, we'll have him go use a little bit of energy. Can probably use a little bit now to speed up that process. And Piastri too, we're going to deploy him, get him by Albon as soon as possible. There we are. And for Norris, we're just going to keep deploying this lap. I think that is okay. We'll have to have a look here on though if these halves will make it to the end. It's a bit of a risky one. Even if we run them, we're gonna have to run them normal. But right now that does match. So for Piastri, we might have to tune him down a little bit. But it does seem like it can work. How am I still going? Can't watch all this one tomorrow. I'm having a lot of fun, BKK. That is why I am still going. But we'll have to see here. If I get bored one day, I might just make a condensed version. If I get really bored one day. But at least you do have plenty now to, you know, enjoy. So that is that should be beneficial. You can recharge it on the second sector. We could. For now though, I think we're going to struggle with keeping up again with Stroll. That's going to be our main concern, just staying with him. And of course Norris is now burning the tyres, same as Piastri. We need to tune them down. So if we're going to overtake Stroll, it needs to be on this lap, I think. Might be, we're just a tad too far back there. I think we bundled it, unfortunately. So we'll run neutral, honestly. Currently running 8th. I think we have Sainz, Hülkenberg, Alonso, and Perez hasn't pitted yet. And Hülkenberg and Alonso, we are going to be getting for sure with both cars. So I'm currently very, very happy. We can leave things as they are. Hello, Leonard. They massively changed development. You start with 4 slots. Everything is way more expensive, both in terms of making parts, but also in terms of manufacturing. So the cost cap is way more into effect this game, which is of course a concern. The fact that if we actually have Alonso, Hülkenberg, and Leclerc kind of slowing down Stroll right now could be really good. So we'll have to tune our balance though. We will go. I'm wondering if we want to go a little bit harvest here. Gamble for a couple of laps, stay harvest behind them, and then go a bit aggressive and try and get by him. Okay, so Hülkenberg pitted just now. So with that, we kind of have now our window on when we can attack. After this lap, it probably is going to close, I would assume. Alonso is going to be pitting as well. We also have Leclerc kind of pulling along. So give him ERS now to just close down the gap a little bit. And we'll try and overtake Stroll now when we get on the main straight. Although he too will have DRS, so it's going to be a bit difficult. Oh, we have a virtual safety car, Albon. And that of course means the others aren't going to pit. We actually have a red flag. They actually get a free pit stop. Oh. Did Bottas run into Albon? Oh yeah, that is a 5-man pileup with... And then we just teleport to the pit lane. Okay. But yeah, we had a 5-car pileup there with a lot of damage, I think. So 7th and 9th is not the greatest thing ever, but it is what it is. Now, we don't wish. I really wish we had an extra set of hearts for this. I think we're just gonna have to stay on the tires that we are because we don't have a new medium. The soft will not make it to the end, so it's a bit of a weird one, honestly. Is Van Dorn still in the game? I am pretty sure he is, although I am confused. I haven't checked. Will you make development guides and videos? Yeah, I'll be making development guides and general just how things work for this game once I learn it myself. We can't put new hearts on Norris. Norris was a visionary ahead of his time, so yeah, he's good. But yeah, we're gonna have to stick on to the old ones, and again, it should be okay to just do this. They might go into mediums, but we'll have to see what they actually have.
As the race continues.
Okay, that was way louder than anything else.
And away we
So,
go.
some of them have gone into softs. Leclerc gone to softs, Stroll's gone to softs, Hamilton's gone to softs. Some medium runners, and as you can see here, we had 6 cars in that little bout. All end up out. Kind of lucky there for... It's lucky for Alonso and one more car here that actually has a lot of luck there because they got 3 pit stops. That would actually be way further down the pack if they hadn't. Piastri 2 stops, it could be doable here. But if he just holds on to position, he's going to get Leclerc, Stroll, and Hamilton, probably. So we'll have to see what we actually do. Full attack from the get-go, push the fuel, deploy. I think we should still be okay here with Piastri. He'll make this last at the end. So we'll give it a go. We'll see. If he can't hold on to position, we're going to just have to pit him. But again, it's kind of an interesting one because we have 40 laps to go. We have medium runners. We have soft runners. And if we take into effect, let's say that we put Norris here onto softs. Running them normally, they will not last to the end. Not by a long shot. They will be completely dead. Like, you can basically make them work. Mediums should be doable, but we don't have any to, look at, but they should make the 40 laps, because this is us running a very aggressive strategy. They should just barely survive. So, potentially both of those, anyone here on soft or medium might just have put themselves into a very precarious situation. So, we might be able to make something work. We might not be able to make something work. We'll see. We'll do a bit of a gamble. And hopefully we can make it work. That was a bit loud. Sorry about that. Piastri did get Hamilton potentially here. We'll see if he can actually stick it in. Well, keep it there. Norris not really making any headway, but that is fine. And Piastri still working on Hamilton. And, oh, if he just swung in there, he might have been able to keep it. Yeah, it looks like we kept position with both our drivers, which is good. And that is okay. So, did I solve the issue why Oscar has less fuel? No, Oscar actually runs more fuel, and I do still not understand why. So, if anyone has any insights on that particular issue, please let me know. It would be, greatly appreciated, because I still don't understand it. It doesn't really make any sense. So, we'll see. Honestly, I might just hire Van Dorn to give him a test drive. We'll see. Currently we have Palou, but we'll see what we actually end up with there. So Piastri is currently running a little bit slower, Norris is currently running a little bit slower, but we need to make sure that we don't immediately cook these tires. And again, I'm not too worried about Hamilton here. What I'm mainly concerned about is trying to keep up with Alonso and Stroll. And that's going to be difficult. I don't think we're going to be able to pull that off, potentially, here. Alonso is on fresh hards. He's just in a better car. Very good driver. So that is going to be difficult. But as long as we can hold on to these two positions, once again, the softs of Hamilton in particular, since we haven't squished between us, and Stroll's. start falling off, we can probably get 2 positions. Maybe going to be a bit difficult to get anything more than that. I'll at least scout the Mandon and we'll have a look. Yeah, I kind of do forget about battery. Thank you for reminding me, Sergio. So as you can see, Piastri has already fallen back about 5 seconds. Norris has fallen back about 3 seconds. So we are running a car that is probably the 7th or 8th, maybe even slower than that car on the grid still. We've been breaking a few passes. So we haven't really been developing the car too much. But right now we're just going to stay where we are. And hopefully we'll have both Hamilton and Stroll kind of fall off once the tyre starts going. Because again, they're going to have a bit of a struggle here to make those soft tyres last to the end. They're going to really start falling off. Honestly, it's a bit too late to go for softs for Piastri. At this stage, we're just going to try and stick with these to the end. Might be a bit too difficult. It might just not work. But it'll just about be there. And again, it's quite difficult to overtake on this track, and that is kind of what we're banking on it. Okay, BKK, hope you have a good day, good evening, good night, everything in between. I'll probably keep going for a couple more races, maybe. We'll have to see exactly how long. I still don't know. But hope you have a good evening. Okay, so Verstappen is pretty quick. Leclerc is following too. I don't think we can jump Leclerc. But as I said, Stroll and Hamilton, as they start slowing down, are definitely prime targets. We're kind of holding Hamilton up. Stroll is kind of getting pulled by Alonso. But once he becomes a bit slower, it should be doable. Again, taking those tyres 40 laps is going to be hell on earth for him. Let's just speed things up right now. We have fuel to waste. And that should keep us ahead, I think. Christmas stuff is insane. What? I'm not sure I'm following. Oh no, Norris did get overtaken. What a tragedy. And Hamilton is actually pulling a pretty big gap quite right away, so that is concerning. Might do a little bit more aggressive on the tyre here to keep up with him, but I think it will be fine. Is tyre management for AI more dynamic in this year's game? Tyre strategies are more dynamic. I don't think I've seen any particulars on tyre management itself. But they are on very varied strategies. They don't necessarily do the strategy that is suggested at the start of a race. So they are flexible. They might decide to do their own thing, so to speak. And that does make it a bit more interesting. I'm from Norway. Wondering if we can actually have Norris catch back up here. But yeah, those stops were actually super quick. This is going to be a bit of a struggle. Yeah. I think we're just going to have to bank on his tyres falling off as we get closer to the edge, to the end there. And as you see, we actually have Sargent pitting right now. Pitting Piastri, I don't think that is going to be worth it. But Hamilton's tyre, as I said, should start getting slower and slower the longer this race goes. 20 more laps to go. And he's down to 57. So if he loses another 40%, he's really going to be slow for the last few laps there. That is going to be the gamble there. He's 2 compound self-state. Yeah, again, he's going to be running those tyres for a good 40 laps. He's going to not have a good time. I do need to turn down Piastri, though, because he's going to have a bad time if we keep on burning his hearts. So, yeah. Full on Dawn Christmas stuff. Stroll does pit there. kind of as we expected. He's actually going to be in a lot of fresh air, though. So he might actually come back at us. But yeah, Piastri was a bit slower here than expected. And as a result, he didn't actually jump Stroll. Stroll went into a new fresh set of softs. He might actually be dangerous. Hamilton pits too. Kind of what we expected. We could pit Norris here, gamble, get Norris into another set of softs too. But then he'd have to fight Hamilton a mano a mano. 17 laps to go. I think we're just going to gamble on staying out. We kind of have already decided where our priorities lie. But doing soft here was actually way quicker than I anticipated. So doing that for Piastri would probably been the correct choice. The thing is, we don't really have a gap here to pit Norris. We're just going to have to gamble on holding those cars behind us, I think. Which is going to be difficult, don't get me wrong, but I think it's going to be our best bet here. There's 16 laps to go. He still needs to gain 10 seconds a lap. Well, 10 seconds on us. And we can use DRS and energy to defend ourselves towards the end. So, probably had better, opportunities by doing, as you said earlier, Sergio doing a soft for Piastri. Probably would have been better. But I thought this would work pretty good. Piastri, though, even if we pit him, he's going to be needing to do 5 overtakes. It is doable. But at the same time, even if he does that, he'll just be back where he started. So, we'll see what we can do here. Stroll is currently gaining about 2 seconds a lap. Gained at 1.2 seconds that last lap, so he's still going to need a few laps to catch up. And then we have Hamilton. So if he wanted to do this, we would have had to try and undercut them rather than staying out. So the window has unfortunately passed for that. But yeah, we're going to save a little bit of energy, save a little bit of tire here, go a little bit aggressive now, try and just maintain that gap. And Piastri now did get overtaken by Hulkenberg, so might need to just pit him and go all in for the last 10 laps here. Which might be stupid, but it might be everything that we can do. Yeah, you were correct, Sergio. We should have switched Piastri's strategy. And I'm fine with going a little bit aggressive for trying 1 point here. We shouldn't come out ahead of any of these boys, I think. And we didn't. 2.89 though in the pit stop is not bad. Norris still has 5 seconds to Stroll. And yeah, we're going to have to run aggressive. We're going to have to deploy. And we are going to have to make an overtake a lap here to kind of make this stick. Dim to neutral. And we'll see what we can do. Norris is still running, good. Not burning his tires yet, so we can just leave him be. Going to give the deploy here and push to Piastri. He still has a good window for his tires. Kind of. Okay, goodbye Piastri. Did you kill a man? That is a safety car deployed. Even if you do pit, we won't have what it takes to actually make something work. Like, we'll come out behind those two. We'd have to get the overtakes done immediately if you want to make that actually happen. But it does close the gap here for Piastri. Sargent is dead in the water here with his tires. I think we just stay out. I think that is our best bet. In terms of the time considerations, 12 seconds on the safety car. So if we do pit, say we pit Norris, he's going to come out behind Stroll and Hamilton. But it might be the best way to do it. He's supposed to be 1.3 seconds quicker. It'll depend on how quickly we get DRS limits there. So we're going to gamble. Go full on gamble here. Unfortunately, we didn't get Piastri, involved a little bit earlier. The game here doesn't work like the old one. They've rebalanced driver stats.
Oscar, safety car.
They've rebalanced a bunch of stuff.
Make sure the delta stays positive.
So let's see, and we are gonna.
Temperature in the brakes and tyres.
Piastri is gonna have to do an unlapping, which is gonna suck for him, but so is a lot of others. So things could go well here. We'll have to see. Sargent is in the pits. That gives Piastri a chance to just jump him for free. Oh yeah, this is a bit of a confusion right now. Again, Norris is going to have a hard time to get the overtake done. Safety car is pretty far in front there, so we'll just put him on standard, put him on a little bit of balance here, neutral. Give him a little bit more speed to catch that safety car. Let's see if we can make something work. But yeah, a lot of stands have been rebalanced, William. So things kind of work a little bit differently here now. Yeah. We'll have to see how unlapping works here. We'll have a few laps to try and make something happen.
Just drifting everywhere now.
I do understand that you do need to heat your tires. Okay, we've caught up to safety car train. We're gonna have fuel, we're gonna have tires, we're gonna have everything. It's just gonna be full attack here to the end. And we'll have to see if we even get more laps here. Safety car is 73 out of 78. I would assume this is the lap when we get lap cars may overtake. So Piastri was a bit slow there, which means that there's now a huge gap to Gasly, Magnussen, Hulkenberg, so he kind of got shafted.
Safety car is in this lap. Safety car is in this lap.
That is going to be a bit of a yikes for me.
For the restart, it will just
Honestly, I should have put him on push and everything a little bit earlier. That's my bad. Yeah, we are ready. We're going again. Keep it neutral until we get to this line here. But yeah, that safety car did screw over Piastri a bit. Had we waited a little bit more and put him on the safety car, it would have had a lot better chances. Norris just isn't getting the drive that he needs to get by. Piastri might get Hulkenberg though. We'll have to see. Put him in neutral now. Piastri with fastest lap. Though we are kind of burning the tires a little bit too. So yeah, we're just gonna have to stick with attack here. It's just what it is. Piastri will use what little energy he has now to try and get by the car in front.
Tank is low.
Copy.
So yeah. I think we're just gonna have one more opportunity here, unfortunately. It is what it is. We probably could have been safe staying out, to be fair. But nothing I can do about it right now. Gonna have to gamble on just deploying on this area here, which is not the best one.
Pack is low.
Copy.
So a bit unfortunate there. I probably shouldn't have pitted Norris.
That is the checkered flag.
I
So
couldn't
we
catch
are
up.
boxes
Unfortunately,
back.
also the
P8.
unlapping kind of screwed us there. I should have paid attention to that.
What a remarkable drive by Lando Norris today.
Yeah, Piastri should be a bit higher rated, but again, it is what it is. This was mainly on me just tossing things away. We didn't have fastest lap, but unfortunately, since we don't get any points, it doesn't really matter. And Red Bull, Ferrari, Aston, Merc, well, it is kind of where we have made our land at this point. Norris moves up to 9th. Constructors then, we gain points on Alpine, just 7 points behind. And we did get both fastest pit stops here, which is very nice. And that moves us up to 2nd on the pit stop awards. So I guess we can be happy with that, but again, I should have planned a little bit better. Probably was a little bit too aggressive in switching strategies there. It's still a good result. It's just a shame because it could have been better. Okay, front wing manufacturing has been completed. Race sim has been upgraded. Neil Holdy has upgraded his performance rating as a technical chief. A lot of good stuff here. Okay. We have 4 now in warehouse, which should be okay with that. Feature race results, Duan wins, Boshung, Westy. And let's have a quick look here on drivers to see if Vashaw is in here. See if we can find him. There he is. I think it was this man, was it not, William? Unless I misremember some names. We shall scout him and see how he is. 75 average. Other than that, let's see who's highest rated without a team. Basically, Cole Hubbard, Anders Berg cannot race in F1. So I guess they come automatically now with a few people regen. Van Dorn, yeah. Not for sure, Van Dorn, my bad. See here. Might actually not be in the game if he doesn't have a drive right now. So yeah, he's a reserve. Unfortunately, I think Van Dorn is not in the game. Because again, he isn't connected to team currently. Kind of like Latifi isn't in the game. Can't find him, at least. Which is a bit of a disappointment for sure, but I can't find him yet. Unfortunately. Aston's reserve, okay. Let's see. Alonso, Stroll. Let's see if we can find teams here. Will not show up on that list. Rogovic is currently Aston's reserve, so unfortunately, I think Van Dorn is unfortunately not in the game. They've picked up this man as a reserve. Yeah, but the game only allows you to have one reserve driver, unfortunately, so he's the one they picked. It is just how the game functions, unfortunately. Which is weird, though, because if he is a reserve driver, he should be in the game somewhere. Just weird that I can't find him then. So the underfall has failed to pass, but we're making new ones, so that should be fine. Race Sim has also been upgraded, which is also very nice. What I'm thinking is that we are going to be making... Okay, let's just install this one for the time being. That project should be done before we go to Barcelona, I hope. One day before we get the first one, so yeah, we'll have one for Barcelona. Other than that, what are we lacking? We could make one more suspension. We have 3 side pods, rear wings. We'll probably make that whatever takes a long time to make, but we're looking to be caught up right now. So once these 2 researches are done, well, actually, we can just do this. Kidnap a couple of engineers from each project. We can make a couple of pieces. And what I'm thinking that we're going to make here is maybe chassis. Okay, if we make a chassis, it's going to be actually quite bad by the looks of things. There's something weird going on here. Okay, this chassis is virtually not an upgrade. So, let's not make a chassis. Show us good cornering. Yeah, we'll see. I am scouting him, so we'll see what he actually comes up with. Making side pods. I think we kind of reached the pinnacle of what we can do this season. We might need to, as I said, start working on next season's car already. Underfloor again. We do have an underfloor made. We just need to, again, car 2 performance. Just need to put that new underfloor on. Rear wing, because we use CFD time. No matter what we do here, it won't really be an upgrade. So I think actually we're kind of stuck doing research, which is kind of weird. I'm a bit confused why they're so bad. But it does mean that they've really, you know, changed how the system works, and you are going to need to be a bit tactical about it if you want to make progress. So if we put everything right, we'll get a plus from, you know, everything somehow. Well, put these two to the right, so we do need to balance things out somewhat. It's still a slight upgrade. We'll boost our car a little bit here, so car isn't too bad right now. Car 2 rank. Yeah, we're kind of actually mid, like the 5th best car. So we're better than I expected. This would boost DRS effectiveness, boost high speed. And again, we are lacking an underfloor, so development-wise, we're actually ahead of where I thought we were by quite a margin. So I think we'll just stick with what I'm currently doing, which is kind of a weird thing to say. I think we will go ahead and finish the research on these two things, and we'll save a little bit of money. And I'm going to be putting that money into a factory that will allow us one more slot, and that will help us with flexibility. So I might not be developing the car to its full potential, but I'm going to take advantage of what the board wants this season, and as long as we get 7th or higher, we're going to be okay. So that is what I'm thinking. A bit of maybe a cowardly thing to do, maybe a bit boring thing to do, but it's the smart thing to do, I think. So yeah, car is still pretty good right now. Is it because the others have actually crashed so much now that they're lacking parts? Because that would be hilarious. Driver development updates, so Piastri, got another point in cornering, got another point in braking, adaptability, 2 points of accuracy, so he is leveling up quite nicely, I dare say. Norris jumped 2 points of braking, 1 point of accuracy, he too is going up pretty quick. And Palou's got himself 3 points as well, so 4 points there for Oscar Piastri last month, and 3 points for Norris. I think we can be very happy with that. Every car park in fourth miles we might hope, but I think Alpha is just doing it a bit slower. We'll be finishing the championship bottom of the grid. We're trying to do a little bit better. It's the currently bottom of the grid. Well, 3 teams are currently bottom of the grid, so we'll see exactly what we do. But in terms of facilities here, what I'm thinking is that we're actually going to be upgrading. Well, as you can see, the engine cooling downforce would actually be quite a nice upgrade here. But what I'm thinking is that we can actually get the factory up to level 3. It's going to barely be an increase in monthly upkeep, which I like. I like it a lot. It means that the upkeep isn't going to be the deciding factor if you're going to upgrade something. Massive increase in upkeep though for the wind tunnel, and same here for the CFD. But they have their own purpose, so I guess that makes sense. Barely any cost in upgrading this, like monthly. So suspension system, car part and center, getting those under the science center upgraded might be a good idea. We'll see. Science Center is actually going to be upgraded in a day, so let's just get the pit training schedule going, and then we'll see what we do. And I think once again, we're going to focus on pit stop time. It's going to put our boys into wary, potentially. But by the time we get to, well, over here, we're going to be cutting down on the pit stop times even more. So I think the chance of mistake is okay, like the level. 12% chance, but what we do need to make sure is that we don't get into the wary territory when we're doing races, because that extra 20 is going to be killer. So no gym training for these days, and we're going to have to cut out gym training for another one to, again, just make sure that we get into tire territory but not too far in there, because again, that's going to be bad. So that's enough to put us into wary, which means I think pit stop drill would be good instead. Nah, even that is going to be bad. So tired is okay. Tired is okay. Gonna be tired, and potentially here, since I can't see the next month, potentially gonna be a bit struggling. Let's see, what pit stop area is the best to aim for? Wheel gun, still, which is good. I think it is the one that is the highest chance of making an error, except for use tires off. So we might do some work on tires, but apparently wheel gun is the better option there. It's still gonna increase the chance a little bit. But yeah, we'll deal with that as we go. So it's gonna be a very minor game here, but we'll have to see. We might actually have, you know, very tired mechanics for Austria. So I'll have to think about how we want to deal with that. See, how are you developing? Training processes, again, want to get this up first, I think. So we'll just leave things as they are. Another facility that I do want to upgrade, rather than just what we are currently upgrading, is the Team Hub, 2.2 million. It is going to help with weekly staff development. That is what we like to see. So, Upgrade Center, sorry, the Science Center, level 3, gives us some nice boosts here. And if we upgrade it once more, we are going to be able to get 5 more engineers, which is going to speed up projects. It is going to cost us an extra 100k monthly upkeep, so basically 1.2 million a year. But it's also going to help with airflow for, you know, anything, and also the drag reduction. So it might be worth it. But again, it's a balancing act right now, because the cost cap is kind of interesting to deal with. We'll see. We currently have 64 million left to spare. If we have to spend 10 million on extra engines, that's going to be quite costly. But yeah, let's prepare the Spanish Grand Prix. And then I think I might just go and get some food afterwards. We'll see. I think again we're going to gamble on one driver in top 10. Just keep on getting points. Both drivers in Q2 this time. Qualifying position, one in the top 10. The extra money is going to help, let's be honest. And I think that should be okay. But yes, I think we are going to do Spain here, and that is going to be the end of it for today. Maybe do some more tomorrow.
Thank you for joining us for this.
Let's get the car set up for Spain, which should be 8.5, 14, 7, 3, 30, and 80. There we are. That should be good. Get on the practice pass, because again, the new pass are quite expensive. We're gonna have to deal with them as we go. There we go. And let's just use that broken gearbox to its full potential. And with that, I think we're ready to just power through here. In terms of this track, what we can expect in terms of tires, let's just have a look. 2 stoppers from everyone. The softs here, 5/10 quicker. They'll be quicker for about 10 laps, a little bit more. 12, 13, maybe 15 laps quicker. Medium to hard will be quicker for almost 30 laps, so mediums is what we want to stay on rather than hards. So let's try and avoid the hards, try and do soft, medium, medium, soft, or some variation of that. And I think we'll be okay. Best practice ever, but we are using, you know, damaged car parts, so it's understandable. Let's try and maximize it that direction, see if it helps. That should be okay. And we'll just do second practice. Having 2 sets of mediums here would be great, honestly, but we'll see what they actually end up using here. We currently have 2 sets of mediums available. You only have 1 set of mediums available, so yeah, they do randomly choose what tire to use, unfortunately, and that does make it a lot more difficult to properly balance that, which is very unfortunate, but it is what it is. Can't really do anything about it. Okay. I think that is an acceptable practice session. 100% for Piastri. 95 and 98% preparation. So Piastri now is starting to look, I think, a little bit closer to Norris. At least he's getting into the highs immediately. Let us get the car ready for quali here. Might actually be an idea that what was said earlier, that if we can't score points, it might be an idea to just retire the car. Because we are going to be struggling for components come the end of the season. I'm pretty sure. But that is just how it's going to be. See how we do on this first run of quali. I did forget to upgrade Piastri's car. I just realized we have that new underfloor. I didn't put it on.
Drive to the Delta. And we box this.
That's gonna suck. Norris did get held up a little bit. And Piastri has actually just used up all his soft tires. What is that? Okay. We are going to have a choice here if we're going to send him out again or if we're going to gamble on him being safe. I don't think the reasons to know are going to get us. I don't think the Williams are going to get us. The Alphas are questionable as well. So we could gamble on being safe. And we have a red flag, so...
Red flag, red flag.
With 5 minutes left to go, might not be able to restart it. The Alpine took out the other car. Time into session restarts 20 minutes, so that should mean that we just are done. I think. Red flag with 20-minute break should just end the session. No, it's still 5 minutes to go. Okay. But yeah, I think we're safe. So we're gonna hope that we are safe. We might not be safe. We're safe. Kind of had to gamble there, particularly with Piastri, seeing that he just doesn't have any parts. So we're currently in park firm. Part of the same design. Okay, so for Piastri's sake, yeah. We can't actually put on the underfloor here, as you can see. But it would be a massive upgrade to his car. So it is unfortunate, but I forgot about it. It's just how it is sometimes. And we're gonna have to deal with the hand I've dealt them, unfortunately. It wouldn't be a stream unless I make one huge mistake.
Okay, Oscar, so the track will go green now.
But Norris should still be in with a chance of points there, so that's good for him.
Drive to the Delta. And we are box this lap.
Yeah, confirm.
And we are going to sacrifice that last set of softs to try and get him a better position. He will have mediums though, so they will more than make up for the lack of a soft tire. And luckily for us, we only need to beat 4 cars, because Ocon did have that moment of his. So I think we're still pretty safe. So, gonna send our cars out now. And we actually send them out directly behind Hamilton. So, not the worst window we could have, send our cars out into, honestly. Piastri did not improve. Which is understandable, he's lacking car parts. Norris 9th though, which is good. And we will put him onto these old softs, and then we'll have him run a new one.
Track should be green.
We are still quite a lot slower than the cars around us. He does have pretty high confidence now in quality, which is good. So once we do another run here, he should be okay. Estimated pull time 35.47. Well, that is the current pull time, not the estimated one, but I'll take it. And we're just gonna try and hitch a ride here with Verstappen. See if we can take advantage of the slipstream to get a bit of a better time.
Okay, that is the checkered flag.
And we ended up 9th, so not terribly bad, just a few hundreds behind Gasly. Okay. Let us see here. Mandatory compound, medium or hard. 2 different rides. That shouldn't be a problem. So, a soft, medium, soft would give us 125, 48. Yeah, I think that we're going to do a little bit of a different one. We're going to be doing medium into another medium for this man because he has 2 sets. So he should be fine. I think this is the best strategy we could have for him. So Norris is going to have a bit of a harder time here because Norris doesn't have 2 sets of mediums. He has 2 softs, a medium. So we could do this one. But as you can see, it's going to require, these softs here to live longer than expected. But then again, this is Norris. He can actually make that happen. So I'm not too concerned in making sure that actually works. And of course, we can just get him on the mediums a bit earlier. We can switch over to a set of hards if we really need to. I think this could work. It's going to be, again, a little bit of the gambly side. But I think it is the best that we can really hope for right now. And it is going to be a bit more of a challenge. And, well, I have some questions about the fuel, but we'll figure that out later. For now, though, this is what we're going to go for. And hopefully,
The stage is set.
we can once again have a good race
One of
in
the
Spain.
oldest races on the Formula One calendar. This is the Spanish Grand Prix.
It usually has been a pretty good one. So,
And away we
first things
go.
first, high on the overtake aggression. Same here for Piastri, high on the overtake aggression. And with that, we're actually ready to go.
Let's try early overtake.
So Piastri is 12th right now. I guess he overtook Magnussen, and then Magnussen got him back. In terms of tyres, a lot of soft runners here, very few medium runners, but that is what everyone is on. Norris is actually fighting Tsunoda, and kind of losing out, unfortunately. So we'll have to see if we can get him back. But yeah, Piastri falling down the grid here, which again isn't surprising. We did kind of shaft him by putting him on the wrong tyre, and it looks like he has had a bit of an incident here, where he has made it down to chassis problem and suspension. So that's him out.
Oscar, is everything okay?
That is very unfortunate. Yeah, I think that is him out, like, fully, because major damage to 2 components
Yes, we have. We've had a
that we
crash.
can't switch is
What
going to be bad.
happened there?
Norris soft, tower soft, could work. It's just that the hards
This
aren't
was the
really
7th corner. Tries to get by.
a good choice. So the Williams took out Piastri. That's unfortunate. And Piastri is out, unsurprisingly. So yeah, that is a bit unfortunate. We have a virtual safety car.
Deployed.
Piastri gets a penalty
Drive to
for...
the delta, drive to the delta.
Okay, so Piastri was his fault there according to the game, although what it looked like to me was the Williams getting a spin and then hitting Piastri, but okay.
There's a car on the wall. Debbie on the main straight.
Tsunoda pulled something too. Okay. But yeah, that is a bit frustrating, honestly. Nothing we can do about it, though. We'll have to see, as I said, what we do with Norris here. We might need to do, as you say, Sergio, put him on a hard stint in the middle there. Potentially hard medium could work too. It'll depend. VSC ending. So we can get a move done here now. Against Gasly. Looks like we're kind of struggling to get that done. Tune him down to aggressive before we use all of our, tire. And next up is actually Stroll. That should be doable. And we're going to turn on battle assist, turning neutral. And we're actually going to get Stroll here on the straight, potentially. Or is he coming back at us? It's a little bit back and forth right now. But we did get him, and the problem right now is that we're burning fuel, so he's actually going to get us back immediately.
Now here, we're taking turn 6. The opportunity begging to be taken.
Yeah, so Stroll got us back in the corner there. Not too surprising. And honestly, we are kind of happy with where we currently are, as long as we can kind of stick with Stroll, DRS, to pull us along. But at the same time, we do need to cool these tires a little bit, and they are going downwards. That is what that arrow represents. For now, though, again, not much we can do. Just gonna have to try and do our best here. Gasly did overtake us. He's on the same type of compound that we are, so it is a bit more of a challenge here. Again, we probably have the 5th best car, 6th best maybe. Norris is still lacking a few components. And we're going to be going back to component hell now because of the damage that Piastri sustained. Gasly's pretty quick though. He's catching up to Stroll and already overtaking him. Yeah, Magnussen and Russell behind us, which of course we're going to have to deal with somehow. But right now, again, we're just going to kind of stay where we are. Magnussen does overtake us. On older softs, DRS. But right now it's okay. We are just a tad bit slow here. Norris gets him back, but I assume, yeah, Magnus is going to immediately get us back as well. Confidence is still very high, although we are failing some overtakes. Confidence went back up there. Got the DRS overtake done. Stroll is a bit slow. Gas is actually really quick this race, so a bit interesting to have a look at. Leclerc ran wide. Nothing massive though, he's still up there. Good enough fuel here before we lose. We could hang with K-Mag, but K-Mag is actually kind of falling back right now. We have Russell right behind us.
Hitting the walls. So there is a lot of debris. And
Magnussen hang with K-Mag. I think that would be dangerous because Magnussen has just crashed. Doesn't look like any damage though. And we weren't allowed to watch the replay. So, could hang with K-Mag, but again, that sounds dangerous. Currently though, I think it's fine to just stay where we are. Again, it's not a great position, but with how the current cars are, with 4 pretty, dominant teams, 8 dominant cars, fighting for the last couple of points there is basically all that we can do, unless, we have some luck with them crashing into each other again. Magnussen is pitting, so he definitely did have damage, or, just damage his tires, maybe. Game is a bit laggy right now, which is concerning. Hopefully we don't crash. But right now we are doing the best that we can. It looks like we can actually stretch these softs to the point where we should be able to get on the mediums fairly reliably. And again, the mediums should be a lot quicker than the hards, basically for the entire life cycle in this track, which is why we want to try and get on them. We did get overtaken by Ocon. Not much we can do about that. Confidence going down here for Norris. It is what it is. Right now, I'd say we're still looking kind of decent. Maybe got a little bit aggressive. Gasly, Leclerc, Verstappen pits. I think this is when we're going to have to try and attack. Just stay with... Oh, Stroll just teleported.
Let's take a closer look. Now this was at turn 1. The car fails to respond. By that point, it was just too late.
Okay, so Stroll teleported on the minimap, which kind of tells me that they haven't fully fixed the thing yet. I think what we're going to do is go into mediums, and then we'll see if we can make the softs last. If we can't, we'll go with the other one. Okay, so delay is a good 20 seconds. That's a bit bad. I'll try and fix that for the next stream. Although the delay should be like super short, is what it says, like 2 or 3 seconds. But I guess restarting the stream earlier might have had a, you know, negative effect on that. Did not catch Gasly there, unfortunately. We did come out ahead of Show though, so we do have something there to work with there. But yeah, 2:71 stop time, not bad. Gonna get these mediums up to temperature and see what we can do. Gasly actually went onto the hards, so we should be quicker than him. Quite reliably so. Stroll finally pits. We should have no problem coming out ahead of him. And in front of us now we have De Vries, we have Hulkenberg, Russell and Ocon. I don't think we're going to catch Ocon, but maybe if he stays out for a couple more laps we might get out ahead of him. We'll have to see. It is a bit of a, you know, it is what it is. Can't really do much about it right now. So now that we're at a lockup, and we should have no problem getting by with De Vries, and we didn't. So we have Hulkenberg, we actually have Hamilton here, we got out ahead of him as well. And Gasly is still the only one that's actually going on to hard tires here. So we do kind of want to try and avoid them. We have caught up to Hulkenberg. Can we get by him within a reasonable time frame? And looks like we can. We also get Russell. Very good. We are running those tires a little bit too hot right now though, so tuning that standard for a little bit. But we are catching, I think, Gasly here. Catching by about a second last lap. Don't think it will be just as much this lap though. And we've had multiple cars crashed, one of them being Leclerc.
That's not looking good for Charles Leclerc. Let's see what happened there. So here we go, heading into turn 1. Barely any room to maneuver.
Ferraris touch each
And
other.
the impact on the car, it's quite clear.
And at least they didn't crash into each other there. Pit earlier for Haas to make an undercut. We could try that, honestly. No, don't worry, Sergio. I like the advice. I love the advice. It doesn't mean that I'm always going to do what is advised to me, because I am a stubborn bastard. But I don't mind it. Feel free to come with any advice if you want. Honestly, we're running about the same as Gasly right now, so once we get up to aggressive, we'll probably run a little bit quicker again. So, cool down tire a little bit, run aggressive. And we could undercut with the hard tire for sure. It's a shame that we don't have another set of mediums, because that would be actually quite amazing. But we'll have to see how we want to do this. Because even if we go into softs, we're probably going to get the undercut. But again, it'll depend on how exactly we end up doing it. Haas might very well turn out to be the best choice here. Just run them a bit aggressively, because the hards here with their higher temperature tolerance should be good for that. So we are catching Gasly. Russell has caught us though, so we're gonna have to deal with that. If we're gonna pit, probably around lap 40 then, with the hards to the end that we can push a little bit on them. Let's see how that would actually work out. If we were to edit this one, put on the hard tire, say that we run them aggressively for the entire stint. Okay, it would actually be hard to do from lap 40. Would be about 4 seconds slower maybe, but again, it's perfectly fine to just get in. Maybe lap 42, run them aggressively, potentially quicker. And again, Norris has pretty good, let's say we run most of this aggressively, so running this should be no problem. So around lap 42 I think, we're gonna jump in on the hards. Degradation here is pretty bad, so it is what it is. I think it's probably the best option there. It's either that or we stick out on the softs here until, you know, they they give up on us. It's basically those are the two options that we have. And the hards are getting into the room now when they are starting to get quicker than cars around us. So it is definitely doable. We have some of the other cars pitting as well. So Gasly might run those hards to the end. Alonso Sainz are about to pit. Russell will be pitting at some point, I think. Leclerc's pitted, Hamilton will be pitting as well. So yeah, I think lap 42 is a good choice for us to undercut with these mediums, probably. So we're gonna push a little bit of, save it a little bit of fuel for the push. And we can actually do it now too. And if we can stay with Leclerc here, even if we're burning tires, that would help. But looks like Leclerc is just a tad bit too fast. So we'll burn these tires for about another lap or so, then we'll go for it. There we go. We actually have Alonso and Sainz pitting just now, but I don't think we can fight them. We'll be aiming at fighting, you know, the other cars around us. So we were actually held up there by a back market. We're going to come out in 10th there, ahead of Hulkenberg. And in terms of the cars in front of us, going to have to pit Hamilton, Ocon, Gasly maybe. So yeah, this could definitely work in terms of undercutting. It's just if we can keep the tires alive to the end now and get a gap that will actually allow us to, you know, keep our position. That's going to be the big question here. So once these come up to heat, I think I'm going to switch it to aggressive immediately. There we are. And that should keep us a little bit alive. I'm also going to go ahead and deploy. Use about 50% of our battery. Again, to try and get a little bit closer to cars in front. Ocon and Hamilton in particular. We are about 20 seconds there, I think. So yeah, not the best gap ever. Yeah, 60 seconds up. We are running about 6/10 quicker. So not massively quicker than them. But we are quicker. Gasly does now pit. Are we going to be able to jump him? We are. So that worked out for us. Gasly, however, went to mediums, so we are going to have a bit of a hard time dealing with him. But I think this probably was the best choice that we had, honestly. So if we can use Gasly to pull us along, that would actually be amazing. Paris pits, Debris pits, Show pits, and we have Ocon and Hamilton just now pitting. And we are going to get quite the gap to them. And as I said, if we can just stay with, say, Gasly, but look at that, he's just running away from us. We might have a chance, but it's going to be a bit more difficult now. I believe Ocon and Hamilton both went onto the softs, so yeah, we're going to have a bit of a hard time there, I think, dealing with them, but Russell pits too. So we'll see. If we can stay with one of these quicker cars ahead of us, that would be great. 15 laps to go now. And if we have a quick look here in terms of what we can expect in terms of performance, there's a 500 degradation a lap. So it'll take 10, 20 laps. Well, they'll basically be quicker than us to the end. But the closer we get to the end, if we can stay with them, we can probably get an overtake done then. So we have opportunities. It's just if we can hold on until we, you know, get to the point where we can take advantage of those opportunities. Multiple cars have crashed, which show had a bit of a lockup.
Zhou Guan Yu is the focus here. Everything's all right here. Oh, and the car locks up. Now, they did leave it very late.
I don't think that is, you know, the crash here. I think it's Sargent.
Here.
It's like he just slapped the Alpha Tower off the road. Honestly. So, no safety car for us to take advantage of. That's fine. No way we're going to be able to stick with Russell here. Look at that. He's already gained a second in like half a lap. Just before you finish up and I head to bed, first impression of these few races worth getting excited about. So far, I'd say it is definitely a good upgrade. The AI does seem to be more capable of fighting you. The tire changes are good because it gives more flexibility in terms of tire choice. It's more, you know, determined time of day because the tracks actually have an effect on tire wear, tire temperature now. So they've added depth to the game, which is kind of what we needed. We'll have to see if the changes to development and manufacturing, if they are actually balanced, or if they've been too harsh, too lenient, if they actually end up neutering the AI in any way, shape, or form. But as of now, I am definitely positive and hoping that things are going to be good. But again, it's still a lot of these changes are kind of, when you're a team that's starting from the back, working your way through. A lot of these changes might seem great, but once you get to the top and see that, oh, it wasn't as deep anyways. But so far, it feels very promising, and I'm hoping for the best. So I am excited myself, but we'll see if that excitement lasts. So far, I'm very hopeful. Okay, so Norris is keeping up with Ocon, and Ocon might actually give us a chance at getting Gasly as well. We do have fuel. We have tyre wear on our side here. So going on the hards, there was definitely good advice from Sergio, for sure. It's just that can we keep up with Ocon now, keep within that DRS for the last few laps here. And right now it does not look that promising anymore. We immediately lost about a second. Yeah, we could push the battery as well. I guess Ocon decided that, oh, now we're going to give everything here to attack Gasly. That's kind of what I'm feeling. By Monday, I'll probably have a more comprehensive, mental review, if you will. I think they're going to be able to do, unfortunately, the DRS each other, particularly also when they catch up to Russell away from us, and that is a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. Maybe we will be able to stick with them. We'll see here. 3 laps to go. We are with them right now, and potentially we could make some moves. Hope for P9. P9 should be doable. Like, I'm almost guaranteed, that's almost guaranteed to happen. Is if we can get a move done on one of these and then the other, that is going to be a bit more of a question. Like, Norris immediately is currently fighting Gasly, as you can see, but he did kind of give up there. So we have a few laps to get things done. Right now, Norris is, as you can see, fighting Gasly. And last lap has started, but we, I think, aren't on last lap yet. Or just about. Yeah, we're actually... we haven't actually started last lap. We're on second to last lap. We have almost been lapped. Verstappen is there. So we are not on last lap. There's still 2 laps to go. But Ocon and Gasly's tyres are both virtually gone. So it's basically, can we hold them at bay for this 1 DRS zone? And if we can, then we are good. If we cannot, then we'll be in trouble. So let's just push all out here to the end. Now we're on the final lap, finally. But 7th is definitely in play here. Now it's just, can we keep things going? And I think we're fine here. Honestly, if I might have pushed a little bit earlier, Russell might even have been within grasp.
A good job not to check a flag. And it's P6.
But that is 7th place. I think we'll accept that. Good to see the AI pushing and backing up independently, depending on what's happening around them. Yeah, at least they are responding or, attacking in some way. They aren't doing the same strategies all the time anymore. Like, they'll do strategies that aren't even, part of the 3 expected ones. So just seeing that is actually pretty good. Makes it a lot more challenging. Got actually blindsided by that when they did it the first time in the second race. I have been streaming for 8 hours, but I am about to wrap it up for at least today. Might stream a little bit earlier tomorrow. Depends. We'll see when I get up. But I'll probably be sitting down experimenting a little bit now after the stream, figuring out what is actually the best strategy for developing our car. So yeah, 7th place, 6 points. That is not bad at all. We'll take that any time of the day. Particularly since we have 4 very dominant team ahead of us. Unfortunately, though, we don't get anything on Alpine because they got 8th and 9th. We need to get Piastri up to, you know, stuff here, so he can help us fight off Alpine, but it is what it is. What I am curious about now is how badly are we looking in terms of damage? Because I'm running kind of a skeleton reserve pod crew, where we just have 1 or 2 extra parts of most things. And I know that he broke 3 things at least, so we'll see how that works out for us. We might need to emergency manufacture, use some earlier parts, which is gonna suck because we're already using earlier parts. We did also get second here in the pit stop challenge, which is nice. And the DLI fast pit stop was still second, but Red Bull basically scored almost full points here. So yeah, they went ahead of us. Unfortunately, no pit stop for Piastri. Didn't have a chance there. Need Piastri to actually finish. Yeah, we do. He is kind of feeling like a little bit like mixed to me now, which is very unfortunate, but it is what it is. Did make it a little bit extra money from the performance targets, which is very nice. So we'll take that. But yeah, we do have some issues here. Inspection failed, suspension, swap out, should be no problem. Place, there we go. So we're gonna have to make more suspensions for sure, as you can see. And let's just get this fixed before the next race. So next race is in 11 days. Missing car parts, you're missing a chassis, we're gonna install that. You're missing a front wing, we're gonna install that. And you're missing a suspension, which you're actually gonna have to manufacture. And let's just get 2 of them made right away. They do cost money though. A lot of money. So we're just going to leave this missing for now. We could of course just swap it out with the old one. Like so. And for the underfloor, we're going to put this on car 1. We should have another one for Canada though, so we can get them on both of them. So that should be okay. Yeah, Spain feature race here. We had Porsche win. Ibasa. Porsche has actually gained an overall point, which is very good. Montoya get Beganovic. And we did destroy 3 parts during the race. We've had 2 of them fail during testing. But we have done 8 races now. The second engine now is about to start failing. So if we're going to have to buy more engines, we're going to be spending a lot of money. So the last 3-4 races maybe, we just might end up kind of skipping. We'll see. 1:40 AM here in France, so I'm going to sleep now. Yeah, and I'm about to do the same. It's the same here in Norway. But yeah, I think that is the end of the stream. I'll try to make a mental note to get manufacturing going before we get going again. I think I'll be streaming tomorrow, but I am a bit unsure. I'll post on Discord. I'll post on my page once I wake up and make a decision. But thank you all for being here, watching, chatting. It's been fun. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Also, big thanks to BKK, who generously donated a large sum of money. I appreciate him. And also to the members. Thank you all so much. It helps me out a ton. And everyone who has liked and subscribed, thank you all very much. So yeah, thank you. Hope you've enjoyed. Hope to see you next time. And yeah, we're going to end it here. Bye-bye.